It's a new dawn, it's a new day. Some things are different, but nothing has changed. Still got my number, still got my name. Tell everybody I'm back in the game. This is my time, faster than ever, hungry and I'm going to come back and take what is mine, bigger and better. It's a new dawn, it's a new day. Some things are different, but nothing has changed. Still got my number, still got my name. Tell everybody I'm back in the game. Saddle, cut to the chase. I ain't somebody who stays in one place. Ready to go, I'm coming to play. You better know I still got something to say. It's a new dawn, it's a new day. Some things are different, but nothing has changed. Still got my number, still got my name. Tell everybody I'm back in the game. Never lay down, never give up. I couldn't handle. No one else could ever hold a candle. Get ready for a battle, cause you know that I was born for this. I was born for this. Never met a match I couldn't handle. No one else could ever hold a candle. Get ready for the battle, 'cause you know I was born. I tell you I was born for this. Ain't nothing gonna stop me now. I was born for this.
On West 16th Street in Speedway, Indiana, lays a hallowed ground that was once built by a yard of bricks around a 2.5 mile. Now, only one line of bricks is at start finish as this paved 2.5 mile facility continues to grow with the nickname in Speedway, Indiana, known as the racing capital of the world, or the world's greatest race course. We now prepare for the 10th annual running of the greatest virtual spectacle in iRacing. LSRTV, your home for sim racing going on a decade of broadcast coverage, presents to you coverage of the 2022 Indianapolis 500, the Cure LMGD2I for the Limb Muscular Dystrophy Foundation. Good evening from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We hope you are set and we hope you're ready. Now stay tuned for the greatest virtual spectacle of iRacing. I am Wesley Outland. We have an awesome broadcast crew ready to go here tonight for the coverage here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and also amongst all of the excitement that leads to this race. And you know, Samuel Dyer, I'm giddy along with Justin Prince. This is round 6 of the Majors Garage Major Series. Samuel, ever since I came on board doing this series on once or twice every Sunday night, I have penciled, marked this on my calendar. I'm looking forward to this evening. Welcome aboard.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited for it. This is round number 6, like you said, and you're right. You have been hyping up this race for the past about 3 or 4 rounds that we've been here for, and it certainly is warranted. What a round for us to be here. The Indy 500, the Major Series, this is the race that started it all, really, that got the Major Series wanting to do this event, and I'm excited to see how these drivers are going to be evolving throughout the night, and I just cannot wait for this race to get started, Wesley.
Going to be a very, very exciting time. Of course, he is in California. I'm in my broadcast studios in North Carolina. The LSRTV Productions crew is in Texas with Charles Wooten, Mason Hanbaugh, Jeff Stab now behind the scenes. And, of course, up in Canada, our friend of the North, Justin Prince. You've already called the Euro Indianapolis 500-mile race for the first time ever. You said it went caution-free. What do you think the American Sportsman drivers will do tonight at Indy as well?
Well, when it came to the European Pro region, it went green, and one of the quickest races, if not the quickest races in Majors history for the Indianapolis 500-mile race. It was a night where strategy reigned supreme, where drivers were able to stretch out their fuel tanks to be able to cut out an extra pit stop. Only 2, though, were able to get that category, to be able to get themselves to victory lane. When it comes to Sportsman for the Americas region tonight, that could potentially happen, but you have to be prepared for not just that. You have to be prepared for the unexpected. You have to be able to limit any troubles. You've got to make sure your car is up to snuff to be able to run up the front and be sure to be there in the end. That's the critical mark if you want to win here in Indy.
And you got to remember, as we get ready to go to on-track activity, this is the 10th running of the Indianapolis 500 in E500 for the Majors Garage powered by, or the Major Series powered by Majors Garage. But it's also a points race, Samuel. And in doing so, that's something that we've got to also be mindful of. This is a special spectacle, if you will, for iRacing. But there's also a championship on the line. And, of course, when we go to on-track activity, before we go to bump day qualifying, which is about to be coming up here in a moment, it locks in those 33 spots, just like traditionally in 2 weeks for the 106th Indy 500. The same thing that's also going to go on here once bump qualifying is done. That's a real thing, Samuel. That's intense. That's a pressure cooker. I've been there before. And then, of course, 33 drivers will battle later on tonight.
33 drivers ready to get set, and that's one of the things that we're excited to be seeing for these drivers is how they're going to be performing. But like you said, it's a points race here for these drivers, and there's a driver that's in the top 10 of points, not going to be here tonight, didn't even qualify or attempt. It's that of Andrew Mikey, who did not even try to put it in. He's not showing up. He was actually going to be 10th in points. It's a big loss for one of those drivers that was trying to go for a championship hunt, but it gives a big opportunity for some of the drivers further back that are trying to sneak away with the win.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, it's time to go down trackside as we get ready to show you the final opportunities for drivers to make it in from bump qualifying here at the virtual Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And as I said that, look at this awesome view. This entire place is packed, ready to go here at the virtual Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And you know what? You're going to hear words tonight from Justin, Samuel, and I, like short shoot, west end of the speedway, the east end of the speedway. You're going to hear word like turbulence and, of course, the tail tank and the vapor trails from these wings of the cars to the front wing and the back ring. Going to be an exciting time here. Justin, an open wheel extravaganza, just like what we all discussed here in our production meeting. We're excited about this one, man. Obviously, this is going to lead up the hype because you did call the European race, the American Sportsman. Can you kind of describe the difference of the drivers? Is it the nationalities, where they live at, because of their demographics of hometowns? What makes the Euro and then the, of course, American Sportsman separated?
Well, you have to consider when it comes to the Major Series, there are 3 regional sections of the series, where they have an international region, which are those who compete, say, in Oceania region in times, or out towards the Middle East, around those regions. Those usually take place around Saturday early morning Eastern, in reference towards the later part of the day. Then you get to the busy Sunday window, because you have the European region fitting time zone, where it's essentially around 4 p.m. local time for London, which is, of course, the United Kingdom for reference. So in other words, it matches those respective times for each of those respective regions. 5 p.m. should say in that mark. And then you have the Americas region, where it's 5 p.m. Los Angeles time, set for the usual green flag time of 8 p.m. Eastern time, where drivers can compete in the various time zones. It's worth noting, Wesley, some drivers have been able to win a championship in one region, then decide, let's go and try and win one in another region. For example, Christian Chandler is amongst that grouping, who's won a European region championship, moved and transitioned over from the European region to the Americas region based on his availability, but also his need and want to be able to win multiple regional championships. And to explain as well, for the subdivision within these respective regions, you have the Pro region, which is essentially for those at a certain iRating total and experience in the Major Series. Then you have the Sportsman division, where you have upwards of more than 150 entrants who have competed throughout the season so far, who all battle it out on one night each and every few weeks in the Major Series for points at a variety of racetracks across the service.
Well, but let's take a look at bump qualifying information as, of course, we are getting ready, Samuel Dyer, for bump qualifying. Times are set by a 4-lap average, just like as always. Qualifying is set for the Indianapolis 500-mile race. The fastest 8 drivers will make it into sport number 1. The bottom 4 drivers will be sent to sport number 2, and I believe we're broadcasting sport 1, and that will lock in the 33-car field.
Yeah, that 33 car field that we're trying to get ourselves prepared for. And as well, it actually is going to be seeing these drivers a little bit more than just 4. We have, when we were making this, we thought we were only going to have 12 drivers for this bump queue. Well, it's been bumped up. We got 15 drivers that are getting set and ready for racing action here this evening for bump queue, which, like we said, like you see on the top of the court, it is going to be time-based, but it's an average of your 4 laps that you're going to be getting set for. Qualifying about to start here in 2 minutes and 15 seconds, where the drivers, they've got to be on there, they've got to be perfect during this time, because if you make any slight mistake, get into the wall, make any touch in the grass, you could be making yourself not validated on any of your laps, and it can make you miss out on racing in split number 1.
Justin, in a very nice way to segue what Samuel just said, our colleague in the booth, this is your last opportunity to make it into the 10th Indy 500 here for the Majors Series presented by Majors Garage. If you cannot get in one of those spots, you're basically done for and your chance are shattered.
Exactly, and remember, when it comes to Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the traditional months, that 4-lap average usually calculated to miles per hour. So that average speed will be very critical for drivers. Also, keeping an eye on the weather conditions will be critical to make sure your time ended up right. Not a lot of time to get said times in to make sure you're in Sport 1 for tonight's action.
And that's a perfect opportunity to segue into the weather conditions at the bottom right of the monitor. Let's set you here as they get ready to go for 500 miles, 200 laps. Air temp at 74 degrees, wind speed nice and comfortable at 5 miles an hour here in Speedway, Indiana, or Hoosier. 84 degrees in the Hoosier State. Track temp 10 degrees warmer than the ambient temperature. Partly cloudy. We talk about that, Samuel. Cloud cover, sun, clouds. Starts to gray over the racing surface. This is a big racing track. This is a Dallara Indy car. What kind of handling will that do with that cloud cover?
Yeah, the cloud coverage is going to be a big thing for a lot of these drivers. They're hoping that they can keep themselves in a pretty safe state where they're going to have themselves, factors of, having the more extra grip. But if we see the cloud coverage coming over for the later portion of our bump qualifying, those drivers later on might get the advantage. But when you're in the early portions, you're trying to set your times. We're going to be doing an invert of the drivers for this bump qualifying. So the drivers that were the slowest are going to start here for bump qualifying. Then the drivers that just missed out in our top 25 for split 1 on their speed during their qualifying yesterday, they're going to be the last drivers for bump qualifying to try to lock in their times.
And real quickly, let's take a look at the point standings for the Major Series American Sportsman bracket as these drivers are getting ready to go into bump qualifying. This is the first of 4 categories. Of course, Nathan Medina has a 21-point lead over Murphy Nichols, Chris Yedio, Spencer Todd, David Gargaro Jr. in the top 5. We mentioned Andrew Mickey. He is 10th in the points. He's not here tonight. That is a shot in the heart for the driver there in the 10th in the points. And he's going to really lose considerable points here for this race, because even though this is a big race tonight at Indianapolis for the Major Series American Sportsman, it will affect them in the points. This is the Sportsman point standings as we now get ready to go to on-track activity, bump day qualifying. It is on the same night as race night. Here we begin with Rob Courtney. Last chance to try to make it in for 8 spots. He is getting ready to bring that car Dallara up to speed as he works his way around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Samuel.
Yeah, getting ready to start his times. Now, the time will not be popping up until all 4 laps are complete, but we're certainly going to be watching the current lap and seeing how fast are these drivers going to be running down, as Courtney going to be part of Team Vengeance. That Vengeance team has been showing a lot of speed here of late these last couple of rounds. They're hoping for a strong Indy 500 here this evening. As the time starts, Rob Courtney in the 64 starts bump qualifying.
He is certainly ready to go in bump qualifying. The driver, of course, from Florida, 54 years old from Summerfield, Robert John Courtney, his official name. To the back straightaway, off the short chute. Here he comes now to 3 and 4, Justin.
Good line so far, trying to run himself towards the bottom of the short chute, going down the front straightaway. How will the end of the first lap fare out? Nice and clean to start, carrying speeds of more than 230 miles an hour to start things off for the 39 threes.
Remember, he's got to set it off into turn number 1 and 2. The best of a 4-average lap is he's already in the short shoot of turn number 1 and 2. Rob Courtney, the Floridian, trying so hard to not be sent home for the 10th Indy 500. He now roars to the back straightaway.
The big thing for these drivers is they don't want to be scrubbing off speed through the corners, and where they're going to lose the majority of that speed is on the exit of turn 2 and 4. That's where they're going to be finding themselves on the exit of the corner, just really drifting or trying to turn a little bit too much, costing speed. But coming out of the corner, here comes that 64, coming with a head of steam, starting lap number 3.
39.502, 39.502. Justin, he's got to pick it up. He's back to turn 1.
Lost a lot of the average speed, it looks like, as a result of that second lap. It's critical to pick that up a little bit. Get yourself some buffer time. That was around the ballpark he practiced at. However, it was a 1/10 of a second difference between him and the top of the board in terms of the final warm-ups before the bump qualifying with that respective time bracket. Rob Courtney needs to pick it up that extra 1/10 or so to be in the conversation for those top spots coming to the end of his laps, starting off his 4th right here.
The white flag will go in the air this time by one more lap and the average of 4:39.522, and then we'll average it up one more time. He's on the final lap in pump qualifying. The Floridian Rob Courtney off the short in turn 2.
He's looking fast, and right now, like Justin said, he needs to pick up the pace just a little bit. That was a good turn 2 exit, but it's been turn 4 where he's really been scrubbing off that time here, Justin.
It's getting intriguing for Courtney as he makes his way to the final corners, 220 miles an hour through the exit of turn 4, off to Wesley on the front stretch.
Will he climb? Rob Courtney from Summerfield, Florida. He crosses the yard of bricks at start-finish. The average time, 39.558, and currently in bump qualifying, he will be first, Samuel.
First right now, but it's going to be solo qualifying. Next on the board is going to be that of Patrick Stein, going to be for this 89, coming in as an independent, not affiliated with any other teams. And this has kind of been a disadvantage for some, an advantage for others. The biggest driver that's really been an independent and succeeding here in the Sportsman's division, got to say, Sebastian Jackson, who's going to be the last driver for bump qualifying. So right now, Patrick's got to get a little bit of the speed, but it's that of Courtney who sets the pace here tonight.
And remember, as these drivers, as Samuel reiterated on, are on the track by themselves, they are going to get the emotion, that excitement, just like in the real 500 qualifying, Samuel and Justin, of those one cars on the racetrack by themselves. It's them against the clock to make it in to Group 1 of the top 8. He's on the back straightaway going to turn 3. Stein on his second lap.
Stein continuing to try and chug on forward. It was a decent first lap in the 39.3s. We're with the second lap. Fair out. Is backing with Coach Dave Academy logos all around the car for the Chicago-based driver, coming to the start of lap 3.
And Stein will come across the start-finish line, 39.453. The bar is set by Rob Courtney. Right now, through the short shoot, he's got a pretty good lap. A little faster off the exit of turn 2 there, Justin. Or Samuel.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the times for that of Rob Courtney, want to say his average time at 39.494. So for this is Stein, all he needs to do is continue to put down faster than a 39.49, and he'll be putting himself above that of the 64 of Rob Courtney. But again, these are the back markers coming in with the least amount of speed. They really got to outshine, and that is not the lap that you need here for his third time.
Yeah, he had a really good lap.
Last time.
He had a really good lap just a moment ago, Justin Prince, and then all of a sudden he lost that momentum, and it hurt him on his second lap. He's got to try to redo himself down the back straightaway on lap 3.
And that's the tough thing when it comes to qualifying. With the pressure and the amount of work you need to put in terms of the setup to be able to find that speed for all 4 laps without slipping back, without losing that 1/10 of a second per lap. Stein looks to close it out strong off 4.
Coming to the line, this will be his final lap. Is he there? 39.547. He somehow, even though he slipped up, it has put him to the #1 position as he has just bumped Rob Courtney had a bad lap on lap number 2 in the short shoot of 1 and 2, Samuel Dyer, but he still was able to put him on the top of the board. Matt Sisler now in the 93. He works to the start-finish line. He's on the clock in bump day qualifying for the 10th Indy 500. He's already in the short shoot in turn 1 and 2.
Yeah, and for Matt, he comes in 14th in points. He's a driver that needs to make it in to the Indy 500 and finish inside of our top 10 here for bump day. Do want to talk about Stein, though, in the 89. His first lap was the reason why he beat out that of Rob Courtney, and he beat out Courtney by just that of 1,000th of a second over the average.
That's something we'll keep an eye on, as now here comes Matt, that 93 machine working his way off of turn number 4, down the front straightaway. Libagoda at the yard of bricks. Where is he at on lap 1? 39.423. Got to pick it up. Justin Princes, he's on the short shoot in turn 2.
Especially based on the trend for tonight. Keep in mind, he's a part of Apex Tech Racing with those logos. That is a team who competed in the European Pro Split earlier tonight and were in contention for the race win in the closing stages, except for that fuel strategy. They were second on those who came into the pit lane 6 times earlier today. With Matt, he's got that additional experience to potentially rely on for this run. He makes his way forward on the front again.
Here comes that driver working his way back around to start finish. And 39.425. It looks like he's going to have to pick it up. He's got to get going quicker. Matt Sisler works his way back off of turn number 2 to the west end of the speedway, and Samuel Dyer.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing for this 93 is do not put down a 39.6 lap time. If he can stay around the 39.5s, 39.4s, this is looking like a good average to be moving and being on top of the board.
We'll see what he can do. Here he comes roaring off of turn number 4. Matt Sisler across the yard of bricks here at the Pagoda start finish. Where will he be as the white flag goes in the air? 39.495. This is the lap he needs to be stellar, Justin, into turn 1 and 2.
While it may not pass the eye test in terms of the pace, the average itself is still quicker. All of them close. He had to get under the gas.
Oh, no.
Sisler with a mistake. Sisler with a lockup. And that will get his qualifying laps disallowed. You have to have 4 clean laps to be able to put a time up. He didn't do that.
Heartbreaking for Matt Sisler, as it looked like that was going to be the money lap to try to go to P1 in the first group and bump qualifying. And now, here comes the 040 of Don Dolson. We'll see what he can do now as he gets his opportunity to take on the average of 4 laps around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. He's on turn 2, Samuel Dyer.
Yeah, Dolson going to be coming from that team, Heller Racing, and this 040 going to be going with the head of steam. That first lap, not the strongest, but like we were seeing from Sisler before, he threw the way that last lap, you can have a strong, good average. You don't need to put down a burner every single lap. As long as you got a good average of a 39.4, you'll be moving on.
We'll see what Dolson can do now as he works to the start-finish line. Don Dolson across the yard of bricks. First lap, 39.478, 39.478, and he's on it. Justin, he's got to pick it up, though, in lap number 2. As right now, it is still Patrick Stein, the man leading as he hits the back straightaway.
Should say he's already put in 3 laps. A few of the drivers have jumped on the track. 4 are currently zipping around at once. Dolson looks to be amongst those zipping around to start off well for this grouping. He tries to get himself off turn 4 well. Last time in the 39.4s, he's in a good spot to jump up to the top.
Here he comes down the start-finish line, cross the start-finish. Will he line up on the scoreboard? He's looking quicker. 39.525, 39.353. He's already gone to P number 1. He doesn't need to make any more laps. Look
already finished it, Wesley. And also the next driver to watch out for, Leo Tucker, going to be the next driver to finish. He's on his last lap, is the 32. He'll be the next driver to watch out for. Then after this will be Jason McSparron with a fast lap to watch out for.
Lee Tucker now, let's see what he can do here. He's got a couple more laps to go here. It looks like they're trying to maybe make the qualifying be a little bit faster with multiple cars. Lee Tucker, 32, down the start-finish line. Where will he end up? In car number 32, he's 4th. He's made it into the Group A, but he's still got one more lap to get it done. He's on P4 into turn 2 in the short shoot there, Justin.
I believe he's amongst those who's actually completed the average. Here's the difficult thing. Drivers have been able to get themselves released a little bit quicker to the tune. There are now 6 on the track at the same time currently. McSparrow is amongst those, who is one competitor who showed great strides in the Americas. He's starting his 4th lap. Here's the tough thing. His average has dipped a ton, Sam. Through 1 and 2, he had a 39.6.
Yeah, I mean, a 39.6 is certainly a good way to start. You got to make sure, though, that you stay around the 39.4s. Everyone else's average has been around that window, but you got to put on a lot of speed here. And McSparrow certainly is a driver that can do this. Wesley, for the 22, he's going to be a driver to watch out for. And as he's finishing up, this is his last lap. Doug Buchanan's going to be the next driver to watch out for.
West end of the speedway, working off of turn 4, roaring back down this front stretch here at this yard of bricks. Cross start finish, McSparrow, where will he be as this is his final lap? To wrap it up, he is currently now 5th. And now Doug Buchanan now, final qualifier in bump day to lock into the 10th Indianapolis 500 for the Major Series. Off of turn 2 to the back straightaway. Buchanan, Samuel Dyer, final laps to try to make it into the top 8.
Yeah, this is going to be Doug Buchanan's last lap after this. It's going to be that of Chris Branson in the 3, who's going to be finishing up after we're done with the 11. And Justin, a lot of drivers, they're all putting it down now. It's all about putting this fast lap, but McSparrow, he's got to be a little bit concerned as here goes Buchanan across the line.
Yes, indeed. Here comes Buchanan indeed. The average comes in 39.427. The rest of the drivers starting to cycle forward. Among them, Dolson has put himself in towards the 4s as well. At least 6 cars have completed their runs. Some are just starting, others are in the middle of their qualifying runs, such as the 060. This is Steve Giberson, who's making his way around the track. Last time at 39.5. Right now, the benchmark, a 39.494 to get up to 4th. In terms of the average lap time, can the 060 do it, Wesley? One more lap this time around.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Remember, you've got an average of 4 laps now for Steve Giberson. He has got to set sail and make this lap count. The 060 east end of the speedway off the short chute in turn 2, Samuel Dyer.
Yeah, and as we're seeing the 060 coming across the line, coming on the backstretch, about to come across the line, it's going to be the 70 of that of Brian Scriver, who's going to be finishing up his qualifying. And do want to give note that of Branson, he is not going to be able to finish out his time. That's 2 drivers that will not be able to finish out qualifying here for bump.
That is heartbreaking for Steve Giberson now. It's time to see what he can do. Can he make Group A in the top 8? Is he there? Across the start-finish line, the average tallies. Oh, my goodness, Justin Prince. He's on the bubble. He's got to hold off Sebastian Jackson and more as qualifying comes to an end at Bump Day.
The faster lap might have been there, but Giberson's average, not so much though, Wesley. 39.5 was the average calculated in the sim, and that's the tough thing for some, making sure you get that calculation right. Jackson is currently on his 4th lap on the clock. He, though, is in that mix to battle for the bubble, and his orange and purple machine in the 287. Jackson on the pace to potentially bump Stein out of the top 4 in qualifying. He makes his way towards turn 3. He tries to jump himself ahead, up on the board, through the bottom of the track, to the short chute for one final time in his run.
Off the west end of the speedway, here comes Sebastian Jackson as Justin set the stage. He needs to climb that ladder. It's going to be close. The times are close. Sebastian Jackson, he's at the line. What will it be? 4th. What a climb there, Justin. And Samuel for Sebastian Jackson. He'll celebrate in the infield grass as that opportunity has put him in the top 8 for the 10th Indy 500. And now Samuel, here comes Jared Gilbert now with the 73.
Yeah, Gerard Gilbert's going to be a driver to watch out for his final lap. Do want to give note of some drivers that have made, we talked about that, and Matt Stoller going to be the driver that missed out. He made his mistake on his final lap. Also, Chris Banson made a mistake on his 2nd lap, and also on his final lap, Brett Tolson is not going to be able to finish. Those are 3 drivers not going to be able to finish out their times. We got 3 drivers left, and here comes Gilbert finishing up his qualifying.
It's heartbreaking for some of those drivers that their dreams are shattered for this virtual greatest spectacle of iRacing as Jared Gilbert comes across the yard of bricks. Let's see where he climbs. He'll be second in the average. And now Ernie Ludwig is up, the number 26. We'll see what he can do here in qualifying. This is bump day leading up to the 10th running of the Indianapolis 500 that is coming up next year for the American Sportsman Series. This is iRacing on LSRTV. The driver out of Marsden, Saskatchewan, Canada. One of your friends of the North, Justin. Let's see what he can do as he crosses the yard of bricks. His time will be 39.515. He's got one more shot to get it done on the west end in turn 1.
Making his way out of turn 2, in fact, Ludwig amongst the veterans in this series, looking to keep that charge ahead. Right now, it is tight for the average, though. Scribner currently has that 4th spot in a 39.456. That average needs to be in that ballpark for him to have a good shot here. Ludwig needs to nail the final corner.
Here comes Ernie Ludwig, the Canadian, working off of turn 4, cross the start-finish line at the Pagoda here in Speedway, Indiana. Where will he end up in the virtual Indy 500? 39.357. Samuel, second for Ernie Ludwig, and Andy Spicer is next in 24.
And this is our final lap of this bump qualifying, here tonight. Already seen Natalie Tucker bumped out. Mick Sparron bumped out. And as well, that is Steven Giberson is out of this thing. Right now, the driver on the bubble, it's Rob. That is going to see the 6'4" of Rob. He's got to hope that this 24 doesn't have speed for the second half of this run.
Andy Spicer, Justin Prince, he's working your way to turn 3 in the west end of the Speedway.
Spicer with plenty of experience. Spicer looking to spice things up. Last time in the 5s. Needs that average to be up an extra half a tenth for him to go.
And here he comes, across the yard of bricks. He needs to make it into the top 8 in qualifying for bump day to be in Group A. Is he there? Will he be? Yes. He makes it up to 6th in the average. So Andy Spicer will be in the first group of the 8 that are in the 33 starting positions for the 10th Indy 500. Everyone else will go to Group B. It's Doug Buchanan, Ernie Ludwig, Jared Gilbert, Don Olson, Brian Shrivner, followed by also Andy Spicer, who you just saw wrap up qualifying, Sebastian Jackson, and who started off at the top of the board, Patrick Stein. Samuel just barely makes it into the 10th running of the virtual greatest spectacle of iRacing here for the Major Series.
And the driver's not making it on. They just bumped out there late. Going to be Rob Courtney, as well as Leo Tucker, that of Jason McSparron, Steven Gilbertson, as well as that of Matt Seltzer, as well as that of Chris Banson, and also Brett Tronson. Going to be those drivers not able to make it to split 1. They'll just go down to split 2. They still got a lot of racing for themselves, but they will not be maximizing their points like the 8 that are moving on to split number 1.
Justin, Samuel, how intense was that bump day qualifying? I mean, I literally had the hair stand under the back of my neck a couple of times watching how intense this was on the virtual sim, Justin.
Well, first things first, it shows the intensity levels that are to be expected when it comes to this type of action. There's a reason bump day is so thrilling, but also so nerve-wracking as a competitor to be a part of. When you have to be able to execute 4 laps in the average without a major mistake, or any mistake for that matter, it brings a lot of butterflies to your stomach. It brings that need to be able to preparation yourself and be able to keep yourself focused by the time you reach the green flag at the end of your warm-up lap, how critical it is to be able to do well, whether that's in the normal qualifying or whether it's amongst those absolutely who need to get into the show. There's a reason so many drivers get very nervous by the end of bump day and the franticness that can come into play to be in the greatest spectacle in racing in the real world. It's also a major thing in the virtual world, Wesley, for a big reason. And for some, those butterflies will now see them have to take a deep breath and be able to focus on the race in just the next bit, while others, they still have a race regardless. It's just in sport 2.
We're ready for an exciting one, of course, the Group A drivers of American Sportsman. Hey, so we kind of started to show you the point standings, and then we quickly got into bump day qualifying. So let's show you the graphic of the point standings again as they stand. Obviously, we'll show the main points first and give you that graphic. And obviously, we hinted on it earlier. This is for the American Sportsman standings. Nathan Medina, 21-point lead on Murphy Nichols. Of course, as Samuel reiterated on the big story, Andrew Mickey not able to be here. Now let's look at the other classes of American Sportsmen, because there is separate championships. And like this one, Samuel, the Sportsmen's divisions, the veteran racers, they're battling for a championship. And it is pretty darn close between Maurice Gomillion and Robert Deloach. And don't count out one of our friends of the Northwest, Robert Gamble, in the top 3, and Stephen Paulison.
Yeah, I mean, for Robert Gamble, he certainly is going to be trying to go for consistency. That's what he's been doing for most of the season. Same goes to that of Maurice Gomillion, who came away one position shy from winning at another crown jewel at the Daytona 500 for our second round of this season. But it's Robert Deloach. The last time we were at an oval open wheel racing, it was that of the Lotuses at Phoenix, where Robert Deloach found himself in victory lane. That's why these drivers are so close in this Legends, and the Legends are all the drivers that are 50 years old and older. But as well, let's take a look at what the team standings, because those are close, just as close as the Legends are.
Yes, sir. It's all about team stance as well, team stats. It's all about what's going to work, teamwork, in the words of Bob the Builder. The same for the Major Series. Ford's PC Racer Sport 1 has got a pretty comfortable lead, if you will, over Mad Sim Racing. Evolve Sports, Sim Sports Academy sits in third. Vengeance Motorsports in Sector 5 racing the top 5. And Samuel, how do they do that? Do they take everybody's average points for them in the points and then tally that towards the Sportsman team championship, if you will? How is that decided?
So each team can have up to 5 drivers, and it's on those 5 drivers on the amount of points that they get. That's why we see that the Forge PC Sport 1 and 2, as well as there's a couple of other teams that are split up, like that of Dog Bear, that have white and gold. But for those drivers, you might be wondering why Forge PC Racer is so high. Well, that's because they're 2 top drivers. We just looked at them in the past points. Deloach and Gomillion, both on that team. That's why those points are on top of that of Mad Sim Racing.
And I believe there is another points championship that's up for grabs as well. No, that's it. The Sportsman team, the Legends, and for the overall championship. And, of course, that is awesome. Hey, real quickly, we are going to show you what will be in our take for Justin, Samuel, and I in our broadcast coverage, the keys to victory. To be able to hoist the milk and the Borg Warner Virtual Trophy for the Major Series and American Sportsman Circuit here at the virtual Indianapolis Motor Speedway at the end of the 10th running of the greatest virtual spectacle of iRacing. I will say this, Justin and Samuel. I think it's be patient and try to avoid the big one. Just as much as we talk about it, usually in Cup and Truck and the ARCA coverage of iRacing of our other broadcasts, I would say the same thing can be here for this 33-car field for Open Wheel Warriors. Be patient, try to avoid the big one, and only have that one fast repair. You got to use it wisely. Samuel, we see that as well as Justin on Northwest and Sim 500 competition. I think that is my key to victory of who in deciding who will be in victory lane. Samuel, what have you got in elaborating your second key to victory?
Yeah, second key, make the needed changes like tires and fuel load, as well as your weight jacker. Because Justin was covering a race that earlier in that of the European Pros, where it was about fuel and making the strategy calls. I think that's going to be the big thing for these drivers. But that weight jacker, it gives the drivers abilities to change. If you bump up the weight jacker, allows you to have a little bit more turn in when you've got that arrow push of drivers in front of you. And also, if you dumb it down, you get a little bit of turn in, and it allows the drivers to really have that change on the fly, as well as when do you want to take tires? Maybe you don't later on. That's going to be a big focus for themselves. And speaking of focus, Justin, you got key number 3.
You have to stay focused if you want to be able to win at this racetrack tonight. 500 miles is a long race with 5 to 6 pit stops projected, depending on how the cautions fly. One mistake can cost you a lot of time. To emphasize this from earlier, for the European Pro region, for example, drivers who end up getting tight, for example, in a common spot, the run out of turn one with a short shoot, making contact to the outside wall. This year, it's a mandatory damage repair through the damage model in iRacing, meaning if you hit the wall, your chances for victory may be done in a flash. You need to execute at every major moment. One mistake could see you go from being a contender for immortality to one of the drivers at the back of the pack in the end.
It should be exciting, and of course, those keys to victory are presented by LSRTV. I'm Wesley Outland. We have Samuel Dyer, Justin Prince alongside. This is the 10th running of the Major Series portion of the greatest virtual spectacle of iRacing, the Indy 500. Justin, Samuel. Okay, now Justin, I can't say it's not your first one because, I mean, hell, you did one earlier today. But for LSR-TV to have the opportunity to broadcast this event, this is, you know, I know Justin and Samuel, we did Daytona. We did the Daytona race earlier in the year in February. But I'm telling you, there's just something more special, Samuel, to do this big race here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway this afternoon.
Yeah, the full-length Indy 500 is always going to be something special. You think of that whole entire day. I mean, you've got Monaco for the F1 drivers, then you've got the Indy with that of the Indy 500, and then you've got NASCAR having their Coca-Cola 600 as well. I mean, you've got a ton of different racing action, and just to have the ability for the majors to allow us to cover this is always going to be special, seeing all the major events each and every round that we come to. But Wesley, like you've been harping on each and every week, this has been the one that we've circled. It's the big one, the crown jewel event of IndyCar racing. Some drivers, just to make it through bump day is a accomplishment of themselves. But for these drivers that made it to split one, this is a key. 200 laps, 500 miles of seeing if you can make it to the end of this race. And here's also some race information. And you talked about it there, you know, we got to see, Justin, about fuel. That's another thing that these drivers are going to be worrying about. And also that last no overtime.
Well, the key thing to mention with the no overtime, of course, when it comes to IndyCar racing in the real world, for the longest time, and since the beginning, when you have a caution in the closing stages, you have that risk of finishing under caution. The point of no return tonight, 3 laps to go, for reference at Indianapolis Motor Speedway on the sim. One fast repair is available for drivers if necessary, especially with the potential of the contact to the wall. Now, the major thing amongst that 500 miles, 200 laps is the fuel window. 28 laps is if you're at the front of the pack, going full out, no drafting help, and you potentially could burn a lot more fuel compared to those in the middle of the pack, for example. Comparing that to, of course, super speedway action, but even more so. That is a major play for some at the Brickyard. The 33 laps, the furthest you can typically go, but remember, if you utilize some of the different fuel maps, have it go green, don't be surprised based on the results earlier today, and drivers taking notes, saying, why not try and see if I can stretch at 35 laps to see if I can do the same and hope for a bit of strategy my way.
And remember, we talked about drivers that are on the Pro, American Sportsman, European, and the International circuit. Almost close to 500 drivers, Samuel and Justin, have attempted to try to make this race. Even though it's round 6 of the Major Series, it means so much more. You want to be the driver in victory lane when the greatest virtual spectacle of iRacing concludes this evening and be that top winner to cross the yard of bricks.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the biggest events the drivers all try to qualify for. I think Daytona might have been the biggest one this season besides Watkins Glen, which was the first round of the Major Series. This is just one of those races where drivers have really been trying to hone in all year to just set up for this, as this is an open setup league. So these drivers are able to make the adjustments throughout this whole entire race and also prior to coming into this venue. And that's going to be another thing of how these drivers have set up these vehicles to try to attach with the long run and the short run. A lot of these different races that have been ran, the international races, like Justin said, were run early Saturday morning. I got a glimpse of watching the pro side of that and seeing it was kind of a caution-filled race. And then the European side, Justin got to cover the first ever non-yellow thrown, non-caution thrown race for the Major Series at Indy 500. But on the flip side, the Sportsman's was a pretty caution-filled event. We don't know what we're going to see here for this Sportsman Split 1 for the Americas. All we know is it's going to be a spectacular race to watch.
A little more information on the event details besides what was posted there on your race information. Indianapolis, of course, this is for drivers eligible with a season pass holder license. 200 laps, 500 miles. Of course, there is single file restarts, no lucky dog. No green-white checker, meaning no overtime. Incident cap is at 26 before the B-ball black flag is established and given. Minimum practice laps are 50. Yes, that's right. They are literally controlling how many laps you can practice. The starting lineup will be 33 drivers. 33 drivers in the target split. And your qualifying average, as you just saw in bump day and second round qualifying to make it to those final 8 spots, was 4, just like next Saturday and Sunday when they qualify for the 106th running of the real greatest spectacle in racing, the Indianapolis 500-mile race. Justin, Delara IR-18, those are the Indy cars, the prototypes that these drivers are going to be occupying. For somebody that be new to iRacing or IndyCar on LSRTV, explain to them what an IndyCar and Delara is.
Well, when it comes to the Delara IR-18, that is the spec chassis when it comes to IndyCar action in the real world today, where drivers in those respective teams have that chassis as their framework to compete with their various engine packages and so forth. When it comes to these types of cars, there are several major tools you can use throughout the day to be able to make adjustments. First, you have the ability with the fuel maps to go from fuel map 1, which is full out. Maps 2 through 5 are to save fuel. You have a couple different maps if there's restarts with different throttle patterns, and then there's a fuel map for when you're doing pace laps. Then you have what's called the bar, also known as the weight jacker, where drivers can adjust how loose and how tight that weight jacker can make your car feel. The dangerous layer of that, though, if you go too far and make it too loose, don't be surprised to see someone loop it off a turn 2 or turn 4 and slam hard in the inside wall. Then there's the front and rear ARB that drivers have the ability to adjust as well. Those different weight distributions can help that distribution in either the front of the car for the front ARB or with the rear. You can make it to where you have that personal adjustment to what your setup is for today. And you mentioned the minimum laps drivers are required to have as part of the pre-qualification process. Many competitors turn laps to be able to prepare for tonight. Michael Berta turned more than 2,800 laps in preparation alone. Some of the drivers you'll see tonight, like David Clawman and Robert Covey, put in more than 900 to make sure they were ready to go when the green flag flies from the Brickyard.
But basically that 50 laps is what's basically enforced as per se you reach those final hours You must have 50 practice laps put in through the sessions for the major series to make sure you validate that you've put in the preparation. Holy cow, Samuel Dyer. They've made over 3,000 laps around this track. Let's go 200 more, shall we? And this time it means something.
Well, here's the thing. There's some drivers, this practice that is coming to a conclusion. We're now in our final 6 minutes before we get to racing action here for our 200 laps. There's some drivers in here that have already put over 100 laps into practice just in this 2.5-hour practice session, just showing they want to be dedicated, they want to get set up for this race, but it's certainly they are getting the sensation of we want to be prepared for any scenario.
Well, the stage is set. We're 5.5 minutes to the running of the 10th edition of the Major Series presented by Majors Garage. This is the American Sportsman program. And by the way, more information about Majors Garage. You need an iRacing setup. 60-plus iRacing car setups are available thanks to Majors Garage. To sign up, click the link in chat now or in the broadcast description. And of course, the Majors Garage, longtime presenting sponsor of the Majors Series. And of course, as always, if you would love to follow our broadcast coverage on our YouTube, we'd love for you to do something for us, and that's hashtag LSRTV. Tweet your seat. Let us know how you're enjoying the 10th virtual Indy 500. As a matter of fact, Samuel, Justin, I just sent my selfie to Mr. Charles Wooten. Hashtag LSRTV. Tweet your seat. Let everybody know how you're settling in, whether you're kick back, relax on the recliner, on the couch, got the dog in your lap, watching on the big screen TV, watching on the laptop at work, Samuel, Justin, somehow, some way, we want to see how those race fans of masses are enjoying the virtual Indy 500 here tonight.
Yeah, it's always been fun to kind of watch and see how all the drivers have, having fans, having family members watching, and how do we interact with those that are watching tonight's venue and race here tonight. 4 minutes left in practice, though, Wesley. We're getting closer and closer to the start of here tonight.
Countdown mode, Justin. The butterflies have got to be settling, but then for some other drivers, those butterflies are about to just be in full emotional overhang whenever we get ready to drop the green flag.
Especially for those coming over from bump day qualifying to make sure they got into this running of the Indianapolis 500-mile race for the Major Series. Those drivers, not a lot of turnaround time, so to speak, to be able to make sure they're back into the race seat, into race mode for the 200 laps on the docket. And it's important to note that the weather conditions shuffled about throughout the day. And here's the thing when it comes to the race session. Those conditions different compared to what you may have faced in qualifying. The air temperature much lower compared to earlier races, for reference, down to 69 degrees Fahrenheit. The wind not as gusty either. Earlier in the European Pro, for reference, it was more than 15 miles an hour on average. The track temperature with the mostly cloudy and partly cloudy skies today, don't be surprised if that swings back and forth too, Wesley. It's down to 98 degrees Fahrenheit for the time being. The high expected to be around 120 for the track temperature, and the more hotter it gets, the harder it is to pass.
There will be 33 drivers that will be vying to take the green flag here tonight at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, of course, in the 10th American Sportsman edition of the Major Series Indy 500. Again, you mentioned the weather, Samuel. We'll talk about it, or Justin. Dynamic weather conditions in the virtual sim today. It is a green flag at 12 p.m. Indiana time with, of course, partly cloudy skies. And the wind speed at 5 miles an hour, air temp at 74, atmosphere at 40, and track state 100%. What does track state mean as we're closing in, if you will, the 2-minute warning to the greatest virtual spectacle of iRacing, Justin, in Indianapolis?
To quickly summarize it, 100% track state is pretty simple. You've put in a lot of rubber on the circuit. The more rubbered in the track gets, the more higher that percentage will go. You have it at 0%, it's a green racetrack. You have it 100, you'll see a lot of marbles and a lot of rubber. These drivers have laid down to be able to maximize some of the grip when you go green flag racing here tonight.
Should be an exciting time. Samuel, what do you think's going through these drivers 90 seconds before we grid for the Indy 500?
I mean, I'm watching the drivers there in practice right now. You got half the field still trying to put some lap times down, just trying to get those last couple of, reps in before we get rolling. The other half, they're sitting, they're relaxing, getting their last little sip of water, maybe going to the bathroom, recognizing this could be a long race, anywhere from 2.5 hours to 3, maybe even 3.5 hours could be the length of this race. It matters on how many cautions we have. So drivers just trying to calm down, get set. But I think once we get this first green flag, the first couple of laps is truly going to give us the tone center on how drivers really want to adapt and if they're going to be throwing their race away immediately.
I have hyped this race up for probably the last 90 days, and finally it is here. Wow, time flies by. We're 30 seconds away for these final drivers to work across the yard of bricks, make whatever final adjustments are needed, and get ready to grid as 33 virtual members of Open Wheel Fraternal Order to Go Fast are ready to giddy up and gallop around the 2.5-mile Indianapolis Motor Speedway virtual sim. Thanks to iRacing for this awesome event. 500 miles, 200 laps. We've got to pace ourselves just as much as those drivers have to as well. And it is almost that time as this final warm-up practice session has finally eared. They're finally 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1. That's it. Checkered flag for the final time in a warm-up session, and they're about to grid for the 10th running of the American Sportsman Indy 500. And the field will get set. We will be ready to go here at Indianapolis. Now, are we going to go 3x3x3, or do they just go 2x2? That's the question. This is all new to me here, Samuel and Justin.
Yeah, it's going to be going 2 by 2. The grid primarily was already set before these drivers got loaded in. The top 25 that did not have to do the bump set, they're looming, they're ready. And Wesley, it's time to get gridded up.
Well, this is what we'll do. 11 by 11 by 11, shall we? Here we go. On the pole, Bryson Schutte will start on for the Indy 500, the 002 to the outside. The points leader, Nathan Medina. Row 2 will find Spencer Todd in the number 18 to the outside. Andrew Kotska, the 047. Row number 3 tonight will find Cody Richardson, the 064. David Gargaro Jr. in the 4. Row 4, the field rolling. Richard McLaurin, 84. Robert DeLoach in the 235. And the top 10, Daniel, Salim, Howard, Michael Lane in 62.
Then in row number 6, we got that of Greg McEnany as well as that of Stephen Paulison to his outside. Row number 7 going to be giving us that of Michael Chin as well as Maurice Gilmillion in the 444, as well as going to be seeing that of Jay Shellington and that of Mark Reddick is going to be in that of row number 8. Row 9 going to be that of Robert Covey as well as that of Thomas Klaus. Going to be finishing up our top 20. It's that of Carl Burke and James Dean in the 06.
Two of the teammates from UDocs will start alongside 21st, 22nd, Joseph Holman and Matt Gelder. Then it's Nick Horvath starting in 23rd. He'll start alongside Chris Yadio. Then behind them, one driver did miss the start, the 55 of Murphy Nichols with technical issues. He'll be starting originally alongside Sebastian Jackson. These are months the bump drivers from here on out. Arnie Ludwig starts alongside Brian Schreibner. Then rounding up the top 30, Gerard Gilbert, Doug Buchanan Wesley.
And the rest of the lineup includes drivers that made it into the 8 from Group A of bump qualifying. Andy Spicer, Don Dolson, and finally Patrick Steen. 0.001 thousand to make it in to this edition. They're at the west end of the speedway. The pace car lights are off. We're ready to find out who will be able to survive this endurance of man and virtual machine. Pace car settles in from the west end of the speedway to turn number 4. It's 200 grueling laps here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The flagman awaits the time to wave the green flag. We're set for 33 drivers to kick off the 10th annual greatest virtual spectacle of iRacing. The 10th Indy 500 for the Major Series is underway. Samuel into turn number 1.
And it's going to be Bryson Schutte taking the lead, but watch out for second place. It's going to be that of Nathan Medina losing just one position to Spencer Todd. And Todd, who was the points leader lap coming into the last round, came out. He's not. He's looking for a little bit of speed onto the backstretch. Jocelyn's going to happen, but already single filing out here, Justin.
Top 2 evolve off the launch. Medina shuffled quickly to 3rd. All the drivers settling in towards the bottom line. Through the short chute towards 3 and 4 to the exit of turn 4. A clean start for the front runners off the corners.
Conga line single file as they work off turn number 4. Nobody jumps out of line. Everybody stays in the top 5. And the lanes cross the yard of bricks. Lap number 1. Schutte leads lap 1. 1:99 to go. They're in turn number 2.
Already issues for drivers further back. That of Robert Covey got into the outside wall into turn 3 to 72. First driver into pit road. And that of Murphy Nichols never hit the course. Only 32 drivers going to be racing here tonight.
And as you notice, there's a lot of toe-in tire damage on the right front, and the right wing, the right front wing is gone as he slides into his pit stall, overshoots his pit stall now. The race continues on as you're on board now with Cody Richardson from the right ring camera here in the opening laps at Indianapolis as we work lap 2 on the board.
Let's go down in turn number 1. Still watching Richardson. Going to be a little bit further back in 5th place, but certainly the speed is here for this team. Richards looking for a strong run. Obviously, some of these drivers, they are looking for some of their first top 5 finishes of the season. For that of Cody Richards, he's looking for that for sure. But for now, Justin, we keep it clean and green, even though Covey's coming out of pit road.
Coming through 3 and 4 once more, the top 2 trying to set up a breakaway. Critical to be able to set up your strategy from the get-go. The teammates 1-2, pull away by 6/10 down the front.
Across the yard of bricks, here they come. Back to the start-finish line. It's Schutte leading Todd Medina, the points leader. There you see the interval, 1-2 seconds as they're right now wing to wing. Working off the tail tank is now Todd. He works into the west to east end of the speedway off of turn number 2. Still no change in the opening 5 laps.
And Justin, you covered that European Pro split. And this is looking, I watched a little bit from my end, but this is looking pretty similar. At what point do you think these drivers are thinking it's time to save that fuel?
Right from the get-go is the critical mark. If you want to play big picture, you need to start setting it up from lap 1, turn 1, to think about that mark, especially for those who might be dialed into the VR headsets throughout the day, Wesley.
And this is the battle cam. We're on board with the driver of the number 12 of Shallington. He is currently in the number 15th position. That is, of course, McInerney. Correction, that's actually McInerney in the 35 in the 12th position as the field works their way off of turn 2 down the back straightaway. He's at speed. He's up in top gear at 5. The light bulbs are flashing. He's up to 6th gear now as he heads to the west end of the speedway, jumping into 3.
See how much the visuals come on into play, that intensity, and making sure at the same time you're not getting the aero wash effect, going wheel to wheel and getting too tight. He tries the different lines for the front.
As drivers going down. Wesley, just want to give an update that Chris Yedio had come in for an unexpected pit entry, the 27. Second driver to have to use their fast repair in the first 5 laps.
That is too early for a driver like Yedio, one of the guys that we normally watch a lot in the contention of the major series here. And right now, thanks for that update, Yedio now going to be mired all the way in the back. But remember, that one fast repair. When do you use that, Justin? When is the safe time to use that here? Not 6 laps into the Indy 500 for sure.
It's a dangerous time to use it because of how much that damage could become prevalent later on if you get more damage. Especially if you hit the wall again. You hit the wall again from here on out as a result of the quick fast repair usage. You're out of contention from this point forward. And Sam, as they go to the short shoot in 1 and 2, looking strong for the 1-2 cars.
Yeah, right now, really seeing this evolved Sim Sports Academy team. They've been working together. These teammates always seem to be the fast drivers when you come to that of road courses. And for that of Bryson Schutte, he's going to be the driver who came off of the last race in the win, going to that of the 0-0-2. And he's looking to try to get his second win of the season. He's mired back in 34th in points, Wesley, but we're only in round 6. There's 14 rounds in total. His race isn't over.
Judy, Todd, Medina, Kotska, Richardson, the top 5, Gargaro, Deloach, McClare, Lane, and Paulison, all those drivers in the top 10, but nobody is jumping out to make any moves for position. It's Judy leading off the east end of the speedway off of turn number 2.
Down the back straightaway, the top 2 continue to play the strategy game. Andrew Kotska also trying to stay within that drafting range amongst the front grouping. The top 10 have started to pull away from the rest of the pack because in part, some of them in a bit of trouble in towards turn 3. A bit of shuffling amongst those cars. Macarena amongst those trying to settle it on in. The rest of that back grouping looking to fight it through 3 and 4 exit.
They continue to fight on, but Wesley got another update. Sebastian Jackson had to take a tow. That 287 who made it through the bump queue. He is in pit road and is looking to be done for a while.
Heartbreaking for some drivers in the early going, but still no harm, no foul, as we have not had a caution flag come out just yet. We are currently working lap number 10. Next time around here, 190 circuits to go in the 10th running of the Major Series American Sportsman Circuit of the Indianapolis 500-mile race. Shooting Todd Medina, Kotska Richardson to the west end out of turn number 3.
The corner rumbling themselves amongst themselves in the main groupings, looking to try and keep that draft. Also critical to strategize for this front stretch. Some of them looking to make moves down to the flag stand.
Down into turn number 1, side by side, and they're making these moves as dramatic as possible, trying to gain any position they can as these drivers all mired inside of that of the top 18, trying to figure out who can crack into the top 15, and this is really part of this race. Talked about it, Justin, on how the drivers need to start making their moves forward. They lost the lead pack, but strategy isn't over for themselves.
Monsto's really trying to plan things out of that pack. Carl Burke over the radio trying to indicate a few things. With a lot of the busy battling in this group, Howard loses ground up 4.
Here they come back down across to the yard of bricks now. 10 laps in, working lap 11 completed. Carl Burke, one of our drivers of the Northwest Racing Series Cup and Truck. Very different from a Cup or Truck car for an Indy car. Right now he settles in 16th as they work to the east end of the speedway off turn 2.
Down the back once more. Berg trying to zip his way ahead of the battles because Howard is on the decline. Horvath, he's on the aggression. He makes the move into turn 3 in the bottom. Trying to zip his way forward. Howard starting to struggle. Looking like his pace has dropped off like a brick. 9 spots back already.
And Wesley, want to give an update. Murphy Nichols, he missed the first 11 laps of this race. He is finally connected in the 55. Not the start that he wanted, but is trying to at least gain any points possible for that 55 team.
And this is heartbreaking because in this event for the virtual Indy 500, there is no lucky dog if a caution flag comes out. If he wants to get back into the hunt of things, he is going to have to fight and claw his way lap after lap and do some bold pit strategy to try to get back in this. So virtually, probably, hypothetically, his Indy 500 is done. It is Schutte leading the way. Todd Medina, Kotska Richardson as the 222 now. Working down in the top 20. That's Homan, Horvath, Dog Bear going at it with Homan down into turn number 1.
As these drivers going to be seeing that of Howard and also going to be seeing that of Eddie Ludwig this pass for 19th. As right now, that is going to be Daniel Howard losing ground. Watch out, here comes James Dean to the inside, trying to crack inside of the top 19. Is going to be that 75. Great pass positioning for themselves.
Keep in mind, when it comes to Howard, he's running up to 3 miles per hour slower down the straightaways. And that leads to the big picture question, is Howard thinking fuel strategy, more ground lost off 4?
Watching them as they work back across the start-finish line. It just seems like this race just started. We're already working 15 laps in. No change in the top 5 as this battle heats up for position. There's the leaders, Schutte and Todd working off the back straightaway. It is those 3 cars along with Medina. Good points run for number 2. They are in their own world in the early going, Samuel.
Yeah, they really are in their own, and a lot of spacing for the drivers up front as yours are coming across the bricks for the drivers.
I love it.
And again, to see the speed as they're just flying by, going over 230 miles per hour on the straightaway, 233 maximum speed, sometimes 234 at times.
Oh, yeah.
But these drivers starting to space out for themselves and already trying to play some mind games potentially here, but Schutte has got to be careful. We're halfway through this stint.
And Justin, you've got to remember also, we're on a 2.5-mile track, which is the same size of Daytona or even Talladega at 2.66 miles for a cup or a truck car, like we see normally for iRacing on LSRTV. But I would recommend very intently, and I think you'll emphasize on this and elaborate, you cannot draft with an Indy car like you do with a cup or truck, or you will literally set yourself up for disaster.
You can't bump draft with an Indy car, first of all, because it's very easy to shut off the front wing if you make contact with somebody's rear gearbox or rear wing. Second, it takes plenty of laps on the ovals to set things ahead, because you need to be able to try and get a slingshot move. Here's the tough part, but the arrow wash in the corners. With Go Million, he'll show the perfect example in the Forge machine. You get yourself lined up wheel to wheel too much, forces you to lift, you lose ground as a result of that tightness. You need to be able to try different lines, second line, third line, to get clean air, to actually get the draft to fully utilize for the pass.
As the driver's going down into turn number 1, riding on board with that 044, comes into this race for Maurice Gomillion. Going to be 6th in points for himself of the overall American Sportsman Series. Top of the board for the Legends, and I got to say, for that Maurice Gomillion, feeling good because you can add even more top of the boards as his team, that of seeing the drivers from the Forge, PC Racer, Sports One, top of the board overall, and it's just because of the consistency for this 044 and the team as a whole. Wesley, this has been kind of the big thing for these drivers, watching them, is how is the end of the race going to look? Because we've seen Evolve Sims Sports Academy. They've looked strong early, but it's been the end of the races where they've struggled.
Believe it or not, we're about to close in on just 50 miles of this event where they hit lap number 20. And for the first time, Justin Prince tonight, some cloud cover settling in over the speedway as the drivers work their way down the back straightaway to the west end of 3.
The more clouds there are, the cooler this track likely dips in quickly. Go Million might be amongst those who might be considering that. And for some competitors, it's about those temperatures in their preparation. Do they practice in hot conditions, cold conditions? average conditions. All that matters to be able to be quick here.
As drivers running here and where they're at, I mean, talking about conditions, we actually get to pop up and see what the weather's like because it has changed a lot. Even during qualifying and practice, it's all been different. But the big thing for weather that I'm curious about is the wind. It's starting to climb just slightly, which means when it's getting windier, those clouds are moving, and here comes the sunshine.
Look at the bottom right of the monitor. You just saw the ambient temperature at 69. The track temperature is now picked up to 104 degrees as we're approaching 50 miles in to this opening 100 laps of 500 miles in the 10th running of the greatest virtual spectacle of iRacing, the American Sportsman Indy 500 for the Major Series. They're off into turn number 2.
Off through the short chutes and through the corners, once again setting themselves in the midst of the pack. You're looking along as things settle in for Robert DeLoach in the 7th position, trying to keep himself to the tail end of the draft of David Gargaro Jr. 6th and 7th, working a bit together. DeLoach using a bit of a different line. Let's go triple screen, shall we? On the different portion of the racetrack through 3 and 4.
3 different camera angles of possibly a different action going on, and maybe even 3 different angles of one opportunity happening as DeLoach is on the big screen. Then you've got on the bottom left and the bottom right more great action going on as they cross the yard of bricks. Some others are going on across the start-finish line as they head to turn number 1.
Going into turn number 1 and showing all these drivers all the different camera views and all the different battles of drivers battling with one another. Want to give an update for more drivers further back. Matt Gelder going to be the first driver to really come into pit road here early in the going on lap 20. It's a little different strategy from that 69 crew. Could be thinking about a couple of extra stops could be made for himself.
That's something we'll keep an eye on as you're seeing these triple cameras, you're seeing onboard cameras, so many great things going on. Hey, by the way, we are 50 miles in to the first 100 miles of 500 for the Indianapolis 500-mile race. Let's give you your top 10 as Bryson Schutte leads. Spencer Todd up 1 position from 3rd to 2nd. Nathan Medina has fell back from the outside pole to now 3rd. Andrew Kotska, Cody Richardson the top 5. Then it's David Gargaro Jr., Robert DeLoach, who we were just showing on the broadcast, Richard McClure, Michael Lane, and from the Northwest, Stephen Paulison, the top 10 as there's your leaders working the west end of the speedway. Justin Prince to you in turn 3. Actually, Samuel, they're heading back to you in turn 1.
Yeah, and right now they are doing such a fabulous job running currently where our leaders are at, just maximizing teamwork. And especially this is helping for that Spencer Todd for the long run. He's really going to be able to utilize this draft, save the fuel as that of Bryson Schutte going to be the driver, really utilizing and braking the air, meaning he is fully maximizing his fuel. He's going to be burning up the most of the drivers ahead. You got the draft that helps you out, and for the drivers up front, they are certainly going to be putting on the pressure. But looking further back, I got to say, I'm surprised. Daniel Sullivan, that of Howard, he has lost 17 positions, and he's all the way back to 26th right now.
And this has been a massive decline. Something has to be wrong with Howard's car to him having a 1.5 second lap loss at the moment. Howard absolutely going the wrong way. The average speed right now in the 41 second bracket, Wesley, his is in the 42 second bracket.
And Daniel Howard, something amiss on the 74. We've got our broadcast crew around the racetrack giving us intel and information of what might be amiss on that Dog Bear Racing entry, but nonetheless, he still continues to lose speed. However, Samuel, he still tries to maintain speed down the straightaway. As right now, we keep an eye on him. We also now go to the number 89, working his way around the racetrack. All of this action going on. This is inside the top 25. With another Dog Bear Racing entry of Daniel Howard, and just a moment ago, the number 89 machine, and that was, of course, Mr. Patrick Stein, who literally made it in to the final starting spot of the 10th Indy 500 for the American Sportsman, Samuel, by 0.0001. There's Don Olson, Team Howler Racing. He's in 27th, and everybody's just riding the conga line around the world's greatest race course in the opening go of 50 miles.
Yeah, and these drivers are going to be a little bit concerned, though. They have dropped off on their pace. They're starting to equal out with what our leaders are putting down. They're over this group that we're watching. over that of 20 to 22 seconds off of what our leaders are. That gap is massive. That's a lot of ground that they've got to make up here, Justin.
That's plenty of ground for many of these competitors. That's the tough thing. If you haven't gotten that pace down and that preparation down, you have those massive checkups, you go backwards and then some. It's why qualifying is so critical for this event. Yes, you can, if you use good strategy and have a good car, cut through the pack, especially on short runs. But you need to be quick in terms of those passes. You take too much time, you lose the time.
Coming across the start-finish line now with the yard of bricks here at Pagoda, here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We're working out lap number 27 of 200 in the opening go of now 60 miles into this race of the first 100 miles. It's 200 laps, 500 miles, a long way to go. Remember, lap number 40 is the first 100 miles of this event. And again, this will be exciting, crazy, treacherous watching here. They're right now, I believe, Samuel, pacing theirself, and that's honestly what we need to do. And I believe in the next 10 laps, we're settling ourselves into green flag pit stops as well.
Yeah, we're starting to get a lot closer to those pit stops, and as well, when you come into pit stops, it is the chance of seeing drivers make carnage and contact with one another with the different strategies they're going to be thrown out. Hey, if you want to be interactive, we've already talked about how you can tweet out your seat so you could we could see where you're watching, but also we got to poll up in the chat. Do you think we're going to see a caution in the first 50 laps? The trends have shown of all the previous Indy 500s here at the majors that we usually do. Will that continue here today?
I just voted myself, and I said no. So right now, 67% say no as well. Justin Prince is up in Canada. Samuel Dyer is in California. I'm Wesley Outland in North Carolina. We're scattered all over the country along with these virtual drivers in the 10th Indy 500. And Bryson Schutte making a pit stop here before anybody else does. What a strategy, Justin Prince, as he's in front of you.
And in front of you as well in terms of the pagoda and passing by it. Here's the major thing. If you have the clean air, it's the risk.
Oh,
caution is out. Turn 3. It's Matt Gelder. Slow in the middle of turn 4 exit. We're under caution for the first time today. Gelder hits the rumble strips of turn 3 exit and spins it around in 4.
Well, anybody that was in the betting and saying no, myself as well, shame on you. It's the announcer Jinx. Caution out for Gelder for the first time in the virtual Indy 500. It happened on the west end of the speedway. Justin in front of you in turn 3.
And take a look at the replay. Watch how low, once we get to this point where you see Gelder run along the white line. And the tough thing is you run too low, you hit some rumble strips at the very edge of the pavement. It causes the slide and the spin up the track. He slows down to the point where it's enough to trigger the caution with the next pack of cars passing on by. And we're under yellow as a result, Wesley.
Samuel, you got to think that Gelder was making an attempt, I believe, to drop down to the bottom of the apron from the west end of the speedway to make an attempt to come to pit road. We're on board, though, with Matt Gelder. Let's see. No. Oh, my goodness, no. He just lost control of the car. Oh, my goodness, I stand corrected. He just lost it. He went below the apron.
This has been kind of a mistake that's been shown for majority of these major series, Indy 500 races, through the internationals, through the European races. Drivers trying to get as much speed as possible. They try to pull it down as low, but that white line showing the indication of where the apron to the racetrack surface, and if you get below it, you're going to get loose, get out of control like we saw there by Gelder. But here comes the field. It's pit stop time.
So the caution coming out for Matt Gelder out of Onalaska, Washington for the first time for the 38-year-old, and his machine is damaged. Here comes everyone else now. This changes everything. Obviously, we saw the man come to the pits first of Mr. Bryson Schutte, but now, Justin, was that good or bad? Because now everyone else is pitting a lap after him.
If anything, Wesley, the timing of that was near perfect, possibly for Schutte.
Right?
He got absolutely lucky. That happens half a lap later. He's a lap down. He was still at the end of the tail end of the lead lap at the top of the caution and is now in position to still be the leader. So long as Michael Lane elects to come back down as he missed his pit stall. Schutte does get ahead of everybody else who just came in here.
And remember, Schutte was one of those drivers that seriously was just dominating up in the first half of the race here as the caution comes out. Remember, we messed up. Whoever voted 50%, oh my goodness, it was 50-50, guys. 50% said yes and 50% said no. So it was kind of an even split, if you will. The caution out for the first time in the Major Series. American Sportsman running to the 10th annual Indy 500 presented by Majors Garage. And Justin, can you elaborate more with us here on our broadcast coverage to let us know what we're raising money for, and of course about Cure LGMD21 for muscular dystrophy?
Your LGMD2I in particular is the charity being represented by the Major Series for this round. Amongst disqualified in its pre-qualifying process, those funds usually go the way of charity. In this case, Cure LGMD2I, which is in support of research to find a cure for limb-girdle muscular dystrophy type 2I, which is essentially a progressively debilitating disease caused by the weakness in muscle wasting, mainly in the shoulder and hip areas. And their funds have raised more than 850,000 of them for research towards programs and various different treatments to help find said treatment for LGMD2I. And last March in particular, earlier this year, there were different plans and different treatments in the testing phases, in the trial phases specifically, which showed very strong results. So the results of those donations and the research efforts are starting to become very fruitful. It's getting close. But of course, a lot of work to be done still.
Got a couple of our tweet your seats. Look at this. I like that. I like that camera angle there from somebody. Hey, there's me! In the broadcast booth, ready to go on play-by-play along with Justin Prince Samuel Dyer. Samuel, I'm ready to see some of your tweets as well. Come on, guys. How are y'all tweeting in California and, of course, in Canada? Definitely. Some of the camera angles.
I mean, sometimes I just put the letter to the bird and I just let him fly away. You never know if he's going to get there in time by the end of the race.
What did you say?
I mean, sometimes I give my letter to the bird and I just hope it gets to the internet one of these days. I don't know if it's going to make it to the end of the race.
Of course, he's talking about Twitter, everybody. And remember, don't forget the hashtag as the bird flies away and flocks for feathers at LSRTV, and, of course, on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram as well. You can follow me at Wesley Outland on Twitter. Samuel, you've got a weird handle, but let everybody know how they can follow you if they are pretty good at the alphabet.
Hey, if you would like to join, we got ourselves the ABCs with at WATTWYER. That's Wattwire. It's an old gamer tag. I just love it's something I took from when I was a child, and I haven't changed it yet.
And of course, Justin, how can they follow you, buddy, up in Canada?
Simple, Justin P Sports to be able to follow on social media, but I believe these drivers are ready to follow the leader to the green.
They certainly can interact with us as we're getting ready to close in on the first 100 miles of the greatest virtual spectacle of iRacing here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. They come across the yard of bricks. They take the green flag. Remember, when the pace car pulls in, the lead car has the opportunity to set sail above from anyone else. They're off to turn number 1 and 2. Bryson shooting. We got a big wreck on the front straightaway. Massive cars have crashed in the back of the pack. You're starting to see some of the tattered debris flying through the air now come to a rest as several cars right here below the pagoda at the yard of bricks have crashed. And just as fast, Justin and Samuel, as we went to the green flag restart, we've got calamity here at Indianapolis on lap number 33.
And I'm not sure what to say. Let's take a look at the Pulse Pump presents the replay because...
Props to Charles Wooten, our production and director, for staying with this camera angle, Justin. Oh, my goodness. Samuel, look at this. Nowhere to go.
Yeah, this is all going to stem. Here's the aftermath, but it starts with the 89, Patrick Stain. He's going to be that first driver who's going to be making the issue on this restart as we see these drivers. But watch out for this 89. He just gets ready to roll, tries to jump the restart, and that gets everyone else not knowing where to go, and calamity begins.
The 89, Justin Will hopped over him, and then the 74 and the 80 just got collected. They had nowhere to go as well as they were collected. Daniel Celine Howard, as well as the 80 of Timothy Clowes, and we got another clip of it. Look at the damage on his car.
Absolutely destroyed, and here's the crazy thing amongst that. First of all, it was indicated to drivers that for them in these restart sequences, give 0.2 seconds of space to your competitors for the green. But the major thing you've seen towards the back end of that replay, Mark, is you had Gerard Gilbert, who, as soon as the green flag waved, said, okay, I'm going to try and make some moves. And it was not a good move whatsoever. and the rest of those who were following his lead slammed right into the mixture of things. As a result, one of the biggest events has one of its biggest wrecks of the day so far, with plenty of competitors having to use the fast repair, and some of them may have been the fast repair gain already as a result of the earlier attrition.
Well, so much for trying to mimic that European-style race that went caution-free. That has not happened. We already had problems on the west end of the speedway, and on the restart, a multi-car accident involving some big names, including worse for wear. Samuel, what a tough break for Patrick Stein. Remember, he was that driver that made it into the final starting spot from bump qualifying by 0.0001 thousandths at the line in qualifying, and now it just goes up in smoke. However, fret not. He does have a fast repair, but is it just not good 35 laps in to use it, my friend?
Yeah, it really isn't. And for that of Stein, as well as that of James Dean, both had to take a tow, so they are still waiting to get to pit road before they can even use their fast repair. A driver that already used their fast repair could be done for the night. That of Daniel Howard, who was struggling in the first portion of this race, had gotten early damage, fallen all the way back. Well, he's now back in 32nd position and in a precarious spot where he actually could be finishing last if he can't get this car rolling.
Well, the caution is out over the speedway, of course. We're 5 laps from being in 100 miles in. Justin, your take of the first 80 miles or so of this race. It's been pretty interesting, I must say so.
It's been extremely interesting, especially with the various strategies in some of the cases we've seen, well, that were starting to take place until attrition started to come into play. But also just how some of the drivers are handling the restarts, because that's the thing you have to consider. Have you practiced that restart? Have you figured out how to time it up? How will you try and get yourself spots off said restarts? You mistime it by 1 second, you've seen the results. The preparation matters, and as we've seen for some, the nerves absolutely have to be settling in for a few who might be done for the day and or have already used their fast repair and have to take required damage repair again to be able to try and salvage anything from this mark.
Lights have gone off on the pace car. Let's give you a quick rundown real quickly as we are closing in on 100 miles in to the 10th Indy 500 here with 400 miles to go. Bryson Schutte the lead, Spencer Todd is second, Nathan Medina third, Cody Richardson is fourth, Andrew Kotzka the top 5. David Gargaro Jr. is sixth, Robert Deloach is seventh, Michael Chin is eighth, Greg McKinney is ninth, Maurice Gomillion is 10th, and Stephen Paulison, the first 11, top 11 here in Indianapolis, Samuel.
Then Jay Shellington's going to be in 12th without a Carl Burke. Mark Redeker going to be in 14th. 15th goes that of Ernie Ludwig, with that of Richard McClure going to be in that 16th, with Holman in 17th. Harvath going to be in 18th. Shelvard going to be in 19th, with that of seeing Doug Buchanan finishing out your top 20.
Then Don Dolson's in 21st. Andy Spicer currently 22nd. Michael Lane and Gerard Gilbert, the last cars to lead lap of North. Gilbert did get a passing under yellow, well as passing to the left during that sequence before the line, so he has a black flag in sim. Then you have Yatio in 25th, first car lap down. Timothy Clausen 26th. Gelder, Govey, Dean, Jackson the top 30. Stein currently amongst those who have just finished 4 minutes of repairs, 2 laps down with Howard. Nichols is 10 laps down in 33rd.
Working to the west end of the speedway, the lights are off on the pace car. We prepare now for the second restart of the 10th running of the greatest virtual spectacle of iRacing here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The lights on the pace car again have diminished the field. We'll see that pace car make the left-hand turn, and the leader now will patiently wait down to the flag stand as it'll be 36 laps completed as we're about to approach 100 miles. They cross the yard of bricks. They flash under the flag stand. Green flag back in the air, and the leaders now at speed, rip-roaring into turn number 1 and 2, and it's going to be Schutte, Todd Medina, the top 3, and they work to the short shoot-off too.
Yeah, and right now for that of Bryson Schutte, with the fact that he pitted right when that yellow struck, he's going to be about a lap shy from everyone else in leading this race. This could be a struggle here, Justin, if he continues to be our leader from here on out.
Trouble down the back straight away, though. There was contact for Ludwig down the front. He is massively slow. Another car, and Gilbert is serving the black flag at the same time. But for Ludwig, he may have been hit through the starting box, and now he's running 205 miles an hour with massive rear wing damage through 4.
Might be problems for Ludwig's car. He currently sits in the number 19 position. However, the yellow flag is not displayed. A full course caution will not happen as Ludwig's car comes down to the pit lane. He might need a fast repair on lap number 38, Sammy D.
Yeah, I went back and relooked. It was Richard McClure that was the driver that ran into Ludwig. That front wing looking all right for Leclerc in the 84, but for now, all the drivers, they continue to race on, but Ludwig, of course, needed to come to pit road, has a fast repair if needed, but most likely this is going to be a day that he hoped could have been a little bit higher.
It is Shooty still continuing to be the man that leads the way here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the driver out of Uxbridge, Ontario, Canada for Evolve Sim Sports at 26 years old. He is the man leading right now on board here with the right front wing camera. Look at how close that camera angle is, and this is, I believe we're going.
It's 35 of Macarini we've seen earlier. Macaroni, I should say. And you see how sunny it's getting in his spot. That may factor a bit with the VR towards the edges of the headset. He's still focused on getting up to the next pack. He's lost Group 1.
And that is McInerney, who is currently in the 9th position. You're on board with him. You're seeing how comfortable he is in the sim. And Samuel, you see how he has that VR headset on, trying to wheel and deal around Indianapolis and currently in the top 10.
Yeah, and also rolling with what we call, a normal oval racing wheel, not a traditional IndyCar wheel, much wider radius that you're working with. So these drivers that use that wider wheel, they got to really muscle that steering wheel. If these cars ever get loose, that's going to be something for to watch out for that 35. But certainly some fans out there wanting to make sure that we see the 35 of Greg certainly have a good run here. As we look at some of the other drivers racing out up front, we're now starting lap of 41 for these drivers. Certainly starting to feel that pressure of how this field is kind of adapting after those two incidents back to back. It's kind of changed up how the drivers want to react here.
And we have also just passed 100 miles here in the 10th running of the Majors Series, American Sportsman Circuit of the Indy 500, presented by Majors Garage. Still 400 miles to go as Shooty is the man out in front, taking advantage of a strategy. Justin Prince to pit right before a caution. It is working in his favor as he works to the west end of the speedway, now out of turn 4.
Sam's end of the speedway, but to emphasize on that point, you don't technically plan for a caution flag to come out the second you come out of the pit lane. That was a big part of luck. And here's the thing when it comes to Indianapolis. You never know if Lady Luck will smile on you and give you that improbable time that can turn into an incredible moment. And in the case of Shooty, it's been that way. You look on screen at some of the drivers through turns 3 and 4, battle it out meanwhile, side by side, in the battle for 15th or so. That's Redeker having to shovel off a few of the lap cars, and Covey in particular.
Here comes the field working out past the yard of bricks down at the start-finish line as they settle in now for the first 100 miles completed. Now settling in here as Shooty, Todd, Medina, Richardson, along with Kotska. Now the next goal is to start to hit lap number 50, which would be a 125 miles of the Indianapolis 500-mile race here, presented by Majors Garage. And now all these drivers, willing and dealing, as you see on the top ticker, the entire interval distance from the leader as they work past the start-finish line. The leaders are into turn number 1.
Spencer Todd getting right on the back bumper of his teammate Bryson Shooty, and for Bryson, he certainly has just been in cruise control for himself, as this 002 has just been up front, leading practically every single lap except for when he came into pit road and the yellow struck for our first yellow flag. But right now, the teammates doing a great job trying to stay in front of Nathan Medina.
That gap right now, half a second for reference over Medina. The difference is the lines prevalent a bit. Todd continues to save a bit of gas, comes off a 4, looking strong. Behind them, several battles forming up, including some of the UDOX cars looking to recover. That is Holman, currently in the fight for 16th, trying to find a way to draft up the Redeker.
Still working their way back across that start-finish line now. whenever they come across some cars on the camera angles across the start finish on the bottom third of the right. Top of the one goes back down to the east end of the speedway. The lead cars now work into turn number 3, going to the west end of the racetrack. That's the interval. There's the second place man of Spencer Todd. You see him now in 5th gear. Light flashes. He's reaching up the RPMs of that Delara to hit the 6th gear as he works off turn 4 down to the start finish line. But Samuel, he just cannot seem to reel in Bryson Schutte as they go into turn 1.
Also, you're looking at how the drivers are shifting. They're going into 6th, down into 5th through the majority of this racetrack. And I think for right now, for Spencer Todd, he's comfortable where he's at. He's just working with that of Schutte and just letting this racing action battle against one another. And speaking of battles, that's what we're starting to see from our top right screen. That is the battling that's going on for the drivers in 12th position. McClure, that of Carl Burke, as well as that of Horvath, all on top of one another. And then that other camera that we're seeing, drivers further back in the field for that 20th position, is in our bottom right.
Mark Calmer in the 20th position. Carl Burke, though, give him credit, is up 6. Nick Horvath up 9 positions. In the same camp as the race leaders, they find a way to freight train down the front.
And you see the leaders now in these 3 different camera angles. There's on board again there. This is with the leader in the right. Watching him work his way around the racetrack. And this is on board with Carl Burke in the bottom right. As you see the leaders on the big part of the screen. Other great racing action happening. Look at the slide job, and of course, the crossover move down to the inside of the upper right camera. As you see that move and that change of position as the leaders now work across the start finish. Carl Burke trying to hold on to the race of his life as the field works off of the west end or the east end of the speedway off of turn number 2 now, Samuel.
Yeah, we had a good showing of how the drivers, especially on that helmet cam of Carl Burke, on the fact that these drivers, in a blink of an eye, you think that you're leading your group and you're in comfort, and then you got drivers on your outside and on your inside making these passes. As we go back to our leaders, it's all on that of Bryson Schutte, Spencer Todd, keeping this lead group as we're inching closer and closer to lap 50. We're coming into about 10 laps when that Bryson Schutte might have to come back to the pit road.
And there's Bryson Schutte, the man crossing the yard of bricks now. He sits into P1. Look at this camera angle. Holy cow, adjusted. What an awesome work on production. This is from the back of the tail tank wing of the leader Schutte, overlooking the man of Spencer Todd, trying to run him down. Feast or famine as they go to the west end of turn 3.
Off to the corner once more. Schutte continues to be this Pied Piper. Todd says thank you once more for the drive. Very content, it looks like, to save his fuel. Go a little bit further than his teammate, who continues to do all the work at the head of the pack down the front.
This time by, when they reach the start finish line, they'll be officially 1 lap away to officially 1/4 distance of the 10th running of the Major Series American Sportsman 10th Annual Indianapolis 500-mile race presented by Majors Garage. That's only 125 miles down, Samuel Dyer. There is still another 3/4 of this race remaining, and all these drivers have already had a couple of cautions in the early going, but for the moment, things have closed up and so they've actually calmed down, is what I was actually trying to say as they work into turn 3.
Yeah, I mean, they're calming down in some areas, others they're not. Still Horvath, as well as that of McClure, coming down into turn number 3 into the short chute. They are still hunting and hounding here, Justin.
Horvath, in fact, amongst those going with a bit of the snake in the defense. McClure losing ground in the dog bear machine. Carl Burke looks to regroup down the front amongst this pack as well.
And they work across the yard of bricks now. 125 miles are down. Let's take a look at the race summary so far in this race in the first 125 miles. There it is. 2 caution flags, 6 caution laps of course, 51 laps total. And there's only been like 2 lead changes. That's been it. And Samuel, for the most part, it's been all Bryson Schutte leading the 10th annual greatest virtual spectacle of iRacing.
Yeah, Schutte has just been dominating for now, but the question is still going to be looming. Is everyone else just playing a possum, or is it truly that raw speed? As a lot of these races, it's so long, 500 miles, 200 laps of just patiently waiting, as you see the drivers just roaring by that of the yard of bricks, just showing the blink of an eye. You're going to miss some of these drivers if you're just sitting in the stands.
And that's that awesome camera angle right there, Justin, just a few moments ago that, our people behind the scenes of Charles Wooten on production and directing this broadcast, along with Jeff Stabnow, Mason Hombaugh for live sim racing, iRacing coverage, have done to make this be a spectacle. It is a spectacle for the Major Series. It is a spectacle in real life. And we're doing the same thing for this iRacing broadcast for the first time ever, covering the American Sportsman Major Series Indy 500. A lot of cool bells and whistles along the way as we're 125 miles over in.
And that's one of the major things with the Major Series. It's a crown jewel when it comes to being able to find your way in victory lane in this series. Over the years, some of the biggest names in all of sim racing have won in this series, have won at this racetrack in this event, all the way back to when the regions focused in the Northwest primarily, towards then the Pacific Majors, and now to the Major Series across the globe. And that spread has seen many of the talent return time and time again. There's a saying, when it comes to this facility, with it being a tradition like no other, 400,000 strong usually make their way to this facility and all unite as one to cheer and watch history be made.
And you got to think also, Samuel Dyer, we cover a lot of iRacing broadcasts on LSRTV for short track racing or maybe Cup and Truck and ARCA, but we really never get a chance to see these Dallara, Honda, Indy cars, Chevrolets go at it. Man, I'm intrigued. That's why I said we really got to make this thing exciting, because this is a, if you will, a novelty, something that you really have not seen much of on LSRTV, but I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be May if we weren't covering an Indy 500 race, I feel like, here on LSRTV. It certainly feels good to be covering these Dallaras, and the fact that this race, 55 laps in, only 2 cautions that were pretty fluky in nature for the both of them, as we take a look at our aerial coverage presented by simracing.com, on the fact that these drivers still hunting and hounding throughout this field on how they want to attack one another. And currently, this is the battle for 5th.
And this battle for 5th goes on down across the back straightaway here into turn number, no, I'm sorry, across the yard of bricks. As again, that aerial coverage kind of changed up. This is a big racetrack here at the 2.5 mile Indianapolis Motor Speedway, as we see Andrew Kotska, Rob DeLoach battle for those positions. And now we fan back into those other drivers around the racetrack. Justin Prince, 125 miles in, your take of the opening quarter of the virtual Indy 500 of 2022.
It's had its craziness. It's had its strategies pop out. But those strategies, expect them to become prevalent soon, especially in, say, the fight for 5th. Lots of ground being lost in the battle with Kotska along with DeLoach and company. 3 wide down the front.
3 wide as they work their way across the start-finish line, and they're not going to be done yet. They had to back away the outside car. Lane does too, Samuel, as they work off the short shooting to turn number 2, and now they're back single file.
Yeah, back to single file. That was 3 wide, 2 drivers trying to get by lap traffic. That's Daniel Howard. That's the driver that's been losing ground dramatically. And Howard, he's just, the woes continue on here tonight. The speed just has not been there for the 74, but as the battle for 4th place continues to linger, Justin, I was looking at the ticker. It's really changed for our leaders. That is Spencer Todd. He's lost a lot of ground on that of Shooty.
Now headed down the front stretch. The main thing, Shooty has nearly broken the draft, Wesley.
Yeah, we're watching as I breaks the draft, as here comes down Shooty, trying so hard to hold on to that top spot, but the interval is closing down to close to 1 second or less than that. Spencer Todd trying everything he can to now try to use lap cars as a pick. Samuel Dyer, as he works to the back stretch to the west end of the speedway to 3.
He certainly is going to try any advantage that he can. It actually was a disadvantage with seeing that of Howard that has actually made this gap grow as big as it is. It was right there, Spencer Todd within 2/10 for the longest time. But now Todd and Medina, they're starting to close in, and these are the 2 drivers that I've got in my mind to watch out for. Spencer Todd 4th in points, Medina leading the points coming into here tonight. It's got to see how aggressive does Medina want to be, or is it all about strategy to make it to the end of tonight?
Across the start-finish line, that Dog Bear Racing entry trying to reel in on the driver of Bryson Shooty, Spencer Todd. and these other drivers. Don't count out Nathan Medina. Justin Prince, as he works off of turn number 2 down the back straightaway, heading to you to 3. He's also doing really well in just being consistent, staying within the crosshairs of the leader, but also doing what he needs to do to have a good points race, coming in as the leader off turn 3.
You're critical and important in regards to the 2 car. Currently towards the end of the track now. Still, Horvath amongst those who is one of the quicker cars on circuit, 12 seconds back to the challenge.
That's a big gap there for himself. And more on Medina. I mean, he is certainly the 2. Had a strong start to the season. Nathan Medina actually won the first race in the GT3s at that of the 2 hours of the Glen. He's had 4 top 5s overall in all the races that we've ran this season. He certainly is wanting to get another top 5, if not another win, if possible. But Spencer Todd, on the other hand, he's still searching for that win for himself and trying to close in the gap for that first place in points.
Working now lap number 60 of 200 when they work their way past the yard of bricks off of turn number 4. And there's a battle heating up. And Justin, I heard you cue in. That's going on for position down to turn 1.
That's with lap traffic, but was about to throw into the mix there too. When it comes to Sam Dyer's arguments as well, when it comes to Medina and company, Horvath too has a lot of good speed. The car we've been keeping an eye on in the 12th position, trying to break away from McLaurin Burke down the back straight away. For Horvath, he showed great speed in the sports cars and several different championships throughout the year. Horvath looking to back it up on the oval side now too. Shooty, though, is coming in towards you, Wesley, to the pagoda.
Bryson Shooty also has made the attempt to come to pit lane as well. This is kind of a strategy that we saw the first time he pitted. A lap later, there was a caution. Lady Luck was on his side. Let's see if that strategy works now as Samuel Dyer, Bryson Shooty comes to the pit lane behind the pace car on lap number 62 with 61 completed here at Indianapolis. It's going to be a 4-tire change. He's filling up the tanks, and already tires changed. New 4 sides of rubber on. Tank is full. He's backed out and away. He's got to wait before he crosses that blend line cone off of
Trouble back straight away.
Trouble.
Schriebner in the 70 car has gone around, and we're back in our yellow in the midst of the pack. The 70 amongst those who had to race into the bump is in trouble down off of turn 2 to the backstretch.
And the caution will come out here now for the 3rd time here in the 10th running of the Indianapolis 500-mile race here for the Major Series on lap number 62. Let's go back to Justin Prince on the back straightaway.
And remember the weight jacker and how if you go too high on it and make yourself a bit too loose, your car goes bye-bye. Off of 2, a hard tank slapper into the wall. Ribner with severe chassis damage in the heart of the track, and that causes the caution to the toe for the number 70.
Samuel Dyer, can you believe it? Bryson Shooty has gambled 2 times now. A caution after he has come to the pits by himself, and he comes out smelling like a rose again.
I mean, this is probably one of the luckiest drivers in this first half of the race. There's the aggressive hit into the outside wall for that up Ryan. I mean, I gotta say, for Shooty, this is incredible for himself as Spencer Todd and other drivers waiting for the pace car to come catching up to them. But I mean, there is so much luck that you can ask for. And right now, Shooty has been graced by luck 2 times in a row.
Heartbreak there for a driver of that machine on the back straightaway of the number 70 machine. And a tough break for Brian Shrivner again, as he was one of those drivers, Brian Shrivner, having to make it in from the bump qualifying, which you saw and you heard earlier this afternoon here at the greatest race course in the world, the speedway capital of the world, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We are going to step away. My goodness, Samuel Justin. We're going to reset and recharge our batteries. We're going to step away. We are back in a moment. This is iRacing on LSRTV. The 10th running of the greatest virtual spectacle in racing returns in a moment. Hey, it's broadcast personality Wesley Outlet up topside at one of the great racetracks of the world, the Caraway Speedway. And I'd like to remind you to join us every Wednesday afternoon at 1 p.m. Eastern to 3 p.m. Eastern with coverage of Finish Line, where we talk to everybody from NASCAR to grassroots, like right here at Caraway Speedway. Carolina's Fox Sports Radio affiliates, iHeartRadio, and on the Community Radio Network at 87.5 FM. And remember, thanks to Live Sim Racing Productions, you can actually see the guest panel, ask their questions, get interactive with us with comments and so much more in our chat box. Finish Line every Wednesday. Join us every week.
This is our series,
So many different pieces that you have to watch out for.
where the stakes are always higher,
$300,000.
where virtual meets reality,
How bad do you want it?
They're wasting no time getting at it.
where the best thrive and the flawless win. This is the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series.
Hey, it's broadcast personality Wesley Outlet, and for the second year in a row, the Community Radio Network is excited to also be the voice of iRacing on LSRTV every Monday and Thursday night with the Northwest Racing Series for Cup and Truck. Join yours truly, Justin Prince and Samuel Dyer, every week as they race towards a championship. We're also on the radio in the Triangle in the Raleigh-Durham, North Carolina area at 87.5 WCRN and anywhere worldwide at wearecrn.com. Click play. Check out the coverage, the power of radio to the imagination of the listener, esports style. We are the Community Radio Network, the voice of iRacing on LSR TV. Check it out when you can, and replays are always up too. Working now, this time lap number 65 of the first quarter of the race here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Welcome back to the Speedway capital of the world. Samuel Dyer, Justin Prince, I'm Wesley Outlet in the broadcast booth. This is the 10th annual Major Series Indy 500 for the American Sportsman, presented by Majors Garage from the virtual Indianapolis Motor Speedway sim. We have had 3 caution flags stop the race. Ironically, they've all been in different parts of the race course, not in one part. Had a caution in turn 3, a wreck on a restart on the front straightaway, and a wreck on the back straightaway just a moment ago. Bryson Schutte still able 2 times to pit before restarts and take advantage of being able to stay out in front. We're ready now for the field to come back to the yard of bricks. Lap 65 complete here as we're closing in on less than 100 miles to halfway. Green flag back in the air, and for the first time tonight, we crank it up in the greatest spectacle of virtual iRacing. It's the LSRTV. Feel the roar in the Indy 500. Bobbing, weaving, zigging, zagging, taking advantage of all the yard of bricks they provide. Samuel Dyer is back to speed in turn number 1.
And for a quick moment, we saw a pass for the lead as that of Cody Richards thought he was going to be able to get himself up front. But an update for drivers further back. Spencer Todd had to come into pit road, lost the lead position, but was not able to fall all the way back to the end of the line on the restart, got penalized. He had to come back into pit road. The 18, now one lap down, back in 28th position.
What a heartbreak for that driver of the number 18 machine. He's going to have to dust himself off and hope that something will happen to help him in his favor of Spencer Todd, as now he has literally put himself in a bad spot, as while Bryson Schutte now leads, bobbing, weaving, zigging, zagging. Cody Richardson trying to reel him in, Samuel Dyer, as they work to the Easton Speedway off the short end shoot-off 2.
This is going to be when things are going to be different for Bryson Schutte and his teammate able to just pull away from the rest of the field. Now he's going to have a competitor of that of Cody Richardson on his back bumper. Justin, this is when it gets fun for the rest of the field.
Richardson's tried a couple different swaps. He's completed one swap, this time too far back to make a move on Schutte. Richardson trying to get clean air, goes a little bit lower, loses the clean air, the aero wash pushes him up off 4.
They work off turn 4, back down to the start-finish line. Can you say lap number 69 on the board now? Closing in on lap 70. Richardson makes his move on Schutte for the lead in turn 1.
Finally able to clear is that of Richardson, but for how long? Now we're going to set up for that of the backstretch. We're going to be seeing, can that of Richardson get himself a big enough lap? He's going to snake his way down, but here comes Schutte on the back bumper.
Schutte wants to keep the lead. He tries the outside. To the third line, the entry of turn 3. Keeps the space high. Richardson runs low. Richardson back clear. Richardson to the lead, but Schutte trying the cross attempt off of 4.
And as they work off the west end of the speedway, back down the front straightaway here at the Pagoda, past the yard of bricks, they're now side by side. Schutte down to the inside, half a car length on Richardson, back to turn 1.
And just like that, Bryson Schutte back to his comfort zone. But is this where he wants to be? I mean, you look at the strategy calls. The 2 times he's come into pit road, he's had to come in early because he's utilized more fuel than the rest of the field. Will he want to test luck once more to be up front? As further back, the battling for 10th place, that's starting to rage on as here's Horvath as well as Go Million.
Horvath amongst those really taking advantage of the caution flag trigger, but it's not an easy task. He tries the second line, gets a bit of clean air on the front wing for turn 4 through the short chute. Go Million trying to hold up in front, off the exit, here comes Horvath.
Closing in on under 30 laps to go now before the cross flags in the 10th running of the Indianapolis 500. But now Horvath is now battling for position. This goes on the racetrack. This is going on into turn number 2 as we continue to watch all of this great action happen on the most recent restart. They're off of turn 2 to the back straightaway.
Horvath's done a great job for himself here, but now the question is for Maurice Go Million. Can he hold off the very speedy 84 of McClure, who's going to be on his back bumper?
McClure really trying to ride a bit of an aero wash lift from McClure. McClure nearly to the wall. Burke forced a checkup as well as he's getting aero washed off 4 high.
What a save for those cars just a moment ago as they work their way back down the front straightaway from the aerial view. And now they roar back single file. They got to dust themselves off, Samuel, and try this again off the east end of the speedway in turn 1.
Reset, re-attack. McClure going to be down on the inside, really hugging that white line, and watch out for the push on the exit. Here comes the 84. He's tired of being behind Maurice Go Million, and the pass for 11th is on down into turn number 3.
Go Million goes high, caution is out. Trouble behind him out of turn 2. And we're back in Rio. It's Matt Gelder, who has gone around 25th position.
And this time, Matt Gelder has really walloped his car to pieces in that number 18 machine. Now spins for insult just off of the back straightaway. Caution out now again on the back straightaway for the 4th time here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Here's your replay, and here's Justin Prince to tell you what happened. Matt Gelder.
This comes out of Sam's zone. It starts with a wall contact that's so prevalent in your area, Sam, and it gets worse by the time he exits the quarter.
For Matt Gelder, he's been trying to work on that entry into the corner, and it's just backfired. Probably a little bit too much working with that weight jacker and just out of the corner too tight. That's seen the end of the 69. He had already used his fast repair. Was going to ride along with Matt Gelder and get a sense of out of the 69 was working that throttle.
Well, Samuel, there was a lot of people that voted that will we get the clean on the next restart green before the next restart. That's actually gone up in smoke, I believe, as the yellow flag is out. Look at Matt Gelder. Damage on the toe-in suspension springs on the left front, the right front. The wing is destroyed on both the front wing and the tail tank. Bad damage. That car is destroyed. Honestly, Justin, he hopes he has a fast repair, but I think he already used it. Is there some psych jobs going for cars trying to come to the pits?
And that's a little bit of games being played in the pit entry, believe Wesley. That should be prominent throughout the night, but it's early in the run, looking like track position being held, except by one of the drivers in the mid-pack.
Drivers getting set up. Those drivers that came in, Wesley going to be that of Mark Redlick, as well as Dawson, and a couple of others back that are still a lap down and just hoping for the strategy to keep going forward.
Well, guys, we're closing in on almost 2 hours of our coverage, beginning also with bump qualifying, and then, of course, this race. 4 caution flags, 11 caution laps right now of 75, and the lead changes are at 6. Samuel, do you find that down, or is it right now the perfect lead changes in the scenarios of what we're seeing here in the coming up on halfway in the Indy 500 today?
Well, it was 3 for the longest time until we saw that Spencer Todd get his issues of missing pit lane because of a miscommunication on where the pace car was going to be coming in on our 3rd caution of the race. And now it's going to be put in that, I'm expecting a lot more lead changes to pop up from here on out because that Bryson Schutte doesn't have a teammate defending or blocking behind, and them able to pull away gives Richardson and others behind a magnitude of opportunities to go after this 002.
Hey, Justin, you got to explain to me, if you're looking on the inboard telemetry of the driver, Richardson, it says he's in the 6th gear, but the caution lights are flashing arrows on the steering wheel. How can he be in 6th gear but be going so slow when we've seen 6th gear and people are just at max speed?
Well, it's to simplify things, we mentioned the fuel map C4. If you're smart, you're in fuel map 8 right now, which is the least amount of fuel burned that you can have because, well, you're running 75 miles per hour at the max.
That's a lot closer.
And here's the thing, too. The lower the gear, the more fuel you burn, in theory. Hence why drivers in pace stop scenarios will run 6th gear, be able to save that extra little bit of gas on top of the fuel mappings, and go from there. Those yellow lights will blink. When the lights are on top of the pace car, lights go out as you see when the pace car lights go out.
And that obviously is going to show you right now. The green flag will come back out next time by. We are on lap number 75 of the 10th running of the Major Series 10th Annual Indy 500 presented by Majors Garage. Welcome to coverage on iRacing on LSRTV for the first time ever of the greatest virtual spectacle of iRacing. And of course, we have had fun indeed. I'm Wesley Outland. We've got Samuel Dyer alongside Justin Prince. Awesome people working behind the scenes on the production and social media. As always, don't forget to do the hashtag LSRTV. Tweet your seat. Share. Hey, listen, I'm calling you out. All the people that are watching this race. If you care, you must share. And it's very simple. Just hit the share button. It'll pop up on whether you want to share on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, text message. And then you just click on copy link and you share it out, and we want to build up the numbers. This is a tremendous honor to have Rocket Media and LSRTV iRacing coverage here of this Indy 500. And of course, we could not do it without the help of all of you great people that are also tuning in. Thanks to our sponsors as well. Major Series, the Majors Garage, CRN, the CRN One to Go, of course, also. And if you're interested in wanting to be a sponsor, and thanks to Kuhn like Team 126 Racing and others, go to livesimracing.com. It'll be lap number 76 when they come back down to the start-finish line. Remember, the leader has the opportunity to fire first when the pace car pulls in. They're not 2x2, single file. We're closing in on under 25 to halfway. Shooting Richardson, Kotzka to Loach, Medina, the top 5. The green is out, and they're in the east end of the speedway in turn number 2.
Kotzka's going to be the driver to watch out for. 3rd car in line that we're seeing here, focusing on how aggressive does the 047 want to be, as our leader is going to be snaking their way, and Richards says, I don't want to play those games. I'm just going to stay on the high side for the leaders.
Into the corner, Richardson amongst those trying to sort towards the higher lines, goes back towards the middle groove, falls behind Shooty. Oh wow, Kutzka and company look to try and close up 6/10 off the corner.
They roar off turn number 4, gives them another opportunity for the top 2 to pull away. Shooty and now Richardson, cat and mouse begins again. They're side by side into turn number 1.
Side by side, and now going to be seeing that as Shooty come with an opportunity. He's coming down low, on the high line, trying to figure out how to get into the insert groove because Richardson better launch, but here comes the draft.
Trouble in turn 2. Trouble, a massive crash. Several cars have destroyed up on the safer wall barrier. There's more cars wrecked, and as the wreck clears, it looks like one car will remain. Samuel cautioned out in turn number 2 for the 5th time here at Indianapolis.
That's Nathan Medina, who's going to be heavily involved with this one. He got himself too high in the outside wall. More drivers could have been involved with this one as we take a look at our instant replay by Holtz Poppers. And you're going to see this 2 machine just so aggressive into the outside wall. But this is when it gets scary. He's out of control, trying to slow down. And the rest of the field, they got to hold their breath because he comes flying across the field.
And that's honestly what I saw, Samuel and Justin. I saw that car zing up into the screen, and then I saw parts flying, and I think that's what made me think that there were multiple cars involved. But here's the heartbreak, though. Car's destroyed. He can take a fast repair to try to stay on the lead lap, Justin Prince. But, hey, he's the points leader going into this race before halfway. And this is a big race, but this is also a points event for the Major Series Championship.
A huge disaster for him points-wise, especially when it comes to some of his competitors who are doing well, such as Spencer Todd, who's been towards the front today, and a few of the others. Here's the counterpoint, though. The drivers 2nd and 3rd in the standings, Nichols, along with Yadio, have struggled today in the Forge camp. Those drivers have either had technical issues in the case of Nichols, or in the case of the latter of them, have ran to the 20s all race. Here's a look at the front end. Well, the front end is just about gone.
Yeah, he's just sparking it. You see a little bit of scare there.
Don't lose that wheel, whatever you do. That song you picked, A Fine Time to Leave Me Loose, Will, that's normally popular in the dirt track world. We don't want to see that happen here for Medina's car as he's trying to limp back to the pit lane. The driver, of course, at Groton, Connecticut, 27 years old for Vengeance Motorsports. Nathan Medina puts us under the 5th caution here as we're approaching 80 laps on the board. The final 20 miles, if you will, before halfway in the Indianapolis 500-mile race. And Bryson Shooty, I'm telling you what, guys, we saw the battle going on there for a while between him and the 18 of Spencer Todd. And now, for that matter, now, Samuel, Cody Richardson and Andrew Kotzka are doing everything they can. Richardson on the restart before the caution got right there side by side with him. But Kotzky, I think, we might have just been playing games with him because when he finally cleared him, he literally made a point that he wasn't going to worry about that guy running him down. But yeah, Richardson might be playing possum also, and he's not unveiling how much strength he's got in that car.
No, I mean, there's really not. They're just waiting. There's still so much racing to go on. I mean, we still have 120 laps to go in this race. A lot can happen in that time as we're not even at halfway. But also, for that of Nathan Medina, his race isn't over. Luckily, he got that machine moving. He had just used his fast repair. He's back on track. The last driver a lap down. I mean, last driver on the lead lap, excuse me, going to be back in 20th.
Justin, 20 miles to halfway. Your take of this race so far in the battles with the leaders?
I think right now, for a few of the competitors, it's about survival, obviously with how things are playing out. And as we've seen, the further you are in the running order, the harder it is on these starts because there have been some near stack-ups outside of that first major wreck down the front straightaway. It's been close a couple other times, and some of these drivers are also being warned already under this pace lap to close it up. You have to be about half a second from one another during pacing speed per the series recommendations. So that's something you even have to consider that drivers have to keep in mind as things chug their way to the start of lap 81 this time by, with this race being controlled by a driver with plenty of open wheel experience who at one time was one of the top karting racers in the Toronto area in the GTA and one of the top finishers in the Canadian National Karting Championships back in 2009.
Lap number 81. When they come back completed, when they come to the green flag, they'll be working lap number 82. There's the Transco entry, team number 002. Bryson Schutte is the man that is currently leading the way. And as we get ready for the restarts, can we suffice to say, Samuel Dyer, he has dominated here. 2 times he pulled the gamble to come to the pits. He got lucky, and he made it work. And the man from the NRG Euro region of 37-year-old Valkaville native, of course, from Uxbridge, Ontario, Canada, Bryson Schutte is doing exactly strategy-wise with a little luck added in as well, sprinkled in to try to win this race this year, my friend.
The luck is certainly there. We would throw it out as strategy, but it's more so if he's been forced to have to come to pit road. He has not been able to save fuel that dramatically. So this 002 machine of Bryson Schutte, he's got to hope that the rest of the field, they wreck out whenever he comes to the pit road, because it certainly has been saving him all night here so far in the first half.
The field to work into the west end of the speedway as we prepare for the restart here after the 5th yellow flag of the 10th running of the Indianapolis 500-mile race. For virtual iRacing, Bryson Schutte, Cody Richardson, Andrew Kotska, Rob DeLoach, and Michael Chin is currently the top 5. The pace car is in. Your leader, Kotska, he will also get a good jump, but it's Schutte, the leader, pulling away past the yard of bricks, working down the final 20 miles to halfway in Indianapolis, and they're in turn number 1.
In turn number 1, but watch out for the exit of turn 2. Here comes that of Cody Richardson. After lingering back, he's setting up for this backstretch, and here we go down in turn number 3.
The slingshot coming into effect for Richardson. To the inside, looking to get the lead back. Schutte trying to run the outside. Diamonds it on back down through the short chute through 3 and 4. Richardson looks to try and get himself more than one lap though this time around.
Here they come, back out of turn 4 in massive cloud cover at the start-finish line as they cross the yard of bricks past the pagoda. It's now closing in with Schutte and Richardson right back at it again, mano a mano on the east end out of turn number 2 in the short chute.
Just showing you don't need to make the pass on the back stretch. You can make it on the front stretch. That last lap led by Schutte by 0.04 of a second. That could be the same pass that could win this 0-2 to the 002 into victory lane here later on. But Justin, they're still waiting. A lot of racing to go as further back. Here's some of the drivers.
Yes, indeed, looking towards that 35 machine who had some major dodge avoidance earlier on in the previous cautions. In 7th, watching the Snakes evolve.
And McInerney working his way across the start-finish line. You see on the bottom right from, of course, the right wing tire. You see him now in that VR ride, looking comfortable, being patient, and that patience has put him now into the top 10 on lap number 85 approaching. He's 7th, Samuel, down the back straightaway going to turn 3, Justin in the west end of the speedway.
Yeah, I mean, he's in that of 7th right now. Got a little bit of a gap before he gets up to 6th place. And then behind him, tied with our biggest mover of the night. That's where Nick Horvath is. He's in the top 10.
All the while, here they work their way back across the start-finish line again. This goes on. It's Schutte, Richardson, Kotska, DeLoach, Chin, Gargaro, McInerney, who we just mentioned, on board with Horvath as well, with McInerney on board. Horvath, Paulison, and Go-Million, your top 10, as now they cross the yard of bricks, Justin, and going back into the
trouble
corner,
back straight away.
Everywhere.
Kotska has scraped the wall. The 047 hit the wall coming off of turn 2. Each trying to regather his speed at the bottom of the racetrack with a short chute. Will he be able to keep going, though? No indication of a meatball flag. He keeps going along in 4th now.
That was Andrew Kotska who will hit the wall. Still no yellow flag, Samuel, as he holds on now. He'll fall back to 4th as he crosses the yard of bricks. We're looking at seeing if he has any damage. Here's a replay of what happened in turn number 2.
Gonna be finding himself on the exit of the corner. Just too much speed, drifts up right into the wall. Luckily, just visually looked like more damage than you would think. But like Justin said, there was no meatball flag or required damage given to that of this 047. But we've seen other drivers with that type of damage. They've lost a lot of ground, and this is gonna be an issue to watch out for.
But here's my thing, though, Justin. We saw on the Pulse Popper replay here, great work from our production crew, that he hit the wall and the right front wheel went flying through the air, but now it looks like it's intact. How could it be as they work lap 87?
Possibly amongst the connection differences that you can see in internet racing, but the difficult thing is, there's still plenty of time to get that tire knocked back off in the full force at this point. Plenty of drivers hungry behind them, including Nick Horvath, who is on the prowl. Up 16 spots now, looking to move up to a race-high 6th, through towards turn 3, trying to set it up from the middle line to the bottom. Has the better toe, has the pull, goes to the side-by-side fight to get the launch off 4.
He goes to driver left and makes that move. Gargaro, Horvath, Kotska fighting for those positions. Here comes now McInerney in that mix as well. As here come cars out of the pit lane. It might be more for Kotska. Andrew Kotska now giving up a top 5 run. Samuel, he's on the pit lane on lap number 88 of the Indy 500.
The damage was just too much. Was not able to hold off those drivers that are in the top 10 and closing in. And so we now see coming into pit road. But the battle for the lead, it's on. It's Cody Richardson here, Justin.
Shooty has been shuffled back behind Richardson. Richardson pulled the slingshot down the back. Richardson looks to hold ahead. Shooty looks the lead coming out of the front stretch.
He is running him down, looking inside and outside. Look at the crossover up on the outside lane. He's making that move work. He'll make it stick. Shooty hung out to dry. Richardson took the lead. Shooty got it back on the east into the speedway off a short shoot in turn 2.
He's looking good for now, but here's the big thing to watch out for is Cody Richardson's been making the pass on the backstretch. There's now going to be the draft helping from the 047 game back onto the racing surface, but now it's the battle of staying on the lead lap and battling for the leaders, Justin.
Shooty moves up high, gives space to Shooty, who runs to the bottom side. Konstra tries to hold on to the middle, off the corner. Morchenko for the leader.
Shooty now works his way back inside and outside as you look at the aerial coverage presented by LSRTV. Richardson now up on the outside lane. Shooty protects the bottom. He works now off the short shoot in turn number 2. Samuel Dyer there in front of you, and he's pulling away now.
Yeah, right now, this is great for that of Shooty because with having a lap car in between himself and also Richardson, it's allowing Richardson to lose ground, lose our leader, but it could be the draft that could help the 064 for the long run if we continue to stay green.
Coming through 3 and 4 in particular, Konstra is that pick indeed. Richardson struggling in the aero wash of the lapped car. Shooty is pulling away.
20 miles now away from halfway as we're right now 230 miles in to the Indianapolis 500-mile race. We're under 10 laps remaining to halfway, and Shooty, Richardson, Deloach, Chin, Gargaro, top 5 as they work off of 2, Samuel Dyer.
Big thing to watch out here for that of Bryson Shooty is the fact that he's going to have to come into pit road here in either this lap or the next. It is now crunch time. Will he get another lucky yellow?
Will things play out the way he's looking for? Keep in mind, the last time we've seen cautions, the furthest he was able to go amongst that total stint with the yellow flags, 33 laps. Richardson has lost the 1 second buffer to Shooty.
And here come the leaders coming across the start-finish line. Richardson has now lost ground as you see him in his own world now as they finally pop into view. There is Shooty. It's now close to a 1 second interval off of turn number 2.
These drivers right now, it is all the question of when do you want to come into pit road. Everyone's going to be 28 laps into this run from 16th up to our leader. And it's all down to the question, who's been saving, who is ready to just come into pit road and try to change things up on their fuel strategies.
Here's the thing to mention in all that. Good time to bring this up. Redeker, Medina amongst those who have had to come in with some of the cautions. They can go about up to 15 laps further for now compared to everybody else since they've come in several other sequences, Samuel. They're in the heart of the mid-pack in front of you.
And right now, they're going to be back in 17th and 18th position, still in a good positioning for themselves moving forward. But Wesley, this is when it's crunch time, and also the highs for a lot of these drivers who could potentially bring out another yellow. Starting to see drivers get a little bit over-aggressive at moments.
Yeah, we're watching these drivers working their way, of course, to the west end of the speedway to turn number 3. Now settling in off of turn 3 to 4. Drivers also got to remember you are approaching halfway And there's still a lot of this race left to go as they work off the west end of the speedway into turn number 3 and 4, back down to the start-finish line across the yard of bricks. It is now 6 laps to go until halfway, 250 miles, and still a long way remaining here in the 10th Indy 500 for the American Sportsman Circuit of the Major Series. Shooty, Richardson, Deloach, Chin, Gargaro, no change in the top 5, Samuel, as they go off 2.
They still continue to race on down the backstretch, just staying in line, picking and choosing how you want to attack. And for this group right now, they're feeling comfortable. There is not a lot of pressure for these drivers in the middle portion of this pack because they know they can continue to just wait this out until they need to come to pit road.
After 3 and 4, the settling on down period continues amongst this traffic. Lots of thoughts have to come into play. The window is open next time around.
So the pit window will be right before halfway. If they can stretch it out or they go immediately, obviously we're going to see Shooty maybe do the strategy again. A lot of people in sync with him now. As you watch all these drivers working their way around the racetrack, down into the east end of the speedway, down the back straightaway. Great battles heating up for position. I believe this is now Deloach trying to close it on Richardson. This is going on as they come across the yard of bricks. Battle for second, heating up. There he makes the run into turn 1, Samuel.
This is actually going to be the battling that was going on for this 6th place. I know it's confusing at moments. Teammates running the same schemes. It's hard sometimes for us to keep coverage of where all the drivers are when they're running the exact same schemes. The teammates trying to confuse us up in the booth.
But the thing is, that shiny yellow and blue car really wants to make some shiny moves. Colby is into the pit lane for his respective service. 32 laps on the stint. Not the day the 72 wanted. Compare that to the 35 coming out of turn 4. McEnany all over the circuit. Pit stop in front. Here comes Horvath.
Horvath will come in, and here comes also Shooty. He'll give up the lead, and he's going to come and make those pit strategies. Horvath will follow. Remember, there's only at least 19 cars on the lead lap here as they approach halfway in the 10th Indy 500. And there are pit stops going on, Samuel. We mentioned this. We're watching this. Richardson will go to the lead as we see work now being done to this car. Pulling away the 302, the 382 of Horvath. Here comes now Shooty coming out of his pit stall as well.
We got to keep an eye on Shooty because every time he gets up to this point, the yellow flag waves. This go around, it doesn't. He's now going to have to finally work his way through, which is a different factor we haven't seen all night, Justin.
And the major thing is, as he comes off of turn 2, right now, he's still on the lead lap. Shooty has cycled in front of the leader for the time being by about a quarter of a straightaway, if not half the backstretch in terms of distance. Huge in terms of his strategy. He'd still be on the lead lap if there was that caution still. Richardson, for reference, he's stuck behind Kostra still. He's in through 3 and 4, boxed in with Deloach about to try and reel him in off 4.
There are 5 miles until the cross flags are unveiled from the starter stand here at the Pagoda. It'll be halfway here in the 10th running of the Indy 500 as you see now the driver trying to pick up speed as Shooty has fell back to 18th. Now only 19 cars on the lead lap. It is Richardson, Deloach, Chin, Gargaro, the leader. There's Deloach. He's in second, and we're closing in on 1 lap to halfway. 1.5, if you will, as they work to the west end into 3. Justin.
Deloach really gaining ground this run, though. 2/10 last time. Looks to close up another 3/10 to be able to make a fight for what is current lead on track. Richardson taps out. He's coming to the pit lane before halfway.
So more cars coming to the pits having work done here as they approach now 1 lap to halfway. More cars are on the pit lane for work and service as now Richardson will come to the pits. Lane will pit. McEnany pits. Go Million pits. Spicer, Burke, all coming in for service now. 1 lap as the leaders work into turn 2. Pit stops are happening, Samuel.
Yeah, they're coming in, and this is a point of this race where you can gain or lose a lot of time just based on the entry and exit of pit road. But the big thing you don't want is to be caught speeding. Yes, there's a pit limiter for these Indy cars, but you do not want to be caught speeding on entry of these drivers.
And while that happens, more cars entering, exiting the pits as now Deloach will come to the pit lane. Chin will now be the leader. And more cars are fighting. They almost wreck in the pits. That was Buchanan and Holman almost getting a little controversial and bumping onto the pit lane there in front of Lane. What a save for him as that was going on, Justin, as we're at halfway here in the 10th Indianapolis 500.
The strategy cars are getting prevalent, though. The leader on track, Michael Chin should say, 38 laps going on the stint, just past halfway, coming to 99 to go. He's in the catbird seat to go 2 more stops from here.
And he slams on the brakes of his chinny chin onto the pit lane. It's going to be a 4-tire stop and fuel. Shallington will now become the new leader as we have just crossed in to the second half of this race. 250 miles down, 250 miles to go in the 10th running of the Major Series American Sportsman Indy 500, presented by Majors Garage. But Samuel Dyer, they are not done making green flag pit stops just yet.
Yeah, and we're seeing Shallington as a mistake there. That's another one, and missing your pit box, having to back up, losing so much time and ground is going to be that of Richard McClare, who finally is going to get service done. But Shallington staying out 38 laps, finally coming into pit road, is that 12 machine.
Off and away on that access road, Chin, for reference sake, he's cycled behind Richardson. He's jumped to Loach on the track. Shallington into the lane for his respective service. Things are getting intriguing. Shoot, still with the net race lead in the strategy by 2 seconds, coming out of turn 4 down the front.
And look who's back up in front of the scoring pylon here as they cross the pagoda with these green flag pit stops. Driver that was the top points leader that had problems earlier in the race, wrecked, had to use a fast repair. It is Nathan Medina now, Samuel, back up in the lead, but he's going to have to pit, but for how long? He is out in front now in lap number 103.
Yeah, Medina had to come into pit road on our last yellow back on lap 79. And for that Medina, he can stretch this thing out for another 10 to 9 laps. He could try to push it even further than that, but all the other drivers that were able to stretch it further than 33 laps on this run were able to also have caution laps to assist them. Medina doesn't have that, nor does that of the driver back in third after being passed. That's going to be Dan Dawson, who's also going to be a driver that's going to be in the same state as the two. We're going to have to figure out when they want to come into pit road and how much fuel saving they really want to put in.
Don Dawson in the Team Haller Racing entry is sitting in the 3rd spot. Some of these drivers have not pitted yet, like Nathan Medina. We have passed halfway in the 10th running of the Indianapolis 500, the greatest virtual spectacle of iRacing. And Nathan Medina is your leader as we give you the full field rundown after green flag pit stops. Mark Redeker is 2nd. Don Dawson, who you just saw for Team Haller, is 3rd. Bryson Schutte 4th. Cody Richardson 5th. Rob DeLoach is 6th. Michael Chin is 7th. David Gargaro Jr. 8th. Andrew Kotska 9th. Nick Horvath is 10th. Greg McInerney, as we go 11, 11, 11, Samuel, is the top 11 here as you take the middle 11.
Yeah, it's going to be that of Jay Shallington in 12th place with Maurice Gomillion in 13th. Stephen Paulison going to be in 14th with that of Carl Burke in 15th. That Doug Buchanan in 16th. Andy Spicer in 17th. That of Michael Lane in 18th. 19th is going to be Homan. McCarroll's going to be in that of 20th. With also that of Cloud's going to be in 21st. And finishing out your top 22, it's going to be that of Ludwig.
Gerard Gilbert is in 23rd. Spencer Todd, after his issues earlier, in 24th. Robert Covey is in 25th position in the 72 car. Then Japs Grudner, he was in the 70 car in 26th. 1 minute 15 seconds back of the leader. Then you have the 27 machine amongst the top drivers in the standings. Yatio Toe, who has struggled today, in 27th. Patrick Stein in 28th after being amongst the bump day drama earlier. James Dean 29th. Then it is the 74, who is currently in P30 on track, that being driven by Daniel Howard. Murphy Nichols is in the pit lane right now in 31st. The rest of the field out of the race. Matt Gelder, Sebastian Jackson, rounding up the 33 entrants. Sportsman's top level for the Americas region.
And we're in the second half of this event. And honestly, Samuel, as we see the drivers cross the yard of bricks, things kind of calm down, if you will, because you have the cycle of green flag pit stops and you've got cars all over the racetrack. And I say that as not being an understatement. If you look on the track map There are literally some littered packs of cars, but for the most part, everybody is taking advantage of this unique rectangle Indianapolis Motor Speedway course, if you will, and it might slow things down. This is the calmest moment of the race I think we've seen so far.
Yeah, I mean, for now, you're starting to see drivers is that of the 462, Mark Riddicker, going to be coming into pit road as he has forced to come in, not able to stretch it out any further, as now we wait for our top two to come to pit road. But this and Nick Horvath is on rails right now. This 382 machine has just been taking off, and the big reason why you feel like, hey, we're kind of settling down is the fact that, you know, we're going through this pit cycle, but there's some drivers in their minds recognizing it's go time. I have lost too much space and time to the drivers ahead of me that did an overcut or an undercut to save time, and it's go time for Horvath.
And as this goes on, we're watching some more drivers working back into turn number 1 and 2 as Medina has moved himself back through the ashes of bad luck to the lead. But Dolson has now just got passed by Mr. 002 of Mr. Shooty as they work the back straightaway, heading to turn number 3. Justin, in front of you, Bryson Shooty. We're going now triple screen. He's trying to close it on Medina for the lead.
That is quickly shrinking down 14 seconds the gap. Keep in mind, keep an eye on some of his teammates still, including Horvath, coming down the front stretch. Coming into turn 3 towards the back of the pack, though. Things getting dicey for some of the green cars. Chris Yatiel amongst those looking to darn and deke and dive in the battle amongst the lap cars in the 20s. Wagner amongst the lead cars in that pack.
Yeah, those lap cars are battling, Samuel. That goes on into turn number 1. It's getting pretty interesting now off the short chute to turn 2.
It certainly is, and there's also some drivers that are a lap down that might be calling it a night. That of Timothy Klaus, going to be a driver that was coming into pit road for service, locked up the brakes on entry, the 80, destroying his vehicle. And yeah, here comes our leaders.
Nathan Medina has to pit. Correction, that's Don Dawson, my apologies. Don Dawson comes to the pit lane, and Samuel, we knew they were going to have to pit eventually here, at least hit after their regular green flag pit stops we saw.
Yeah, Medina might be able to go for another lap or two if he really wants to push it out. But this is when those mind games start to kick in of how much further can I stretch the fuel out so then I can try to take away a fuel strategy potentially.
And now Medina is in. Nathan Medina has just committed, and caution's out of the speedway as well.
It's in front of Sam. It's in turn 2.
Yeah, it's going to be Michael Lane. Saw for a quick glimpse. I thought maybe it was a driver thinking about just pulling it down, but hit the wall. What's the 62?
Caution flag is out for the 6th time of the greatest virtual spectacle of iRacing in the Indianapolis 500, just about 10 laps after halfway. It happened in front of Samuel Dyer off of turn 2.
You're going to see him just come up, short shoot, brushes the wall, but the inside wall is when it gets aggressive, but absolutely destroying the 62 machine, and then having to just sit there and wait, taking the tow. Luckily, still having a fast repair, but looking like we're going to have to see the 62. He's going to be sitting and could potentially go more than 2 to 3 laps down.
And while that happens here on lap number 111 of 200, this will also set us up with the LSRTV mid-race report for the 10th running of the Indianapolis 500-mile race. Welcome back inside of our broadcast booth. Of course, we've got Samuel Dyer to my left. To the right is Justin Prince. A comfortable race, an exciting race. Your take of things, Samuel, as this just has become our recorded 6th caution flag. We haven't had the big one, except maybe on that restart, but for the most part, it has been all Bryson Shooty, and this caution puts him right back in the Caliber Cat seat to try to take the lead again.
Yeah, that it certainly does. Again, like I said, 6 caution of the day. 2 of them were from Mel Gilder, who was self-spun in both of them. We've seen a lot of those. The only real big wreck, like you know, on it was the restart for our second restart, after our first restart, 2nd caution of the day. So drivers certainly not liking the way that this race is going, but the timing of this yellow couldn't have been worse for Nathan Medina. He had to come into pit road, and I'm trying to see if he got penalized or not. Could have been caught with a closed pit road stall there.
Yeah, we're continuing to watch all this going on, and Justin Prince, I bring you in. You're covering turn 3, the west end of the speedway, working off turn number 4, and there's been a lot of hairy racing moments, and for the most part, there's not been a one spot on this racetrack to have calamity. It can go wild at any time here, and I think we've seen that here in this opening 115 laps.
And it can come at any time. In particular, it just takes one lapse of focus, one bad mistake, and then it changes the whole script of the race. For reference, this happened in the middle of some of the drivers' pit windows here, this situation. I mean, for some, it's about how do you play this forward? Do you hope there's another quickie caution? Do you know if you can make it towards a reasonable lap or a next stop around, say, lap 60? Do you think it's going to be where you can go towards maybe more so 55 to 50 and go for the splash and dash method? There are multiple different factors coming into play, and all that comes to contribution of what we've seen on some of these corner entries, especially in the short shoots, more so in turn 1 and 2, but turn 3 has had its marks of trouble with some of the traditions and some of the troubles in Arrow Wash City.
Samuel, you want to elaborate more on that, my friend?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these drivers, certainly, the struggle of trying to find the perfect pit stop is now from here on out. You were hoping that you were timing it properly if we stayed green, but now with this yellow, this is the worst time for some, like our leader of Shooty and others. They needed this race to stay green. This might give them an extra lap or two, but for everyone else that's coming in now, they're going to be poised for just one more stop here on out.
Okay, so final question, guys, to both of you as we'll get ready to strap back in for the restart after the 6th caution of the Indy 500 race here tonight for the American Sportsman Major Series. We have seen dominance by Bryson Shooty. Richardson has showed his strengths. Who's somebody that's on the outside looking in that could possibly pop in as the one to go is being given to the field? The lights are off on the pace car. Samuel, you go first.
I'm going to go with the easy pick. Nick Horvath, he's going to be coming into the pits this go-around. He's going to be back in 17th place. If he can stay out of trouble, this could point out for himself if we stay green.
What do you think,
I'm going to go
Justin?
something different. Was about to say the driver who was amongst those coming in and stayed on the lead lap and kept the track position is the big thing, Nathan Medina. We thought he was out of contention with the mistakes earlier on and the troubles earlier. He's in 5th with 15 lap fresher tires than Shooty. There's a chance Medina, if he plays the restart strong enough, could become a contender for the race lead from the jump.
And with that, it has been your LSRTV Indy 500 Major Series presented by Majors Garage mid-race update. Let's go back to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the on-track action as this race is about to get here, as this race is about to continue with a restart coming up. And my goodness, I'll tell you what, we saw a moment as we are coming back to green, Samuel, where they were making the pit stops. Things kind of calmed down. Now you've got everybody scattered right back up with each other again. Those single file, I think you just literally put yourselves with the ingredients to possibly set up a crazy disaster.
Yeah, certainly can, as we're seeing the drivers getting ready. We're green.
Back across the yard of bricks, the pace car's in, green flag back in the air. Shooty is the man leading the way. We talked about him in the mid-race report. Lap number 114, we're working lap 115, 85 to go. Next time by, Deloach, Richardson right behind him, Samuel off turn 2.
Yeah, and these three, they're going to be trying to pull away as fast as possible. But just like Justin's pick was, back in 5th, Nathan Medina, he's just lingering and waiting for later on.
Looking to try and dart things about off towards the short shoot through 3 and 4. Shooty has been setting the tempo. The former scholarship winner for the Skip Barber Racing School continues to lead up front.
And while that goes on, you see him tail down on the inside, now to the outside of the racetrack. They quickly now hover their way back below the white line, or at least to the white line. Then they rim ride up to the safer wall barrier now, Samuel. Then now it's Shooty back to the lead off 2.
Yeah, back up into seeing these drivers just racing against one another. Updates further back. Driver that brought out our 6th caution of the night, Michael Lane. He has destroyed the vehicle again. His night done.
Meanwhile, as things settle about, take a look at the LSRTV replay, believe Samuel, towards your end. It was under green, turn 2.
Yeah, and right now, Lane, he is trying to let all the drivers go on by. He was penalized and realized, I just got to go. Can't wait any longer. And other drivers also being scattered and having issues on this restart. And going down into turn number 1, tries to get a little ambitious here. Going down low, trying to get underneath that white line, touches the rumble strips, and that is a big no-no if you're racing. You're in the Indy cars, touches the grass, and that's how his night ends.
And not only
that's,
that,
of course.
I was about to
I'm
say,
sorry.
Wesley.
Yeah, go ahead, my friend.
You know, all 3 of those cars who passed by, they weren't supposed to pass. That was 3 black flags for those 3 cars passing before the start and finish line.
And that's bad luck for them as well. So they've got to come back onto the pit lane and suffer the penalty. Oh, did we have a car spun? Did we see that? Caution's out. Trouble in turn 3, Justin, right in front of you.
It's Gilbert. It's Gilbert in trouble. One of the kinetic racing machines has gone around the 73 car.
Yellow flag flies for the 7th time, second since halfway in the 10th run into the Major Series American Sportsman Indy 500. It happened to you on the west end of the speedway in turn 3, Justin.
He's already reported he's forgotten about the weight checker once or twice. There is a point where you say, lift, arrow wash. This is way too tight. High up into the wall in turn 3, to the inside, back up the track. Significant chassis damage. And at some point, you'd have to say, back out. That was way too tight for that speed.
Tough break there for that driver. And Samuel, I will say this. We're going to go on board now with the driver that just put us under the 7th caution. Watch and listen for this impact. He's up to top speed as they go down into the 3rd turn, and then I'll get your assessment here in a moment. My goodness, wow.
Yeah,
damage, debris flying everywhere. Samuel, as I was going to add to that, my friend, as we saw what happened to Gilbert in the 73 car, not many crashes. We've seen that multi-car accident on a restart, but not the ingredients of a big one just yet.
Yeah, only one has been that restart incident that really has brought out our biggest wreck here tonight. I mean, of our 7 cautions, 6 of them have been self spins or just not lifting at the right points and having their own issues. And you hate to see that type of a wreck for these drivers, but certainly got to be seeing some drivers making some interesting calls. And Justin, you just saw one.
Judy is in. He was the only driver in the entire top 10 just now, Wesley, who elected to come down for fresh fuel in tires. Everyone else who came in 13th on back. A massive change here. Shooty, for the first time all race, will have to be in the middle of the pack.
Rob DeLoach, the leader. Cody Richardson now second. David Gargaro Jr. third. Nathan Medina, Greg McEnany are now your top 5. Of course, caution out again. And my goodness, I'll tell you what. And here's the thing. Here's the thing, Samuel and Justin. You know, for the most part, a majority of this race has seen green flag pit stops. Not many people pitting under caution.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of, you know, we have our own strategies. We're sticking to it. Some feel like, you know, if I stay out, get the track position, by the time that I need to come into pit road again, be just 1 stop. Or for some, they're thinking if I stay out, it might turn what could be a 2-stop strategy into a 1-stop strategy. So the mind games certainly out, the calculators and everyone who's having crew chiefs or spotters trying to crunch the numbers to make sure they're good to make it to the end.
Justin, your assessment on that, if you want to elaborate?
And you're right on that, Mark. And the reason drivers are hoping to stay out on the track here is how valuable the track position is. We've seen how difficult it is, especially if you say have to start behind lap traffic, as you will in single file restarts in some sequences. One bad car in front of you or one car that holds you up could cost you the entire drought. Medina's had a lap car in front of him the last restart. Lost 1.2 seconds before they even got to turn 1. By the time he got around the lap car, that draft was bye-bye. In other words, that's why drivers are trying to stay out on the track like this under caution. Hope they guess for when those cautions will fly correctly. And if they do, they keep the track position. If they don't, guess who gains it? Those who have topped off and came in.
And look at the weather conditions now as we move into the second half of this race, just about 20 laps after halfway. That's about 270 miles into this race of 500 miles, if you will. Look at 70 degrees. Had a little cloud cover in the first half of this race. Now it's track temp. Hot. Don't put my hand on that pavement or yard of bricks there, Samuel. 119 degrees. The wind speed is very comfortable as well.
Yeah, and it's like almost the exact temperature that Justin was talking about at the top of our broadcast before we got green here for tonight's event. And Justin, you also said it's going to make it harder to make passes. I mean, what are the big factors for these drivers if they want to make passes at this stage?
Well, the major thing is being able to keep an eye on your in-car tools and utilize them to the max for one. But two, with this track being so hot, that means less grip. Yes, it also means in turn some slower speeds. But it's also going to be difficult to time it up to get some of these runs compared to, say, a 90-degree racetrack where you have loads of grip for a restart such as this.
80 laps to go. The pace car getting ready to drop onto the pit lane. And since we're ready for the second half of this race, it's time for the LSRTV. Feel the roar as they come back to green in the Indy 500. Hope you like this shot. Watch them at full speed. Back here again at Indianapolis. This is the 10th running of the greatest virtual spectacle of iRacing, the Indy 500 for the Majors Series, American Sportsman, presented by Majors Garage on your home for sim racing. We are approaching now lap number 125. 275 miles into this great event here at the greatest racing capital of the world. Deloach, Richardson, Gargaro, Medina, McInerney now the top five. Wesley Outland, Samuel Dyer, he's in turns number 1 and 2. The west end of the speedway to turn 3 is Mr. Justin Prince. And as they work down the yard of bricks, Samuel Deloach is now the wild card who has jumped up in the front of this race at the right time.
He certainly has. He's been waiting and looming. Same could be said for that of Cody Richardson. Both drivers that have been out front for the majority of this race, but watch out for some of the drivers' third, fourth teammates. They want to make some noise here. Come down into turn number 3.
The Forge machine of Deloach still holding on to the point. All while the Mad Sim Racing machine of Richardson looking at dark things ahead. He looks hungry through turns 3 and 4. He sets up himself a bit of a run, not close enough yet.
Bill to work their way. We have approached, by the way, over 300 miles. That was on lap number 120. So 300 miles have completed since we
Trouble
closed
turn
into the
3 and
halfway.
4. Andy Spicer in the wall. The 24 off into the grass and into the access road. Spicer on his own. No caution. We stay green for now.
No caution yet for Andy Spicer, one of those drivers that had to make it in on qualifying in bump day qualifying earlier before the Indy 500. Now his car has come to a stop. This might possibly trigger a yellow flag. It happened in turn number 3 and 4. You got the action, Justin, in front of you.
That was amongst the battles at the back of the pack. 3 wide into turn 3 with a little bit of an elbow shove coming. That time in the mix, that was Todd on the bottom of the racetrack at the time. That contact coming with Patrick Stein in the battle for position while he tried to follow the draft of Howard. A massive incident. Just avoids bringing the caution flag up by the time Spicer got it up on the tow truck.
We have just passed over 300 miles in the Indy 500. Samuel, back to you.
Yeah, I just want to give an update. You might be wondering why wasn't the yellow thrown. The big reason why the car never came back onto the racing surface with oncoming traffic on the loom. So for that reason, we stay green, and these drivers up front, they're starting to get racing.
And that is what's going on there as the field has worked their way past a yard of bricks. DeLoach is the man that leads the way now. Robert DeLoach in the 235. That is the driver. That is currently who everybody is now gunning for. As DeLoach hitting his marks here around the speedway. Tough break there for the Frederick, Maryland driver of Andy Spicer, but this is now reaping the rewards for DeLoach as he is the man that I don't think anybody was expecting. He might have been the wild card, Samuel. Actually, Justin, as he works to you in turn number 3.
Through turn 4, in fact, trying to dart things around. Speaking of darting, in the middle of the pack, some of the lap cars. And to attack a big back off from Dolson. Very spooked down as 2 cars in the 20s with 3 wide under him, with Spencer Todd looking hungry to pass him too.
Yeah, remember, Samuel, you talk about this. It is so hard. That's why we have the help of our producers and spotters and the help of us helping each other to work to find the directions of where these cars are. This is Dolson. This is inside the top 15 as they work to you out of turn number 2.
Yeah, and right now, Dolson, he's got to be careful because he's got some drivers that are hunting and howling, and the Howler Racing team is certainly wanting to hold off for the top 15. One of our biggest movers of the night, up 17 positions, and came in from our bump qualifying, had to qualify with his fastest 4-lap average, did so, and right now a strong run for that 040.
He's having one of the best runs from that grouping so far to the front straightaway towards Wesley with 71 to go.
70 laps closing in this race. Closing in over 300 miles. It'll be lap 160. 30 laps from now, and we will be into the final 400 miles complete and the last 100 miles of the virtual Indianapolis 500-mile race here for the Major Series American Sportsman. It is DeLoach the leader. Here is now Bryson Schutte. There's the man that pretty much dominated a majority of this race. He now sits mired, Samuel, on pit stops all the way back in 17th position. He is now in turn 3, Justin, in front of you.
Coming out of turn 4, in fact, and the major thing with that call is it's the long con in terms of the strategy, in terms of stretching it out. Here's the tougher part of the coin. It's still out of that window on a 1-stop from this mark forward. It's a very difficult call to make if you're Bryson Schutte. Remember, though, he's someone with experience. 3rd place in one time in 2012 when it came to the run for a scholarship from Skip Barber Racing School. Picked up $20,000 in scholarship funding that year. One of the drivers he beat during that, how about a 14th place Colton Herta that year? That's how much time has changed in the past decade as Ludwig makes his way to the front towards you as well.
And remember, Samuel Colton Herter, one of the drivers that'll be attempting to try to make, because he's already done in years past, the 106th running of the Indianapolis 500-mile race, as qualifying and bump day is next Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, certainly a lot of drivers focusing on their bump day as the real life of racing is getting hot and heavy. And speaking of hot and heavy, here it is. Don Dawson gonna be having to hold off that of McClure as well as Schutte as they're battling around lap traffic. This is when drivers got to be careful. Lap traffic, they're racing their own race against themselves, and they're hoping to get any advantage of just fuel runs, but it certainly gets mixy when the lead lap drivers are trying to get in battle between themselves.
And they work across the start-finish line, back to the yard of bricks. This time by, it is closing in as Justin and Samuel said under 70 laps to go. And for the most part, Samuel, as they work back in front of you, it seems like the second half of the race has been a little bit quieter than part one.
I mean, it's quieter in some aspects, but a complete wild card of who knows what's going to happen. Our front three, they are going to be in potential pit stop windows. And as I say that, some drivers coming into pit road. Our leader, Deloach, he's coming in.
Deloach has given up the lead. Greg McInerney has given up the lead as well. These pit stops are happening now. Justin Prince on lap number 133.
And this is the mark where they can slice it. 66 to go around this time to around 33 to go. Simplify from there, right at 33 on the dot for Deloach. McInerney, 34 laps on his stint. Meanwhile, they're 3 and 4. Richardson now the leader. Gargaro is still behind them with Medina in the main pack through turn 4.
So these green flag pit stops are cycling here. This is a possibility to stretch this run to one more final pit stop, as here comes more pitters. Richardson, Buchanan is in. That's going on. Gargaro, Burke, they're all pitting now. Samuel, this is not the money stop, but the penultimate money stop of the race, if you will, in the 10th Indy 500.
Yeah, you're really trying to set up how do I want to come into pit road. The big thing that's really different between IndyCar racing and stock car racing of the cups and the trucks that we usually cover here on LSRTV is they have the aspect of overtime and multiple attempts at overtime. Your math right now is only to make it to the end of this race. 200, that is the lap. If it's under green or under yellow, that is the mark you're going to.
That's exactly right, and you've got to remember, if the yellow flag does fall, it doesn't matter, Justin Prince. There is no overtime. This race is following the same traditional of what this Indy 500 has always been. 200 laps, 500 miles, not a minute or second or lap or quarter more as they are approaching that 400-mile mark here in about another 24 laps to go.
And that critical marker also valuable for some of the strategies in late going. Looking to battle on track, Fifth on back. Konstra, recovering from his troubles, will watch several more pitted from him, including Stephen Paulison, one of the Sector 5 cars.
So for about the last 5 laps now, Samuel Dyer, we have noticed green flag pit stops as here comes now one of our friends of the Pacific Northwest. By the way, Charlotte tomorrow night, the Northwest Cup Series at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Then, of course, Paulison is coming in. Those drivers of Stephen Paulison and Homan coming to make pit stops. Lane is pitting. As this happens here, the last 5 laps, green flag pit stops since lap number 133. We're now on lap 137.
Next driver in line that we're expecting to come to pit road is going to be the 12 of Jay Shallington, who should be the next driver. And then we're going to have a little bit of a pause on what driver's going to be coming into pit road for about 5 to 10 laps. But Shallington's been the driver that's really been able to stretch it out the most. But all these drivers putting down some very fast lap times for themselves. And right now it's that crunch time. How far can I push it? And for the drivers that just came into pit road, they know that they've only got one more pit stop to go. The rest of the field, they got to figure out how to stretch it out.
You gotta be mindful, you gotta be set, Justin, and this is the moments where you can't make mistakes as they're on the west end of the speedway in front of you.
It's very important to make sure you avoid some of the traffic, a bit of dartiness for some of the cars to dart and dodge around one of the kinetic racing machines. That was near trouble for Richardson.
And while that goes on, they work across the start-finish line as they dart and hold each other at bay. He falls back to 11th. Mind you, as we work now lap number 140 of this race, remember, lap 160 will approach 400 miles of this Indianapolis 500-mile race here. It is only now 15 cars, Samuel, on the lead lap as we're closing on 350 miles in the Indy 500. 15 cars is all on the top of the scoreboard, and here comes more cars coming to the pit lane as well.
Now more drivers having to come into pit road and get service done. That's going to be Jay Shellington, who is going to be the next driver. And now we're going to have a little bit of pause for about 5 to that of 8 laps for these drivers before they start to trickle back in for our top 10 drivers that are still here as we ride on board with this of the 35 machine and just getting a sense again of how the drivers are attacking this course from a little bit of above the helmet cam. And Justin, everyone's still focused, and you can tell the wear and tear starting to kick in.
Well, on the bright side, you see with the onboard sequence, he's got an AC unit. It is 2 inches away from his right arm. That's a way to keep cool, Wesley, during the race.
Yes, sir, exactly, for sure. And I bet you it's right now, if the numbers are correct, I think it says 65 degrees, as a matter of fact. So, if you will, the race car drivers are having air conditioning, Samuel, and that's good to keep him cool, if you will, as we approach here the final 60 laps.
Oh man, wouldn't the real life drivers love to have that while they're driving now? Just have an AC right next to them instead of being in these melting hot cars. It's certainly nice to have for themselves, but now, the end of the race, it's on. Now it's time, I talked about it, one of our keys of the race, focus. That is the last key we had. Still a lot of racing to go for 60 more laps.
And again, as we approach, those final 100 miles, as you see skunk cars on the track map littered and scattered all over the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Trouble, front straightaway, 25th. It is James Dean out of turn 4. The 06 car has collected a few others with them. A big bobble and a big slam for Richard McClure in the back of him. McClure was 5th on track, coming out of 4.
Closing in on under 60 laps to go. The yellow flag flies now for the 8th time in the Indy 500-mile race, just as we approach lap number 141. Justin Prince, you saw it break loose out of turn 4.
And it's a horrific run of the apex in the heart of the corner, way too low at the edge of the white rumble strip, pushes him right to the path of McClure, nowhere for him to go. Both cars, massive suspension damage, and a massive slide to the inside, brings us under yellow, and all of this comes at what makes this now a one-stopper easily to the good from here.
Yeah, I'm thinking that as well, Samuel. We're closing in on, what, 57 laps to go. I'm thinking you're going to gamble here, and I think we're going to see some drivers come to the pit lane and fill up the tanks and try to go to the finish, and whatever will be for the 10th running of the Indy 500 if they do that.
Yeah, at least the front 10 works. I mean, front 8, excuse me, are expecting to come into pit road.
Oh,
here's the contact card. But that driver that just snuck on by from Evolution, that was Shooty, who was finding himself.
I was about to say that. Was that Bryson Shooty? It was.
Absolutely lucky.
Wow.
And there's the saying, a cat has 9 lives, according to some, right? Yes. He's used a couple of them with the pit stop timings for cautions. He used another 1 or 3 there.
Okay, let's go on board with him. I think we are. This is extended replay. By the way, thanks to Pulse Poppers for being the replay sponsor. Samuel, I cringe as I watch this. This has probably been the biggest wreck of the night in the Indy 500. Look at this. Woo!
Just barely sneaking on by, and that luck. I mean, if we don't see Bryson Shooty win this race, he's got a feeling, I had all these lucky moments for what?
And they're making pit stops. Medina's coming in. But, Justin, here's the thing. I think there might be some people that are new to open wheel racing and saying, well, what the heck are they talking about? He missed that car by 10 feet. 10 feet at 230-something miles an hour, might I add.
Yeah, that is not easy to avoid, because the quicker you go, the less time you have essentially in the response to slow things down, for example. For example, you see those ads where drivers try and hit the brakes, let's say 20 miles an hour. They can go maybe about 20, 30 meters or so. Then you do it at 70, and it takes nearly triple the time, right? That's the major thing. That sparks up so much, and that stays true for the race cars. Here's the thing with the time of this caution, too. Some of the drivers electing not to pit because they had already pit a few laps ago. Will that be a smart play, though? There are only 18 cars in the lead lap, and only 6 of them stayed out of the 18. I don't know here, Wesley, about this.
We are closing in on the final 50 laps. Over 100 miles remain, at least 125 miles remain to the 10th running of the Majors Garage Indy 500 for the Major Series American Sportsman. We are going to go to commercial break. We'll be back for iRacing on LSRTV coverage from Speedway, Indiana, when we return from the greatest virtual spectacle of iRacing in a moment. Hey It's broadcast personality Wesley Outlet up topside at one of the great racetracks of the world, the Caraway Speedway. And I'd like to remind you to join us every Wednesday afternoon at 1 p.m. Eastern to 3 p.m. Eastern with coverage of Finish Line, where we talk to everybody from NASCAR to grassroots, like right here at Caraway Speedway, Carolina's Fox Sports Radio affiliates, iHeartRadio, and on the Community Radio Network at 87.5 FM. And remember, thanks to Live Sim Racing Productions, you can actually see the guest panel, ask their questions, get interactive with us with comments, and so much more in our chat box. Finish Line every Wednesday. Join us every week. Hey, it's broadcast personality Wesley Outlet, and for the second year in a row, the Community Radio Network is excited to also be the voice of iRacing on LSRTV every Monday and Thursday night with the Northwest Racing Series for Cup and Truck. Join yours truly, Justin Prince and Samuel Dyer, every week as they race towards a championship. We're also on the radio in the Triangle in the Raleigh-Durham, North Carolina area at 87.5 WCRN and anywhere worldwide at wearecrn.com. Click play, check out the coverage, the power of radio to the imagination of the listener, esports style. We are the Community Radio Network, the voice of iRacing on LSRTV. Check it out when you can, and replays are always up too. Lights are off for the pace car. Welcome back to the 10th running of the Major Series American Sportsman Indy 500, presented by Majors Garage. We are live on iRacing on LSRTV. Also, the radio coverage is on the Community Radio Network as well. And don't forget, awesome work behind the scenes by Mason Highbot, Jeff Stabdown, producer director Charles Wooten, making it happen. 15 laps to the final 100 miles. We're closing in on about 370 miles of distance here in the Indy 500-mile race. Pace car is in, green flag settles in, and for many, this might be, Samuel, as we come back to green, the money stop that just took place under caution as Richardson, Deloach, Gargaro send him off as the top three off the short chute in two.
Money stop's a little bit too far reaching, but certainly the penultimate stop for sure. This last one is for the majority of the drivers. From that is, oh no, right on the backstretch.
It's Chen sliding up at the heart of the racetrack, right in the middle of the backstretch. No caution yet. Chen gets slammed in the back up by three different cars. Now the caution waves. McClure hard in the grass. Holman slide to the inside. Massive chaos, debris everywhere.
Caution number 9 on a restart on lap number 145 has littered the mini cars off of turn number 2. The big wreck has just happened as the caution lights flashed on the scoreboards, the video boards, and up top on the flag stand. Samuel, you saw all hell break loose in turn number 2.
I mean, he was just coming out of the corner, just a little bit off the wall, hits it, breaks the wheel, comes hard back up into the track. And at this point, you're just helpless. You're just rolling. You're hoping that everyone else can get around you, but not able to. Calamity further back in the field.
And as mentioned, at least 3 different cars slammed back into Chin. And that was in the heart of the pack around 15th on back full speed. Klaus just avoided. Once again, you had more having to dodge who were contenders early on. This was after they already had checkups at the back of the pack on the restart, getting themselves to up to full speed nearly, and then you exit turn 2, and then all of a sudden, you get surprised by seeing a car right in the middle of your racetrack and the line you're choosing to try and break some of the toe of our cars into some of the pass in front of some of the traffic. No idea some of these cars had.
So many contenders' cars destroyed, littered. Just, it looks like it went from a race to a friggin', if you want to call it, you know, what do you want to call it, garage, or basically a
yard sale of parts.
A yard sale parking lot, if you will, of scattered and littered parts and pieces, if you will. It looks like a junkyard is the word I finally got out. I couldn't utter the word. It went from a race to a junkyard. And there's the end result one more time from the aerial view. My goodness, Samuel, this wreck happened in front of you in turn 2, and he looked like he was okay and then he just got plowed into the back end of the tail tank, and then everyone else just went scattered with debris and parts. My.
Just crumpled. I mean, that is all these drivers having to take a tow. About half the drivers that were involved with that wreck all are going to have to use a fast repair if they haven't already used it. Some had already have. Michael Chin luckily does have a fast repair. He can get back out there, but has to take the tow that's going to be put in the 034 lap down. Homan also has a fast repair, but has to take the tow as well. Just so many drivers going to be out of this thing. And Justin, I mean, it's one of those wrecks where you hope that everyone can make it out safely.
And the funny thing is, amongst all that, among those who just avoided all that, remember the 9 lives of the cat of Bryson Schutte. He used another couple there. He was among the last cars in that green blur seen on the outside before everybody stacked up below him.
So the big one has just transpired as we are closing in on the final 370 plus miles of this race closing in. Lap 160 will be 400 miles in the final 100-mile stretch of the Indy 500-mile race. A multi-car accident. Suffice to say, Samuel, the big one, or could we see more trouble on the horizon?
I mean, that certainly is the biggest one of the night. I mean, the one before that was from the restart wreck that we had back on lap 34, where we had about 6 drivers involved with that one. This, over 8 vehicles, all in some fashion involved with this wreck. This is for sure the big one. Majority of those drivers, like we noted on, in the middle of the field, who have been racing so aggressively on top of one another, and now for some, seeing their nights parked in the parking garage and just waiting for this night to end.
Timothy Klaus, Chris Yedio, Richard McClure, some of these drivers that have pitted now as this still continues to roll into the final 50 laps of this race.
Yeah, and that's the major thing. Still a one-stopper to get to the end from this point. Now for some who topped off this time, towards the back of this pack, it's a little bit more flexible to strategy, and as well, how little fuel they are going to need to get to the end here. But it's also now, with the way things are faring out, guessing the times of some of these caution flags to be able to get the job done here, because you still have all the drivers who stayed out the last caution still up in the front. Medina is the first of those who topped off the previous caution in the pack.
Hey, a reminder that obviously tonight is a special night for iRacing on LSRTV. Of course, round number 6 of the 2022 Major Series American Sportsman schedule presented by Majors Garage is at Indianapolis. However, there's another big event, the Grand Prix of Le Mans, the Circuit de Le Mans. 2.4 hours with the Audi, Porsche cars, BMWs in whatever different sim they're operating in. Of course, in 4 different spec leagues. That will be our next broadcast for American Sportsman, Samuel. That is on Sunday night, June the 5th, round 7. And the other one that I told you I'm looking forward to is round number 8. That's Sunday night, June the 26th. That is the Coca-Cola World 600 with the 87 Ford Thunderbird Chevrolet Monte Carlos, and that will be another grueling race as we get ready for the restart here in Indianapolis with 51 laps to go. That event, Samuel, will be 600 miles, 400 laps at Charlotte.
Yeah, I've been watching just that 500 miles here tonight. Let's add another 100 for that event. But for here tonight, the drivers are on it, as it's going to be that of Cody Richardson up front in the cluster of drivers. Who's going to be up front? It has certainly been changing up ever since we saw Schutte come into pit road back on lap 110. It's been a revolving door of who can be up front and try to take this position. Right now, it is all that of Cody Richardson.
Can I tell you who I am so impressed with? Let's go on board with Carl Burke, the legend, the 053. He's in the 6th position, Samuel. What a drive for a man that normally struggles in the Northwest Racing Series for Cup and Truck. What a night to shine in open wheel cars.
Yeah, for Carl Burke, he's up that of 13 position, started back in 19th. And certainly has been doing a great job for himself down into turn number 3.
He's amongst the side-by-side battling, though, with Medina. Medina's punted Burke. Burke with a slide. Burke nearly gets back on Medina through turn 4. Burke holds on to it. Significant damage possibly, though, as Burke takes a peek to the left.
Man, Burke and Medina racing a little aggressive than more than they should. Past the yard of bricks, by the way, we're closing in on under 50 laps to go. 8 laps to 400-mile mark of the Indy 500. The greatest virtual spectacle of iRacing heats up again out of turn 2.
And the jinx hits. Carl Burke damaged. He's got to be worrisome of this if it continues on. Luckily, finding a little bit of comfort at the moment, but losing positionings to 3 other drivers is not the way that we want to see for the 053 here late.
He might have to peel down to the pit lane. Just made a call over the radio. We'll see if Burke has to go around. More cars going around. 29th position. That's towards the back. And
55.
that's Nichols. Last car running.
Nichols, 30th place car, spun, and he looks like he still holds it together. No harm, no foul, no caution flag. The race goes on as he works into turn number 3 and 4.
Went back, looked like it was a little bit of a self-spin once again for some of these drivers here late. Just a little bit too much of trying to make that weight adjustment for these vehicles. It's costing them. We've seen so many self-spins here this evening, Justin. I mean, the majority of our cautions have been self-inflicted incidences. These drivers, I think they're starting to realize, hey, let's calm down a little bit, but also at the same time, recognizing it's mind games, fuel strategies on the mind.
They have to be at this point, especially with some having to come in about 10-15 laps. That's outside, if not at the very tippy top of the fuel window. For those looking to go the full fuel load to get to the end. Richardson is amongst that. Deloach. Gargaro Jr. amongst that. Then you have the Splash and Go group, led right now by Medina, despite some of the contacts still in 6th through turn 3 entry. So plenty of different cards being played, and their hands are being shown for all to see.
And the question is, as they work now off the west end of the speedway to turn 4 across the yard of bricks from start finish, is will we see green flag pit stops, or could a yellow flag ensue to cause everyone to pit under yellow? Meanwhile, we're 155, 5 laps away from 400 miles. It's time to settle in. Notch up those seat belts and steering harnesses and get them ready for the long haul, Samuel. It's time for the final 100 miles to decide the winner as they go to turn 3.
Down into turn number 3, and certainly these drivers are trying to find out where they're going to find this maximum speed. But Justin, you've already covered a full 200 laps here. Add another 155 to your table. When are you expecting these drivers to see their final time, or when does the window fully open up for these drivers?
The window for drivers to make it to the end, lap 33. That's when you can come from that point forward and get to a good spot to make it to the end on gas. Now, for those who are able to push further, the further you go, the less fuel you need to put in when you peel down to the pit lane. There is that option of going no tires. That's about a 4-second stop. That could be prevalent for some of the drivers, especially with the track conditions leaning towards that way today. But the critical part in all that too, guys, is the one major thing. You need it to stay green, and you need to pick it right. You pick it wrong, you're in trouble. And oh, by the way, the overcut is very valuable.
And McInerney and Dolson now battling for that spot. That is going on for 12th and 13th position, as you see on board down below the right. That's on board with McInerney as you see him trying now, Samuel, off of turn 2 to hold off Dolson. And we're closing in on that 400-mile mark here at Indianapolis as well.
And also the window getting a little bit dimmer, as you can tell here for these drivers. Real life, it's starting to see the sunlight dimming down as here comes the hard racing side by side. This is for 7th place. Nick Horvath as well as that of Costco going to be on top of one another as drivers racing down the straightaway. Wesley, I'm watching these drivers racing, and right now, driver that's been under the radar, 3rd place, David Gargaro Jr. He certainly is looking for a good points day. He's going to be coming in for himself 5th in points, highest of our top 5 in points.
Yeah, Gargaro is somebody to watch. He's moved up to 3rd there, Justin, as they work in front of you. That battle continues for 7th, 8th, and 9th, and 3.
Montreal Mudstills in that grouping. Horvath finding a way to pull ahead. Burke still able to hold on. Caution is out behind him. Caution is out again on the speedway.
Caution out now for the 9th time here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, or is it the 10th time? I've lost count. It's lap number 158, just 5 miles shy of 400 miles here in Indianapolis. Justin, you saw it break loose in 3 and 4.
It was more so 1 and 2, and I think in front of Sam, and this pack was starting to squabble.
Oh, let's take the look here at this replay. It's just another one of those misjudgment calls. Gets into the outside wall and slamming, disintegrating the 72. And that's Robert Covey. And Covey was over the radio about a lap before this. Just feeling a little discomfort. Wasn't happy about some of the racing that's going on around him. And here comes another view of the destruction for the 72.
Seen a bit of
Caution out again. Look at this now. This is on the left front wing, if you will, for the tire. Justin into turn number 1 and 2 in the short chute, and there's in the wall. Look at this. Oh, well, it was there. It's gone now. That Firestone Firehawk has just got totally destroyed, and so did everything else on that machine.
Typical aero wash situation through turn 1 and 2, the major danger spot of this track. But the squabbling 2, keep in mind, the battle that Sam is referring to, they were near 3 wide and nearly wrecked the previous lap I seen to the corner of my eye for 17th position after Paulison went for a cross, nearly made contact with the front wing of Covey's car, and it led to some of that squabbling referred to. By the way, most of the leaders staying on track. Horvath, the first of those coming in. He's brought Ludwig and Shooty with him.
Caution out. Hey, by the way, this series event is brought to you by the Major Series and Majors Garage. You need an iRacing setup? 60 plus iRacing car setups just like this Stellar is available. To sign up today, click the link in chat or in the broadcast description now. Samuel Dyer, Justin Prince, we are 400 miles this time around in to the greatest virtual spectacle of iRacing. What do you think we'll see, Samuel, for the final century grind of the Indy 500 of 2022?
Well, certainly it's about to get scrappy. We're still outside of that window for these drivers to make it on a one more pit stop. Justin gave us the window. 33 laps is when they're going to feel the most comfortable. So that's at lap 168 when they know they are good to make it to the end. All these drivers pitting before that, and that's kind of the gutsy call that I was looking at. Nick Horvath, Shooty, Ludwig, all coming in this time by. They still need to come in at least one more time. But the driver that's in 4th, Chase Shallington, I gotta say, this 12 has been the one driver that's figured out how to push the limit on fuel. He's done it at least 2 times here tonight of maximizing his fuel to 37 to 38 laps on a run, but he had yellow flags to assist himself. Hey, you never know, this 12 might know something if we get another quick caution here in 3 laps.
Justin Prince, final 100 miles, your take of the race so far and what's to come?
Well, we're going to see a lot of busy battling, I'm pretty sure, to say the very least, because several of the drivers, Richardson, Deloach, Gargaro, have to come in within about 10 laps from this restart, because that puts them in the window to make it to the end, and that's why, in part, they stayed out here. That's going to be layer 1 of all this. Layer 2 are the drivers looking to really rebound from what could have been a much different race for them. Shooty, in particular, his pit call from earlier, it's still to where he's trying to find a way to get himself back up there. He's working with his teammate Horvath, though. That's the counterpart that could help them there. So if they work together, I think that might be a pivotal part of how the end of the race could play out. But the major thing, especially for some of the bad sim racing campaigners, as well as some of the drivers from Forge up towards the front, think about the big picture. You know the stop's coming up. You have to execute. You can't afford to speed, but you can't afford to take it so slow on the entry you lose 3 seconds being conservative.
Lights are off for the pace car. We'll get ready for the restart here as we are working the final 100 miles now of the Indianapolis 500-mile race here at the virtual Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Cody Richardson has been the shocker. He has set up in front for the second half of this race after what we actually saw Bryson Shooty do in the first 250 miles. The second half, he has been him. Rob DeLoach, Dave Gargaro Jr., Samuel mentioned, keep an eye on that dark horse there. He settles into third. Jay Shallaton is fourth. He's been comfortably in the top 5 since halfway. Maurice Gomillion top 5. Nathan Medina, with bad luck early in the race, has settled himself up into the 6th position. Andrew Kotska 7th. Carl Burke is 8th. Greg McInerney is 9th. And Don Dawson sitting in the top 10. Doug Buchanan is 11th. Brian Shrivner is 2nd. Stephen Paulison, Nick Horvath, Bryson Schutte, Mark Redeker, and Ernie Ludwig, the 17 cars that are on the lead lap. It will be 39 laps to go, 38 remaining. When they cross the yard of bricks, they come to the line. The flagman awaits above the start-finish line. Settling in for the final 100 miles of the greatest virtual spectacle of iRacing, the Indy 500-mile race is back into turn number 1.
Into turn number 1 as the drivers continue to get up to speed. Cody Richardson, he is feeling good. Same for Rob DeLoach, but like Justin said, under our yellow, they're gonna have to think about pit stops here in about that of 8 laps or less. The question is, do you wait until the opening comes up at that of lap 168? You think about pitting any later than that and you maximize until you run out of fuel. The questions are always going to be looming. If it's me, I'm thinking about getting right to that window. Then I never have to worry about pitting again.
Across the start-finish line, it is Richardson out in front. He leads the way. Back to turn number 1 and 2. Closing in on that window of those pit stops, Samuel. It's Richardson, DeLoach, Gargaro, Shallaton, Gomillion. When do you make your move, or is it still just too early here in Indianapolis right now?
Looking like it's too early for now, but certainly the mind games, they're on as we take an onboard high above cam going into turn 3.
Heading through the corner, in fact, setting things on up, keeping an eye on some of the drivers mid-pack in particular. Dolson quietly top 10 now, up 22 spots, looking to use the bottom of the track, getting a good exit to close up tonight.
Coming off the short shootout of turn 4, back now roaring to the yard of bricks to the start-finish line. That's Dolson's car. He's in the top 10. Meanwhile, Dolson, Buchanan, all going at it. They battle for that position going to 2.
That's actually going to be Spencer Todd in the 18 first car lap down. And for Spencer Todd, I mean, first half of this race, he was one of the drivers we were thinking could contend for a win. Now, just hoping he can stay in the top 20 as we go into 3.
Looking to try and get his lap back. Keep in mind, that's the major thing. You have to race for your lap back. In front of them, Carl Burke, a little bit of dodginess, had near contact again for 7th.
Remember the last time Carl Burke was under attack, he almost got put in the fence. He holds them off now. It is closing in on 35 laps to go in the 2022 edition of the 10th annual Indy 500. Richardson is leading. If you want to make a move, you better make one now. You also just saw Medina, Samuel. He is down the back straightaway trying to get to the top 5.
Certainly is trying everything in his power, but right now, for that of Nathan Medina, he does not need to overpressure. If anything, go in a little bit of a lower speed. Don't try to maximize your speed at the current moment. He's going to take the lead. The driver he's got to worry about is the driver behind, that of Kotska, who's going to be on a similar stint of that too.
Working it past the yard of bricks now. Richardson, DeLoach, Gargaro, those guys continue to battle it out here. Lap number 166 of 200. They're already again in turn 2.
Drivers certainly getting aggressive for themselves, and certainly further back. Starting to see this for 7th place, and it's on. There goes Greg in the 35.
Dardiness continues when it comes to the Forge machine. Looking to now leapfrog his head way ahead to Medina. The gap, 3/4 of a second. Using a higher line through the short chute again. Going up to the second line. Uses the banking as a ramp off 4.
The man from Mad Sim Racing in his Chevrolet, 32 years old, the Delara, the native out of Blueford, Illinois, from the land of Lincoln, is out in front as they approach the final 33 laps of the Indy 500. This might be the biggest open-wheel Indy race of his career. He is out in front as he sets off 2.
And now we're coming into that opening range of these drivers. At any point from here on out, you come into pit road, you know you're good.
And keep in mind, the favorite racetrack for Cody Richardson, the Brickyard. He looks to continue it up at one of his favorite circuits in the real world. He makes his way off for once more. 33 to go. Magic window opens.
And here comes the magic window again as Cody Richardson, the man out in front. He is in P1. Remember what Samuel said. Ask that question to Justin Prince. When do you pit? The magic window is 33 to go in Indianapolis in the scheduled distance of 200 laps, 500 miles. And Samuel, they're off turn 2. Could they pit at any moment?
Any moment certainly is going to be the point of action. Our top 5, 4 of them need to come into pit road here in the next, either this lap or the next 2.
Richardson getting reeled in by Deloach in all of this. Deloach a little bit higher, backing up some of his lines on the throttle. No pokes to the pit lane yet. Up 4 for the top 4.
32 laps to go now. When they cross the yard of bricks, they all play possum. Or do they? They all stay in a line. It's all now. Back to turn 1. Richardson with the big lead behind Deloach. Gargaro, though, starting to close in. And believe it or not, Samuel Shalinton top 4 off 2.
Yeah, and Jay Shalinton certainly has been a driver that's been showing off his range on saving fuel, but he's going to need a couple of more, at least one yellow, if he wants to make it stretch this fuel. It probably won't happen, but here they come.
Richardson's made the call over the radio. He's coming in this time in the 064 for the money stop. Coming to 31 laps to go. Richardson makes the turn left.
Richardson peels off of pit lane. He gives off the lead, and now he's on the binder, slamming on the brakes as we saw tire smoke coming from the tail wing. He now gets ready to make his pit stop. It's the money time. Everyone else still stays on the racetrack as they're in turn 2. Here comes Richardson, the Illinois native. He's going to be all by his lonesome in the saw blade. Top 5 is now Deloach as they work into 3 of the racetrack.
And this is going to be a revolving door of our top, that of 5, because right now Deloach, as well as that of Gagaro and Gomillion, all still need to come into pit road. It's that of Shalinton and Medina. They're good. They can stay out for another 5 to 4 more laps, but this is now everyone trying to make their stop, and Richardson made the money one.
Robert Deloach now, as you look at the sawblade.com top 5, is now the new leader. Green flag pit stops are cycling through in the final, if you will, 70 miles of the Indianapolis 500-mile race. It is Deloach, Gargaro, Shalinton, Gomillion, Medina, Justin. He's back in the top 5 as they go to the west end of the speedway and more cars are pitting.
It's the 27 at the back part of the pack. Oh, wow, the rate leaders go through 3 and 4. Who will peel off this time? No signals over the radio, no secrets shared, but Deloach, he's showing his hand in the pit lane.
Deloach will now give up the lead. He will come to the pits and make his now money stop, if you will. Other cars coming in as well include Greg McInerney. It's also Carl Burke, Samuel. They're pitting with under 30 laps to go.
Yeah, and this is a perfect time for Carl Burke. He has his fast repair. He had gotten damaged, as you see the 35's onboard camera. The sunlight not as bright through his window, but certainly you can tell the pressure's on the money stop. Drivers can honestly throw away their whole entire race on this stop. You have to stay focused. Don't make any mistakes. This is it. And also for all the drivers that are coming into pit road, they got to make sure they stay on the lead lap just in case a yellow flag flies.
And Justin, all the while, we're seeing now the driver of David Gargaro Jr. peel off the pit lane. He led for a lap. Now he comes in for his money stop. It'll now put Shalinton, Gomillion, Medina, Kotska, Buchanan in the top 5 with now 27 to go.
Here's the important thing for the back straight away, though, as more stops continue amongst that sequence. Richardson has held on to the net lead by 3/10 over to Deloach. Shalinton amongst those, cycling around to cut his way to the pack, but he has Gomillion looking to go to the point. Some tempers flaring, trouble going on for Deloach and company with the traffic. He's being boxed down towards Sam.
Yeah, and right now for Deloach, he just lost over 4/10 and more with lap traffic holding him off. He was right on the back gearbox of Cody Richardson. Now he's got to hope that he doesn't lose the draft to him.
Down the back
straight
straight away.
He likes that too much there. Justin going to turn 3, buddy.
The temper's still flaring. He now gets around the 4 at least, but that is huge for Richardson. Richardson now with a bigger buffer of about 7/10 of a second for the net lead. 35 seconds back of Shalinton. They are currently just on the lead lap.
Here's the thing you got to think about as they get ready to come to 25 laps to go here in the Indy 500-mile race. next time by. The top 12 are going to have to pit Samuel Dyer as you're on board
Trouble.
with Richardson.
Trouble,
Caution's
turn.
out.
Caution is out. It's this 27 car in turns 3 and 4. Hitting the wall through the safer barrier. Yet Tito has gone too high, gone to the low side, and peeled back up as a pinball all the way to the top.
Caution flag flies for the 11th time in the Indianapolis 500-mile race, closing in on 25 laps to go. It happened in front of Justin Prince off the west end in turn 4.
That's amongst the lap traffic. Remember, this car just hit a bit of colder tires, too high, just avoids coming across some of the lead cars, and a major slam to the inside. At this point, he's along for the ride, and that is a huge time for the caution flag. Shallington, Medina, Kotska amongst those who have not yet pit in this sequence, and some drivers have lost the lead lap. McEnany is amongst them, who might have to go and hope for a chance to take the wave if he's in front of the leaders.
Samuel, Justin, sometimes we talk about late race cautions allowing you to pit again. We just saw a cycle of green flag pit stops for the last, if you will, I don't know, 10 laps. Would anybody that's already pitted, Samuel or Justin, your thoughts also on this, come to the pits and take on new tires or even fill up the tanks to try to make a late race pit stop rally?
Absolutely not. If you have already made your pit stop under that green flag run and you're still in the lead lap, you stay out. You're taking that track position. Everyone else from 11th up to our leader have to come into pit road. They cannot make it. So I'm expecting for that of Cody Richardson, Deloach, Gagaro Jr., Carl Burke. They're loving this yellow because it places them further up. And also for that of Carl Burke, he did not use a fast repair. Thought he was going to, but the 053 saying he wants to hold on to that just in case something disastrous happens here in these final 25 laps.
Justin, are you snake bit if you're in the top 12 like guys that are up in the front like Shallington, Medina, Kotska, because you know they're going to have to pit? They might as well do it under caution, would you think?
They have to come in under caution, realistically speaking. This is your stop right here. You have to come in. It's a good and bad spot. As long as you don't make a mistake on that entry, you're good to go to make it under this caution flag period. The tough part on that, as Sam said, very likely they cycle behind those who were able to come in earlier. And this helps those who had to come in a lap or two earlier than the others equalize on that fuel window in their fuel strategy.
So for the cars that were in the dirty dozen, if you will, Samuel Dyer and Justin Prince, they had to come to the pit lane, as Justin just reiterated on. As you see on the scoring pylon past the yard of bricks, they now pit. And this just shuffles up the running order. And guess what? Cycled back around, whether it was going to be under caution, Samuel Dyer, or under green flag, Cody Richardson is back up in front. The man from the land of Lincoln, back in P1, down the stretch in the greatest virtual spectacle of iRacing of 2022.
Yeah, and with the timing of this yellow, I just continue to scratch my head on that of Bryson Schutte as well as that of Nick Horvath. Under the last caution in yellow we had, they decided to come into pit road. It didn't make sense in my brain. They were giving up so much track position for no gain. And now they're going to be mired back in 15th place for Schutte, 13th for Horvath, and as well that of Ludwig going to be in between them both. This is now gifted it to our top 5. It's on them. If they can keep themselves out of trouble and not wreck each other, it's all on them. Speaking of trouble, some drivers further back, Klaus, the 80 machine back in 23rd, issues under yellow flag.
Oh, that's bad luck, Justin. It's one thing to have bad luck in a green flag race run, but it's bad when it's under caution.
I am not sure what Klaus was kind of doing there, where he came out of the pit lane, believe here. We can get a look at the 80 car. Coming out of turn 2, he's catching up to the line, and the major thing is, you kind of have to pay attention, right, to be able to time things up. Latin one lap card, he puts himself at the pit wall in live action, all of this. But when it comes to Klaus, he just went and rolled it to the point where he's or at the bottom of the revs and it just goes bye-bye on him. And then when he loops it back around, in fact, he's staying still on the track. Gilbert just passes him and just slams him, T-bones him nearly at the front wing.
All right, so this is going on not on screen. This is something that happened under the caution flag,
Yes,
as you
yeah.
just saw the wave around being offered to drivers that decided not to pit, but to take an advantage to get back on the lead lap. And one car, Justin, was able to take that opportunity, as those drivers, of course, correction, in 17th, 18th, and 19th, I think it is. And Michael Chin, I think, got back on the lead lap. McInerney, I think, strategy-wise, also will stay on the lead lap. And the lights are off for the pace car. 22 laps to go when we drop the green flag, Samuel.
Yeah, a weird situation under pacing here, but this is go time. You are no longer needing to worry about coming into pit road. The only drivers, I should say, that need to still come to pit road, going to be that of Michael Chin, who took the wave around. He still needs to come in. He's going to want a quick yellow, as well as that of Patrick Stein back in 20th. Those are the only two drivers that are worried about pitting. Everyone else, it's game on. It's seeing who can win here for the Majors Indy 500.
All the players have entered the game, as it looks like, as the field works to the west end of the speedway, Justin, for what might be possibly the final restart of the Indy 500. 18 cars will be on the lead lap.
And at this point, if you are in the hunt, you have to try and get the pounce down on Richardson. You might not have a lot of time if you go green from here. Important to dial it up for the green.
Pace car comes onto the pit lane, closing in on what will be 22 laps to go of the Indianapolis 500-mile race. And to the home stretch they go. Green flag goes back in the air. The driver out of Blueford, Illinois, sets sail 5 car lengths behind. The man in second of Deloach, Gargaro Jr. Strategy 1, 2, and 3 before the pit stop, Samuel in 2.
Right now, that of Cody Richardson, Deloach, that of Gargaro Jr., Burke. It is a 4-horse race on who's going to get it done, and it's now hardcore snaking. Here comes Deloach to the outside.
Deloach to the outside into 3, uses the third line, trying to go just outside of the marbles, going along with Richardson. Richardson goes for a later mark on the entry, still looks to hold on and does hold on up 4.
Slithering inside, outside, mimicking the movements of their competitors in front of them, but now he makes his own move. Deloach to the outside, he looks for the lead. Richardson battles back in 1.
Big thing with Richardson having such a shallow entry is it can hurt him on the exit of these corners. With side-by-side action, it's Richardson, watch out, onto the backstretch.
Deloach with the better run off the corner though, down the back. Richardson looking to get it back. He still holds on to the left rear tire. In through 3, lower line for Deloach. Richardson goes to the 5th gear to make the pass back. Deloach shuffle back at a 4.
It is time to go, and it's time to go now. And I believe Deloach knows that Richardson also knows he better be on the defensive. Deloach now makes a move on the outside lane. He now tries to clear by Richardson. Richardson says no. Side by side, back to turn 1 with 20 to go.
Best friend for that of Cody Richardson's, that inside wall on the front stretch, and here on the back stretch, it's all about the grass. Stay low, don't give an opening to the Deloach. Deloach, once again, right on the back bumper as they go down the back stretch.
Another slingshot to the outside. He tries to work it up top. Deloach again to the 2nd and half lane. Richardson still rounds the bottom. Deloach trying to position himself. Richardson again gets himself clear off the corner again.
It might be 20 laps to go, but it's 460 miles complete in the greatest spectacle in virtual iRacing, the Indy 500. Deloach and Richardson know it's go time. 19 to go, and they're side-by-side in 1. And Gargaro is licking his chops, ready to pounce. Contact. The leaders crash each other. Gargaro will go to the lead. Richardson crashes. Deloach is in the wall with the worst damage. No caution. Both cars damaged in their scorecards, wrecking out of turn 2, Samuel.
And just nowhere to go. Finally, the yellow flag waves, and it's finally because Deloach finds himself being spun around because he was pointing straight. No yellow is thrown, and in a blink of an eye, our leaders, that of Richardson and Deloach, wipe each other out, and it just carries on, taking others that were not wanting to be there. Michael Chin, who was trying to avoid carnage, he's going to be involved in this one. Paulison and many others as we see the aftermath.
They were battling side by side. Who wanted it more? Obviously, heartbreak now for drivers of Mr. Rob Deloach. Oh, man. And you think of also Richardson, and he's able to continue, though, Samuel, or Justin, but, man, That's heartbreak there. Those guys were, that is what this virtual Indy 500 will do to you. I think somebody just made a mental error, and it was maybe a little aggressive, Justin, trying to come to the end of this race.
I understand the reason for the aggression, though, with how difficult it can be to pass. The best time to make the pass is when your Firestones are fresh like there. And the tough thing is, you get that one little bit of tightness where you get just that extra half a lane higher on that exit like we've seen in the short shoot in turns 1 and 2, where it's the major tight spot compared to the rest of the circuit. It's a recipe for disaster. And now the whole complexion of the race has flipped upside down. Deloach, Paulison, Chin, all of them having to take toes. And when you include as well the rest of the competitors who slammed on in, the rest of the field, it's seen massive ripples. Richardson, of course, coming in.
Samuel, you got to realize we're going almost 4 hours into our broadcast coverage of the 10th Indianapolis 500-mile race for the American Sportsman of the Majors Series for Majors Garage. Those drivers, we don't know how long they've been in the sim all day today besides practicing 50-lap minimum, qualifying, doing what they need to do. And here's another thing. They've ran over 470 miles in this race, and then there's that little mistake, and it's so costly with 17 to go.
Yeah, I mean, it's extremely costly, and especially with that wreck, you could tell that Cody Richardson, he was trying to be aggressive, trying to be so defensive on the inside lane, but at the same time, Robert Deloach didn't give him any space on the exit of the corner, which you're not really, you're pinching, you're hoping that they'll back out of that. Both drivers, no give, all take, and it gives out a giant wreck there at the end. And once again, this gives opportunity for some of these drivers further up. Figaro, Burke, I mean, we got people that we probably never even were thinking about as favorites to watch out for. Carl Burke started back in 19th. He's now got an opportunity to go for a win here.
Justin, I think of what was it, my friend, 2 years ago on a truck race at Talladega. Remember when everybody got behind the Northwest driver, Carl Burke, when he needed to win a race just to advance into the championship four or advance into the playoffs? I kind of have the same sentiments here right now for that driver who is now in the number 2 position.
And the interesting thing when it comes to Burke is he's among the drivers who, if you look back in the history of the Major Series, back to its Northwest region focus days, guess who was amongst those drivers who were in those first ever Indianapolis 500-mile races in this series? Carl Burke. 64 starts entering this year in the Major Series, 25th all-time. This could be a major milestone for Burke if he can find a way around. But Gargaro Jr. is not going to make it easy. We've seen how good that car's been throughout the night from that camp from Vengeance Motorsports. There's a reason Medina's been the points leader entering tonight. Gargaro Jr. knows at this moment he's got a huge chance, as well as with Medina, to have a strong team run, especially if they can be the team who takes the checker in this race.
The lights are off on the pace car. By the way, if you want to join iRacing, whether it's an official league, AI Racing, or more, go for more information right now to iRacing.com. That is iRacing. Of course, we are excited to go into a decade as your leader of your home for sim racing. This is iRacing on LSRTV. And of course, the Major Series American Sportsman Circuit presented by Majors Garage. Real quickly, let's look at the race analysis so far, the race summary. I think we're at 12 caution flags and that crazy race that took out the leaders. 12 cautions, 31 caution laps, of course, 21 lead changes. Samuel, now we're talking.
Yeah, 21. I mean, it really has opened up ever since our 5th caution of the day, when we started to see a couple of Shooty backing off from the lead position. Ever since then, it has been a wide open door on who can get up front. And what's crazy, Wesley, of all 12 cautions, 4 of them have been multiple vehicles involved.
Justin, they're in front of you as we get ready for the restart and 15 to go in the virtual Indy 500.
You cannot afford to have massive tire spin. You can't afford to misjump this start as well. Already Gargaro Jr. working his way to the top. Expect some unpredictability though. If the 4 wants to get the good jump, you can't have a massive jump though to allow that draft in. Pace car's off.
Remember, when the pace car pulls in, it's up to the leader's discretion to pull away. He does. They cross the yard of bricks here at the Pagoda. 15 laps to go in the greatest spectacle of virtual iRacing, the Indy 500 of 2022. Gargaro, Burke, Shalenton, Go Million, Medina, top 5 off 2.
I mean, Justin notified it. Don't want to get too big of a run. Well, it might have happened. Carl Burke, he's got the momentum onto the backstretch to the high line. It's going to be that 0.53. A little bit of help. Here comes the 12 to the inside.
Shalenton wants to take advantage of the snake. Gargaro Jr. feeds him some dirty air. The arrow wash hits them both. Side by side for second. Burke scrapes the wall. Burke runs the third line. Burke holds on to second, but Gargaro Jr. runs away.
They slither, it gets turbulent, it gets dirty. They fight their way back through that mess of drafted air as a snake into 1 and 2. Gargaro holding off Burke, 14 to go, they're in turn 2.
Oh no, Andrew Kotska, who is running in the top 10, hard in the outside wall out of turn 4 into pit road. We stay green, but also look back for 4th, the 0.44, Maurice Gomillion, the other crown jewel event, the Daytona 500. It came 1 position shy. He's in a good opportunity here.
Can he find a way to go his way from 4th to 1st? Still losing ground with the arrow wash. Behind them, the major buffers build up to 3 seconds. Burke is within 2/10 of the front.
Though the cars are different, though the configuration is also different, it's 500 miles, 200 laps, and it's very ironic that Go Million, down the stretch with 13 to go, has now found a way to climb his way into the top 5. Medina, a driver that had problems earlier, also slithers into the top 5. The battle is the lead now. Burke to the lead. He snakes them off at turn 2.
That was one of the most bizarre just give the lead away. But it looks like Gargaro trying to figure out how to position himself to take the lead, but he's just gifted the lead to Carl Burke there, Justin.
Gargaro Jr. struggling to find a way to get the run back. Following the tire tracks, loses ground off 4. Behind them, lots of intense battling, 7 on back.
They slither their way again, snaking as we said. 12 laps to go here in the Indianapolis 500. It's Burke now the leader, our friend of the Pacific Northwest. I call him the legend. He would be a legend, Samuel, if he wins the Indy 500. He's off at turn 2.
With the amount of times he's brushed that outside wall, he certainly would. The only driver, I mean, you touch the wall, usually your day's done, but Carl Burke says otherwise. Down into turn number 3, Justin.
Burke hogs the inside. Gargaro Jr. outside. A bit of a squeeze from Burke. Through turn 4. Against the curb. Too low for Burke. Gargaro Jr. with a run.
Burke opens up the lead now to the outside lane, and here comes Gargaro, coming through. Wingman Shalenton pulls up in front of Burke. They save it in turn 1.
Woo, there goes that 12. He wants that lead. Shalenton, who's been playing all the fuel games all night long, he doesn't have to save anymore. It's full power, and the 12 is up front.
Down the back straightaway, Gargaro Jr. looking to get this draft back. Traffic ahead and Spencer Todd to fare up with. Carl Burke gets a bump from Go Million for 3rd. He gets shoved ahead into 3 and 4. Burke gets tight. Burke loses ground. Through turn 4 they go.
20 miles remain. It is now 10 laps to go in the 2022 edition of the greatest virtual spectacle of iRacing here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. They cross the yard of bricks. Shalenton now the leader in turn 1, the top 4 single file.
Issues you see coming out of pit road. That's Nathan Medina. He had to come into pit road after an incident. Gargaro Jr. has a chance if he can figure out a win here tonight. The 4 potentially could be the points leader going into next round.
Shalenton playing the snake games though into 3 once more. Gargaro Jr. looking to try and find a way to stop the snake, to try and slither his way back up into the draft of Shalenton and then some. Off 4, the gap, 0.3 of a second.
You mentioned the snake, you mentioned the air, it's turbulence, it's dirty air. You've got to try to find a way to make that draft work to your advantage and not have the leaders take each other out like what happened to Richardson and Deloach earlier. 9 to go, it's Shalenton. He has played fuel strategy all night long, Samuel. He leads off 2.
No more having to try to save to 38 to 39 laps of fuel. The 12, full song, trying to pull away. We run on board the 4, trying to march his way to figure out where to go. But right now, Justin, it's on the 12.
Still no way to get close up yet. It is creeping down though. Gargaro Jr. looking comfy on 4, back down to 0.2 with 8 to go.
8 laps to go now when they cross the yard of bricks. The interval is now almost 200 thousandths of a second with Shalenton, Gargaro, Burke. Don't count him out, Samuel. He's starting to reel them back in on the east end of the speedway through the short chute in turn 2.
I mean, you got Burke, you got Gomillion. If we get a wreck, I mean, don't look back now, but Doug Buchanan, the biggest mover of the day, he's back in 5th once an opportunity potentially.
That's a bit behind by 3 seconds, still fighting with Schreibner, who has been amongst those who has been able to survive attrition and then some. He dives to the inside for 5th. The 70 car looking to go to a race high P5. Yes, indeed, through turn 4 exit.
And they work their way across the start-finish line now. It's closing into the finish of this race on the 2.5-mile road course here at the Greatest World Race Speedway. Here to the inside, Shalenton, Gargaro. Will it happen as this goes on the racetrack into the corner? I believe this happening with 7 remaining.
This is all going to be the battling for 5th place as we move back up to see some of the other drivers on where they're riding right now. And this is our leaders coming up to some, figuring out how they want to place this bet. How do you want to move? Where do you go, Justin, at this point?
That's the major thing. Gargaro Jr. having a hard time getting closed up to Shalenton with 6 to go. The drought back to 6/10.
Back across the start-finish line. Now 6 laps to go here. Remember, this race will go 200 laps, 500 miles. The scheduled distance, if we get a late race caution, probably with around 5 laps to go, that will seal the deal. It's 6 to go now. They're on the back straightaway, Samuel, the 3.
I mean, it's 4-3. You're questioning when it's going to come out. And there's a driver in the wall, 13th position. It's Bryson Judy. His luck ran out.
Bryson Judy has crashed, but there's still no caution flag, Justin. They're in 3.
Now the caution. It's not just for him. It's McEnany, who's had an issue himself where he's managed to cause a tire to float. The caution is out, and the reaction is simple over the radio. Shalenton's response, really?
McEnany, Judy, top contenders of the Indianapolis 500-mile race, have brought out the 13th caution flag of the 2022 edition of the virtual greatest spectacle in racing. Justin, what happened in front of you in turn 4?
This is where they started to really scrap it out, heading towards the front straightaway down the pagoda. This battle was around 11th or 12th position at one point, towards the mid-pack, should say, of those on the lead lap. Then it gets towards Sam, and it gets a bit dangerous for both.
I mean, the aggression level is there, and both just monkey see, monkey do into the outside wall.
Samuel, that's shades of what happened close to with Deloach and Richardson.
Yeah, I mean, there's really nothing you could do at that point. You're just both trying to go into the corner so aggressively, and bang, nothing else to do.
So the question is this, gentlemen. Is this the final caution flag of the night? As you see that Firestone Firehawk dangling off of a broken toe in virtually, trying to come back beaten and battered to the pit lane. Justin Prince, can we see a green flag restart with 5 to go here in Indianapolis?
We still can, yes. Here's the thing. That would be the final restart of the race from this point forward. Shalenton, he's got a lot more work to do now. Because before, he had a good buffer. He was looking comfortable. He was looking okay. Then the caution essentially means everyone can have a chance to do what he did. Go 3 wide for the lead if they have to win it. And based on the timing of these laps here, we're looking at maybe a 2-lap shootout to decide it, if that.
I was just going to say that, Samuel Dyer. Justin just read my head. I'm thinking they're going to cycle back around here. Pit stops, damage if you need to be checked out right now. Come back around, down to the start-finish line this time around. 3 to go. Lights are off on the pace car. We're predicting pace car comes in, a 2-lap shootout.
Yeah, 2-lap shootout for these drivers, but with it being only 2 laps, it puts Carl Burke, Gomillion, that all the way back to 4th might be the furthest you can go for some of these drivers. 5th on back, it just seems so far. You need to make so many precise moves and passes. But this is now in the hands of our front 3 on what they can do. And Justin, I mean, we knew that it was going to get hectic at some point. It has been a madhouse for these final 40 laps. and now it's down to this.
Don't you love Indianapolis for this reason, with where anything can happen?
Here comes the cloud cover too, Justin.
Yeah, and this will kick down the track temperature that extra little bit here too. Remember, these tires fairly overworked already. Some of the drivers more than 20 laps on their stints already. This allows them to cool them down a little bit, but here's the thing, that wear is still going to be very prevalent. That track temperature may dip that extra little bit before we seal things up here. 3 to go this time around.
3 to go when they come to the start-finish line. I got a question for our audience, whether watching, listening, and of course my colleagues in the booth, Samuel Dyer, Justin Prince. Are you not entertained? Wow.
I mean, this certainly is setting up for one of the best finishes of the weekend, potentially here. I mean, we've seen some good races. I mean, Justin got to see history of a complete green race with the European pros. But here tonight, this is setting up for a side-by-side pass and potentially anywhere from 2 to 3 wide across the line.
The Majors Series American Sportsman bracket for the Majors, sponsored by Majors Garage, is basically Justin Prince setting themselves up for a short track Friday, Saturday night finish that you see at tracks across America on pavement and dirt, and even Canada, for the virtual greatest spectacle of iRacing here coming up.
2 laps to decide it, 5 miles. And this is anyone's race still even, because depending on how things fare out at turn 2, Gargaro Jr., Burke, Go Million, right there to pounce. If they have everything go haywire, everyone else, don't be surprised to see full throttle to try and get through it Days of Thunder style, because whoever gets through any possible chaos first in the battle for the race win likely wins the race if they don't crash it.
Oh, and by the way, don't forget to settle yourselves in and join NBC for the real 106th running of the Indianapolis 500-mile race. That, of course, is on Sunday afternoon, May 29th. And, of course, my good friend Mark James and the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Radio Network also on the coverage call. The pace car is in. Who will win? 2 laps to go in the 10th Indy 500 of the Major Series in the green flag. Probably the best restart for Mr. Shallington, Jay Shallington, Samuel in turn 1.
Yeah, but is it too big? It's a half a second into turn number 1. Watch out for the 4 and the 053. They're going to get the launch on the backstretch, but the question is, will they be able to make the pass, or do they set up for the next lap?
Shallington tries to bring the snake about, trying to soar his way away from the pack like an eagle. Into turn 3, Gargaro closes out the gap in half. Gargaro Jr. starting to feel some of the aero wash through turns 3 and 4, coming to the white flag, this time around to close it out.
Working off the end of the speedway off turn 4. The snake continues as they cross the yard of bricks. The white flag is out. The CRN 1 to go. Final lap for the 10th Indy 500. Samuel Dyer, they're in turn 1 for the final time.
Jay Shallington's your leader, 2/10. The gap has dwindled down. Gagaro's got to get the better run out of turn number 2. Here we go. The race to a last opportunity. It's the 12, the 4, the 053. And it's down to you, Justin, into turn 3.
Shallington stays along the outside line for the entry to 3. Gargaro Jr. within 2 car lengths needs to find a way to pressurize the mistake. Shallington not making them. Coming out of the final corner to close it out.
Shallington has played fuel strategy all night long as he continues to snake his way to hold off Gargaro. They're getting sideways in the back. They're wrecking in the back. Checkered flag is out. And Jay Shallington, Mr. Fuel Strategy Man throughout the way, will win the 10th edition of the Major Series American Sportsman Indianapolis 500. He will win the 2022 greatest virtual spectacle in racing after playing fuel strategy all night long. Samuel, when it counted the most, he held them off, and he wins here in Indianapolis.
I mean, Jay certainly came in. He was the driver pushing the fuel as far as he could go, putting himself in the best opportunity. He might not have been the fastest driver in the first half, but in the second half, he placed himself in the top 5, and he certainly made himself a driver to watch out for the fuel mileage. But the biggest thing here, Wesley, an independent. He came in by himself and got it done.
That's right, he's not driving for any race team whatsoever, and he has just shocked the virtual iRacing world, at least in the major series, Samuel Dyer, or Justin Prince as well, as he has won the Indy 500 of 2022. And how fitting, Justin Prince, to have Old Glory all over that Chevrolet Dallara.
And when you look at the yellow too, main thing that comes to mind is the American Eagle. Of course, a statement and staple when it comes to the history of the U.S. and the culture towards that way. But for Shellington, the major thing is checked off. The major victory for him to break through tonight. It took a fight to the end, but he's been able to close it out.
Oh, and by the way, Samuel, I don't want to be the proverbial stat guy like me and you always are, but isn't he another different winner on the major series of the American Sportsman this year? So we're what now, 8 different winners or 9 different winners?
Yeah, we have not seen a single repeat winner in any of our races or events that we've had so far this year. Round 6, proven. Hey, we still got opportunity. Round number 7, we might finally see someone repeat.
13 caution flags. Man, oh man, I said it again. Hashtag, are you not entertained? I'm sorry, Andy Marquise at Goodyear All-American Speedway. I had to steal your line. What an awesome event here in the 2022 virtual Indianapolis 500. And now here is a look at the unofficial results pending any type of penalties or DQs or any protests that are going on here with the major series and American Sportsman. It's presented by Majors Garage. Jay Shallaton winning the Indianapolis 500-mile race over David Gargaro Jr. Do not hold your head down, legend Carl Burke. What a drive for him in 3rd. Maurice Goldmillion 4th. Doug Buchanan 5th. Brian Shriver is 6th. Nick Horvath 7th. Cody Richardson 8th. Don Dawson 9th. Mark Redeker is in 10th. And the 11th position, as we'll go 11, 11, 11 of the 33 starters, will be Mr. Ernie Ludwig, Samuel.
Yeah, then it's going to be in 12th place, Greg. Matt Gainey going to be taking that 12th place position with that of Robert DeLoach, Stephen Paulison, Patrick Stain, as well as going to be seeing that of Spencer Todd. His issues earlier on, the luck and the magic ran out for Bryson Schutte. And then you've also got that of Nathan Medina, late issues for the 2, with that of Joseph Homan, as well as that of Andrew Kotzka, going to be your top 20. Final 2 for myself going to be that of Andy Spicer, as well as that of Daniel Howard, who's going to take 22nd. With the way that 74 started, he'll take a 22nd place.
Especially with the struggles early on. James Dean had some struggles and still recovered to finish 23rd. Then you have Chris Didio in 24th. Then Murphy Nichols. This is why you keep racing. Even with the technical problem, he lost 6 additional laps throughout the day, but he still finishes 25th. In front of the many others who had troubles. Michael Chin did not finish at the end, 26th. Timothy Clout, DNF, 27th. Gilbert, 28th. Colby in 29th. McClure rounds out the top 30. Lane, Gelder, and Jackson, the last of the starters today. A tough break for Jackson, the first DNF of the day. 133 laps down. 33 cars took the green today.
And 33 cars did take the green flag. 18 cars finished on the lead lap. Of course, the man that dominated almost the first part of this race, Andrew, besides, I'm sorry, I was thinking of Mr. Nathan Medina, the points leader is what I was going to say. Before we grab the interviews, let's go to the top. Let's go to the race analysis summary of everything one more time down on the bottom left of the monitor as we wrap it up here in post-race with our finish line post-race wrap-up. Samuel, 13 caution flags, 39 laps under yellow flag of 200. And then, of course, lead changes 24. That is the overall outcome of the 2022 edition of the Indianapolis 500-mile race. Again, for the American Sportsman Circuit of the Major Series, presented by Majors Garage. Listen, we've got to take a break. We're going to step away real quick. When we come back, it is the finish line post-race wrap-up, and hopefully we hear from the podium finishers of Carl Burke 3rd, David Gargaro 2nd, of the man that will be kissing the virtual yard of bricks, hoisting that virtual Borg Warner trophy, and of course, kissing the milk and the trophy queen and more. Jay Shallaton, the fuel man. That's his nickname. I'm giving it to him. Strategy at the end to be the winner of the 10th running of the greatest virtual spectacle of iRacing, the Indianapolis 500. We're back from Indianapolis in a moment. Welcome back to the virtual Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The 10th running of the virtual greatest spectacle in iRacing has concluded here for the Major Series. We will grab a word with the fuel man, Jay Shallington, after strategy and more to win this race. Being there at the end, we'll talk to him in victory lane. But it is time for the finish line post-race wrap-up. As always, don't forget Finish Line, Fox Sports Radio, iHeartRadio, and the Community Radio Network every Wednesday afternoon at 1 p.m. Eastern on, of course, the video coverage of the driver interviews and guests, as always, of course, thanks to Rocket Media and all of the radio coverage as well. So let's go now to third place. I'll ask a question, Samuel, Justin, each driver. Thank your sponsors. The legend, our friend of the Northwest, Carl Burke, so close to winning. Your take of this race, and you finish in the podium in third spot. It's got to be like a win for you.
Yeah, it was good. I just kept chipping away at it and tried to plan strategy. I was hoping there was going to be no more yellows right there at the end, or I wouldn't have had enough fuel. So, but yeah, it was a good day for the cast iron cooking and JRM Racing Motors and Leon's Mufflers car.
I mean, Carl, a great run on your part, finishing in the top 3. We saw a couple of times getting close to the outside wall and also getting in close contact with other drivers. How was it trying to handle these cars through the corners?
Well, you know, the aero push is you got to deal with the aero push. And then there was a couple guys that were getting a little antsy and couldn't keep it low. I actually had contact with one, but it didn't damage me, so I lucked out there.
And the major thing, too, is you've been a part of the Major Series for a long time. You're among the earliest running for the Major Series in its history, these Indianapolis 500-mile races. This is among the closest runs for you towards the end. How big is it to be that close to victory, to try and break through, to be a part of victory lane, this being your best chance of the Major Series so far?
Oh, it's pretty exciting, but I didn't have the fastest car all day. I was just trying to hang in there and run consistent, and it paid off in the long run because I didn't have nothing for Jay. I might have been able to get Dave, but we were evenly matched.
Well, Carl Burke, I know you have already thanked your sponsors, but in a segue to that, I would just want you to give your final thoughts of this race and anybody you want to give shout-outs to that might have been watching you, see you be a part of this historic third-place podium finish.
Yeah, well, I want to give you guys a shout-out, LSRTV. You guys do a great job all the time on all of the leagues I run with you guys. And Dean, my cast iron cooking sponsor, he's in Alaska, so I'm not sure if he got to watch or not, but he'll hear this.
Well, there you go. There's the thoughts of Carl Burke, third place of the 10th running of the American Sportsman Circuit of the Major Series, presented by Majors Garage Indy 500. Runner-up, David Gargaro Jr. Frustrated, thoughts of the finish, caution changing everything. Shallaton pulling away on the restart. You thought maybe you could use the snake to draft him back down. And your take of this race being second, David, in the 4. I would say you were probably one of the dark horses of this race all night.
Yeah, my main goal coming into this race was just don't hit any walls and don't hit any cars. And that's what we did. Ended up with 0x, didn't use the fast repair, and I knew if that was the case, we'd be in a good spot to win. Fuel mileage played out just about perfect for us, so we were there at the end, and it was pretty nice seeing the 2 leaders wreck right in front of me too. That gave me a little bit of hope for a potential win. But ultimately, I'm just happy to finish this Indy. It's the first Majors Indy race I finished, so.
I mean, David, is certainly a strong run for yourself. We saw you just lingering up front for most of this race. Was that the ultimate goal, just to finish, or was there at any moment you were thinking in the middle of this race, I've got a legitimate shot to win this thing?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, middle of the race, I did not really think I had a shot to win. I thought I had more of a shot to, just get a nice solid top 10, maybe a top 5. But the longer I stayed up there, and some cars had issues, some cars hit walls, some cars hit each other, and I ended up at the right place at the right time, and just 79 thousandths of a second short at the end. But I'm just happy to finish, and I've gotten pretty used to finishing second in the majors, so nothing new.
And you mentioned the second place finishes becoming a pattern. What's it going to take now to be able to move up from second to become that driver who does take the checker flag in a season where multiple different race winners have been a common thread here?
Yeah, I'm hoping I have one career win with the majors, and that was at Rockingham. So I'm hoping that, some of these oval tracks that are coming up that are more like stock cars kind of play into my wheelhouse a little bit. So I'm definitely excited for those, and I would say if I had my best shot would be at either Martinsville or maybe the World 600.
David, I want you to segue your sponsors into this, but I do got one more question that literally just went off in my head like a light bulb. We mentioned the strategy that you made with fuel conservation. What does that do whenever you're basically trying to pick and choose when you need to beat the other leaders and try to stay within the elements of their game, and then basically you set yourself up for a 2-lap shootout and then all bets are off? Does that frustrate you as a driver as you've mentally tried everything you can to try to play the fuel mileage battle with these guys, and then it comes to a shootout?
I mean, I do enjoy the fuel mileage to an extent. You know, I liked figuring it out and, you know, seeing, you know, when it's go time and when you can really just put the hammer down to the end. In this particular race, there was a caution with about 40 to go, and maybe the first thought would be to, you know, come pit and just get fuel, but realistically it wouldn't help because, you know, there's only about 30 laps on a tank with these cars. So we stayed out. We knew we had a pit, and I'm just glad another caution came out. It worked out really well for us. And yeah, and I just want to thank Nate, Medina, Rob Courtney, Jimmy Dean, my team, because, you know, we put some practice in this week, and also Evolve, because they've been helping us quite a bit with setups and really just getting a rhythm with the majors and taking it really seriously. So it's nice to see. And thanks to you guys, too, for sticking with us this whole night.
Well, David Gargaro Jr. Out of Cranston, Rhode Island for Vengeance Motorsports. The 25-year-old will be the runner-up here today in the 10th running of the Indianapolis 500 virtual race. Victory Lane. All right, so Jay, have you got a glass of milk handy? Have you got a glass of milk?
I do.
Got a glass of milk. It's time to see you. Time to hear you chug it. And of course, congratulations to you, ladies and gentlemen. The winner of the 10th running of the Major Series American Sportsman Circuit of the Indianapolis 500-mile race, presented by Majors Garage, is the driver of the number 12. And I've got you a nickname, the Fuel Man, Jay Shallonton. Strategy with fuel the entire race. You were there at the end. Is this the biggest iRacing win of your career or on the Major Series? And Mr. Shallonton, what's going through your mind? Congratulations here at Indianapolis, sir.
Thank you very much. Yeah, this is the biggest win I've ever had on iRacing. This is my first race ever with the Major Series, so yeah, it's crazy. My heart is still pounding right now. It's crazy.
I mean, Jay, you were the man that figured out how to save fuel. You were the only one that was able to stretch it out to 37, 38 laps on those middle stages of this race. But how was the feeling knowing when you made that final stop, you knew it was the money stop, there was no more having to save, being able to just go all out in those final 23 laps for yourself?
Well, I was happy because, you know, starting off, I was fuel saving because I was in the middle of the pack. But the cautions just keep coming out at the worst time for me fuel saving, because everybody was going to pit anyways. But then it started stretching out, and, you know, I was just sitting back, keeping close enough to keep the draft, but being able to save that fuel, and it paid off. And then when I went in on the last time, I actually took too much fuel. I think I took 20 liters more than I needed to, but I was like, whatever. So yeah, it worked out well.
You mentioned this being your biggest victory on the platform. How much work did it take to get this preparation down, to be able to have this car dialed in? Because you talk about, especially with Wesley, the thoughts of dark horses. You're amongst those who quietly creeped in from 15th to get to first in the final stages, especially after the craziness with about 20 to go.
Yeah, I did a lot of practices. I did the fixed series. I did 2 of those this past weekend. You know, it doesn't help much with the car itself, but it helps with the fuel mileage and trying to figure out different scenarios and things like that. But the setup was awesome. I got it from Liam on the Majors Garage. It worked amazing. I didn't have to do anything with it, just trying to figure out the ARB settings and everything like that. But I've grown up watching the Indy 500. I've been to it a few times, so this was awesome.
It's worth noting when it comes to the driver you gave a mention to, he was in the mix for the race victory in the Pro 1 split until the final corner, Wesley.
That's exactly right. Jay, one more question. I'll let you thank your sponsors, man. A big win for you, obviously. How exhausted are you? I mean, us in the broadcast booth, I know we've got to be mentally drained just calling the action. And not talking, what I'm saying is, what an honor to call this 4-hour marathon. It was exciting. It was intense. So many storylines and drama filled. But what is it like for you as the drivers that have had to go through practice and numerous laps besides 50 laps of practice or more to make it to this level and you be the guy that's the winner for American Sportsman?
It's exhausting. So much happened within that last 25 laps. I can't even remember everything, but I know I made a pass. I think we were 3 wide almost, and I made a pass to get to the front, and I was like, man, I don't know if I should be out here or not, but I was, anything with Indy, especially at the end, it's better to be in front than and back. But then that restart, David was a little behind me, and as soon as that pace car went in, I made the decision I was going to go no matter where he was at, so I could try to get a jump, and it paid off. But my heart was beating a million times a minute that last 2 laps. I was just trying to make each turn, didn't want to lose anything, and just keeping my eye on behind me. So it was crazy.
Sponsors, friends, family, shout-outs. Put them out there, brother.
Yeah, got no sponsors. I was just here by myself. First got to thank my wife, Melissa, supporting me, staying up until, I don't even know what time it is now, but midnight here on the East Coast.
It is.
I want to thank Mike and the Major Series for allowing me to race, and then thank you guys, LSRTV for hosting us and putting us on and allowing everybody to watch the show. I'll definitely be rewatching this tomorrow.
It was truly a fun one. And ladies and gentlemen, when it's all said and done, the winner of the 2022 year and the 10th running of the greatest virtual spectacle of iRacing for the American Sportsman bracket of the Major Series, presented by Majors Garage, it is the driver of the number 12 of Jay Shallington. He will kiss the yard of bricks. He will drink the milk, and the trophy wife, not trophy queen, Melissa, and they will celebrate throughout the night as it, is midnight Eastern time on the Atlantic U.S. And we welcome you back to coverage inside iRacing on LSRTV. Well, we settle in here, of course, up at top of the pagoda virtually. I'm Wesley Outland, covering, of course, turns number 1 and 2 to the backstretch, Mr. Samuel Dyer in California. And again, a great job from turn 3 through the west end of the speedway, short shoot to turn 4, Justin Prince. And now we're all together. Hope you enjoyed this radio style call of the Indy 500. Justin, I'll call you here in a second. It's me and Samuel work so much more together. You got a big smile on your face, Samuel, just as much as I am. What an honor to be a part of this for LSRTV, and what a wild finish this did not disappoint. Your final sum up of 500 miles, 200 laps at Indianapolis.
I mean, I wrote them down. 4 different main moments that changed out this race. I mean, back at lap 62, Spencer Todd, who was looking like a favorite, he had pit road issues, just a miscue for himself. And then you had that of Bryson, Shooty, who was our favorite in the first 112 laps. He was the man, but that's when he made his pit road incident of deciding to go into late into the field, give up track position. But then the wreck on lap 182, when we got to see Cody Richardson, also that of Robert DeLoach, wipe each other out. It gave the opportunity for the duel between that of Jay Shallington as well as that of Gagaro and Burke to just duel it out in those final 20 laps. And then it came down to the 2-lap shootout at Wesley. That was exactly what we've been hyping for. It was going to come down to this for these past 90 days, and it did not disappoint.
Justin, let's just skip 450 miles, run the last 50 laps, and decide the greatest virtual spectacle of iRacing. It just doesn't happen that way. This race was very exciting and entertaining. Was this better than the first one you had that was also caution-free? But, man, props to you. You've announced 1,000 miles of the virtual Indy 500 this weekend. Props to you, my friend, up in Canada.
It was an incredible night, to say the very least, once again, when it comes to the Sportsman side of things. You mentioned the turning point, Samuel, in particular. It absolutely is what you love to see, though, when it comes to this type of a race, where you need to be able to perform the full 500 miles to be there in the end for those final 50 miles, those final 25 miles, those final 5 miles, like it was in the final restart. And in the end, the main things to say, Shallington did his preparation. He wanted to win. He wanted to be able to win at a track he's watched, seen, and followed action at since his childhood. And he's lived his dream of having his big sim racing moment here tonight on the big stage in dramatic fashion to hold off some of the top drivers in the series and some of the longest running competitors in the series' history.
Justin, I'll ask you, how exhausted are you, buddy? I mean, 2 Indy 500s in one day. Of course, this was a pretty grueling one, Samuel. I'll get your thoughts in a moment, but how are you feeling, my friend?
I'm ready to do another 500 miles.
Well, I don't know if my voice can hold it. I ain't going to lie to you guys. I got to thank these guys right here, Samuel. And, you know, I'm one of these guys that normally can say my voice will be okay, I can hold on. But when you're doing real sports broadcasts and racing broadcasts, plus 4 or 5 iRacing broadcasts, I think the lozenges definitely helped me pull to the end. Samuel, this was a thrill and a fun time, and always a fun time working with Justin. Samuel, your take on this race? It did not disappoint, and how exhausted are you?
I mean, I feel pretty okay. I mean, I'm kind of in the same boat as that of Justin, but I think that's just because the legend Justin came in. I mean, thank you, Justin, for joining us. Again, 1,000 miles you got to cover, but man, I'm feeling pretty good. I only got to cover just my small little section of the track, and so I'm ready for another 1,000 miles myself, just to try to catch up to Justin.
I'll tell you what, you guys do the booth, I'll be on pit road so I don't have to talk so much, because I don't know if my voice can take it for sure. No, it was been a fun time. And, of course, when it's all said and done, Jay Shalenton picks up the win. And I will say this in closing, Samuel, this is going to shake up the point standings for the Major Series American Sportsman. We talked about this. We hinted on it when we came on the air this evening, which seems like 5 hours ago, as it's just after midnight Eastern time on the East Coast. And now we prepare to go to Le Mans. The 2.4 hours of Le Mans. That's going to be another crazy event, an historic event, a road course event from an Indy 500. Then you go to Charlotte for 600 miles. It's just continuing to be a headache of emotions and the crazy point shuffle, Samuel, leading to decide a championship.
And this is why we love the majors. The change up week after week, going from road course to oval racing, is why we love the major series and why it is such a great, just overall year event that these drivers are going through.
Justin, in closing, one more time, buddy, I think it would only be fitting to mention the charity that we had helped out for this year's 10th annual Indy 500, buddy.
Once again, when it comes to the charity being represented for today's action in here, LGMD2I, lots of work put in through that respective charity. To find out more, be sure to go to the website and be able to learn about the various efforts they're currently working on to try and research for treatment for those looking to follow on through. Keep in mind, the organization has raised more than $850,000 in its history. Once again, the Major Series, huge when it comes to organizing and earning funds for charities such as those.
Well, gentlemen, the stress, the preparation, the mindset of knowing how this would be or what it would not be is finally over. And I would say this humbly. I love you guys to death. It's always fun working with y'all. Samuel, Justin, thank you. And, of course, we give you one more final look. It's only fitting to show you the virtual Indianapolis Motor Speedway, where it all went down one more time as we close out our coverage here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. When it's all said and done, Jay Shalenton picking up the win here at the Yard of Bricks. He puts on a great strategy throughout this 200-lap contest of 500 miles of man and virtual machine to strategize, dissect, make those right moves. The word snake was used a lot here to describe the rundown of the draft, and he made it count the most on a 2-lap shootout. So, for Justin Prince and Samuel Dyer, it is me, Wesley Outland, saying bon voyage. Thanks to everybody behind the scenes, including the phenomenal work besides on the broadcast crew to make the production and direction and editing happen, including Jeff Stabdow, Mason Heimbaugh, and director of this race broadcast and editor, and of course producer, Mr. Charles Wooten. Follow us as always at Rocket Media and LiveSimRacingTV.com. We'll see you for Le Mans. For everybody here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, congratulations in closing to Jay Shalenton, the winner of the 10th edition of the Major Series greatest virtual spectacle of iRacing. And until next year, thank you for watching from virtual Indianapolis. Guys, we did it.